Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, Chapter 21-50, The King of Lust. 1887 words. Leaping from their concealed position, Ren, An, and Ruja launched an offensive barrage at Kamoshida, hoping to land some initial hits. However, their bullets merely grazed the king, leaving insignificant marks on his form. Kamoshida's reaction was a derisive laugh, as his gaze swept contemptuously across the group. "Ah, the treacherous bitch, the punk, and you, the arrogant brat that tried to scheme my demise," he taunted, placing the crown upon his head with a sinister grace. "Come to finish the job, eh? Well, I'll finish it for you. You aren't leaving my kingdom alive. After all, those who scheme against their king deserve death." He sneered, fury contorting his features, as his skin began to bubble and swell grotesquely. "You fools don't understand, but how I teach is effective. The kids were nothing but garbage before I stepped in. It's only fair that I receive some sort of benefit from them. No one will stand against me because they know I am untouchable. The whole school knows that they need me," Kamoshida proclaimed, his voice booming with a toxic blend of arrogance and delusion. With each word, a menacing aura enveloped him, and he underwent a monstrous transformation, growing to an imposing height of 30 feet. His visage twisted into something demonic, dark horns erupting from his head, while an additional pair of arms emerged from his torso, rendering his figure not just imposing, but truly demonic in appearance. As Kamoshida shouted in anger with the ferocity of a demon king, the very foundations of the castle quaked. Some walls and parts of the ceiling crumbled away to unveil a tempestuous storm raging beyond the confines of the palace. "I, as your king, decree." His voice thundered with an infernal authority, his finger aimed menacingly at the group. "Kneel before me." The command, imbued with dark power, forced the group to their knees, all except Ren, who clutched the pulsating crystal, its light a beacon of defiance. Kamoshida's hand soared through the air, intent on obliterating them. Ren, with no time to spare, invoked Tartuffe in the guise of Eligor, the Crimson Knight riding atop his horse. With a battle cry, Eligor swooped in, rescuing An and Ruja from certain doom, tossing them to safety, while Ren nimbly rolled away from the descending giant hand. The impact of Kamoshida's hand against the ground was cataclysmic, fracturing the floor and kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. "I, the trickster, command you." Echoing Kamoshida's earlier decree with a mocking tone, he retorted. "Silence." He wanted to prevent Kamoshida from using his king's decree too much by silencing him temporarily. He charged at Kamoshida's hand, and, with a leap fueled by determination, plunged his knife deep into the demon king's palm. Kamoshida's reaction was instantaneous, his mouth agape in a silent scream. As Kamoshida, in a reflex, lifted his arm, Ren was hoisted aloft. Yet, he used this momentum to his advantage, launching himself higher into the air. His voice cut through the chaos, a single word carrying the weight of their hope. "Ruji." With a thunderclap, a lightning bolt struck the knife embedded in Kamoshida's arm. The electricity coursed through, causing Kamoshida's arm to twitch and miss just as he attempted to spike Ren to the floor. In the midst of the dust and chaos, a barrage of fireballs erupted, each one aimed precisely at Kamoshida. The onslaught forced the towering fiend to stagger back, giving Ren, still suspended in the air, a chance to act. He summoned Anubis who, with an elegant glide through the air, caught Ren, halting his descent. Then, with a majestic lift of her scales, Anubis unleashed a series of golden blades, each emanating with divine light, that sailed toward Kamoshida. Kamoshida, with a dramatic gesture, raised his arm and summoned a massive volleyball into his hand. After which, with all the force of his monstrous form, spiked it directly at Ren. "Shit!" Ren cursed under his breath as the ball, charged with the ferocity of a lightning strike, hit him square in the chest. The impact sent him hurtling towards the throne room's wall. The collision was catastrophic, the wall giving way under the force, leaving Ren struggling for breath amidst the rubble. Yet, in that dire moment, a warm, soothing light enveloped him, offering a brief respite from the pain. Inside the room, Captain Kidd charged headlong into Kamoshida. An impact that drew otherworldly purple blood from Kamoshida's wounds. As Kamoshida raised his arm for another attack, he found his movements hindered, as if bound by unseen chains, courtesy of Shiho. And as he looked up, he saw a barrage of fireballs flying in his direction. Yet, with a desperate gesture, Kamoshida summoned Mishima, the student he had manipulated into servitude, to his defense. With Mishima's appearance, the fireballs all changed direction unnaturally toward him, turning the newly summoned version of the student into dust. This distraction, however brief, allowed Kamoshida to unleash a devastating blow on the ground, shattering it and sending an Enruju plummeting to the floor below. The impact was brutal, but almost immediately, a rejuvenating warmth enveloped an Enruju, mending their wounds and bringing them back to full health. Turning to look at Kamoshida, they saw him crawling down along the walls as if he were a spider. As the silence imposed by the trickster's decree faded, Kamoshida turned to look at them, his gaze filled with madness, as he shouted. "I, your king, command, burn," he decreed, igniting the surroundings in a ferocious blaze. And withstood the inferno with relative ease, but Ruja felt as if he was about to be overwhelmed by the flames. The thunderous sound of a bullet being fired echoed. A bullet pierced the air, striking Kamoshida, and forcing him to the ground with a hand clutched over his eye. The shot was followed by an icy mist that cooled both of them. As they looked up, they saw a battered Ren with Belphegor beside him, the toilet-bound demon. Sliding down through the rubble, Ren met up with the group as they prepared for the next wave of attacks. However, rather than attacking once again, Kamoshida raised his arm, causing a golden chalice to appear in it. Noticing his actions, Ruji and Ren charged forth, calling upon Kaptian Kid and Eligor. They both prepared to attack with physical moves, as they saw Kamoshida bring the chalice up to his lips, the wounds on his body letting out a small wave of steam, as they began to close up. "The chalice!" Ren shouted to bring attention to it, earning a nod from Ruja next to him. Captain Kid soared into the sky aboard his spectral ship, then descended with force upon the chalice in Kamoshida's grasp, interrupting his healing. Following closely, Eligor brandished his spear, flames enveloping the weapon and leaving a fiery trail with each powerful swing. "Carmen! Tarunda!" and shouted from the backline as a wave of energy landed upon Kamoshida, weakening him just in time to dampen the blow that struck Ruji, sending him flying through the air towards Anne, who, with the use of her persona, caught him. Ren, quickly analyzing the situation, saw that things would turn for the worse if he didn't deal a more deadly strike. He called Tartuffe to change form into Archangel. The Crimson Knight was consumed by shadows to reveal an armored angel who held his sword aloft into the air, charging for his next attack. Kamoshida, with a deranged glint in his eyes, conjured clones of Shiho, Anne, and the volleyball team, each armed with a volleyball, encircling him in a macabre display of power. "Everyone, take cover," Ren commanded, dodging to safety. As Archangel charged forth, its blade shimmering with celestial energy, the girls launched the volleyballs into the air. In a swift, explosive motion, Kamoshida sent the volleyballs hurtling like shrapnel across the room, causing the castle itself to tremble. When the dust settled, it revealed Kamoshida with a large gash on his chest, the room in ruins around him. Thankfully, though quite injured, Enruji had been able to dodge most of the impact by taking cover. Ren, on the other hand, was close enough to Kamoshida that the volleyballs all flew past his head. Grabbing Ren with one swing from the floor, Kamoshida raised him up in the air as a smile covered his face. "Any last words, brat?" Ren, who looked at Kamoshida, couldn't help but let out a smug smile. "Yeah, I bet you'll never see this coming." Morgana, who had stayed in the shadows this whole time, jumped through the rubble, snatching the crown from Kamoshida's head. At the same time, Zoro appeared behind the cat and slashed at his arm, causing him to drop Ren to the floor. With the crown removed, Kamoshida's large frame became smaller, his appearance returning to his human self. His appearance looked quite haggard, as the aftermath of the battle left him on the floor. Ren landed on the ground somewhat gracefully, with Morgana handing the crown to Ren before standing next to him. As Kamoshida scrambled on the floor with fear, the rest of the group joined with Ren. Shiho did not look injured, yet she was walking full of exhaustion, the constant healing and support taking a toll on her energy. "Nowhere left to run," Ren said as he handed his pistol to Shiho, who grabbed it from him and stepped in front of the group. Kamoshida, seeing this, looked down as he muttered, I guess this is it, isn't it? Tears formed on his face as he looked up to Shiho from the floor. Go ahead, finish me off. You do that, and my real self will go down too. You have that right since you won. Shiho clutched the pistol in her hands with both hands before she shouted. We all saw what you did, you bastard. You don't deserve to live. She raised the gun, her arms trembling slightly before she let out a frustrated shout, and kicked the kneeling Kamoshida in the gut. Damn it! She shouted in frustration, as she raised the gun again, before bringing it back down. I want to kill you, I really do. But if I do, then I am no better than you. And I'll kill myself before falling to your level. Shiho shouted with anger before handing down the gun to Ren. And starting to walk away through the rubble. If we leave now with his treasure, his conscience would cause him to turn himself in. Morgana said as the group turned to look at Ren, awaiting his decision. A hush fell over the group, punctuated only by the castle's ominous quaking, signaling its imminent collapse. After a momentary pause, Ren holstered his pistol, his decision clear and final. I promised the last decision would be hers. Let's leave, he declared. As the group made their way out of the castle, they witnessed its monumental structure crumbling inward. One final look of destruction, before they crossed the threshold back into the real world, leaving the crumbling castle behind. I'ma start working on the next chap. Depending on how long it takes, I might post later today or tomorrow. CYA. Chapter 22, The Phantom Thieves of Hearts. 1826 words. Exiting the palace, the group noticed a peculiar black cat trailing behind them. This time, however, rather than his previous, more cartoonish appearance, Morgana now resembled a regular cat. What the why am I still a cat? Morgana's exclamation caught the group off guard, eliciting a mix of surprise and amusement. Honestly, at this point, I am not even surprised. Ruji remarked, his statement punctuated by a yawn that seemed to signal the collective fatigue enveloping them. His yawn triggered a chain reaction, with the rest of the group succumbing to their own waves of tiredness. I thought that by destroying the palace, I would regain my memories, but... Morgana trailed off in disappointment, only to be scooped up by Shiho. We can talk about it while we get some food. I'm starving, and I don't want to stand around here, she said with exhaustion. Morgana, initially ready to protest, relented and settled into the embrace, choosing to savor the moment of affection. How about LeBlanc? Ren suggested. Upon arriving at LeBlanc, they found Sojiro had closed up for the night, leaving the place empty for them. Within minutes, they managed to whip up a simple meal and gathered around a booth. Ren then produced a golden medal, and a small purple and pink crystal from his backpack, placing them on the table. The treasure and the will seed, he announced, capturing the group's full attention as they settled into the comfort of the familiar surroundings, ready to unwind after their ordeal. The golden medal being the source of Kamoshida's distortion does it up, and reflected, examining the medal closely. Without his gold medalist status, the principal might not have been so keen to cover for him. Ruji, fueled by a mix of anger and revelation, couldn't help but voice his thoughts. That effing principal, he was the one behind all this crap, isn't he? Makes you wonder if he's got his own palace waiting to be torn down. He grumbled, his frustration palpable even as he continued eating. He doesn't. Ren interrupted as he pulled out his phone and opened the metanav. He is in a different place called Mementos. It's supposed to be the collective unconscious. This revelation visibly intrigued the group, their curiosity piqued at the mention of this new term. Morgana seized the moment to share his thoughts. You're already familiar with Mementos. I was actually planning to propose a visit there myself. It could hold the key to unlocking the memories I've lost. Of course, that's if you're all still on board to help. Morgana expressed, a hint of concern lacing his words. Ren offered a reassuring smile to Morgana, the concern in the cat's eyes not going unnoticed. Raising his glass slightly, he proposed. Well, if we are going to keep investigating the metaverse, we are definitely going to need an expert like you. What do you say? Are you up for a few more heists? Morgana's response came with the level of smugness only a cat could achieve, which surprisingly was quite a lot. Well, if you're asking so nicely, how could I say no? I'm all in, he declared, his pride evident as his tail trembled slightly with excitement. The rest of the group raised a glass in unison before sipping their coffee. After a brief moment, Ren spoke up again. Well, if we are going to continue doing this, we should definitely get started with an actual exercise plan and build some endurance. We got our asses kicked back there, and if it weren't for Shiho and her constant healing, we wouldn't have made it out of there alive. Ruji, how's the workout plan coming along? Ren asked as the group put their drinking glasses down. Ruji's grin broadened as he rummaged through his backpack, producing a stack of papers. I've been working on this since last time. Talked to the manager at my gym, and he's cool with letting you all try it out for free before deciding on a membership. Do you guys want to go there on Wednesday? He began distributing the plans, pausing when he realized he didn't have one for Morgana. Maybe we can get you one of those giant hamster wheels. Ruji joked before getting lightly smacked in the face by Morgana. I'll focus on honing my stealth skills. Since I look like a cat right now, I can use that to my advantage to snoop around our targets and gather info. Morgana said, as he let out a mischievous laugh that was interrupted by Shiho's pats on the head. Anne, examining the workout schedule with a mix of anticipation and dread, couldn't help but voice her concerns. This looks intense, doesn't it? Actually, they've got a point. Strengthening your physical self will also bolster your persona. Morgana, seizing the moment to encourage her, jumped down from Shiho's embrace to sit next to Anne as he spoke. In addition, Ren gave a playful smile before speaking. Don't think I didn't see you trying to catch your breath mid-fight, while me and Ruju were running all over the place getting beat up. Hearing this, Anne blushed slightly, earning a few teasing nudges from Shiho. So, if we are going to continue taking on the bad guys, shouldn't we have a team name? Anne asked, trying to change the topic. Jokingly, Ren asked. Didn't I throw out Persona Pals at some point? Earning a few stares from the group before Ruju spoke up. How about something a little more cool? We were practically like ghosts in that castle, slipping past everyone unnoticed and ambushing everyone in our way. How about Ghost Thieves? His idea sparked a flicker of approval among his friends. Morgana then refined the concept with a thoughtful nod. Phantom Thieves sounds a bit more polished, don't you think? The Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Building on that momentum, Anne added her own twist. Noticing their excitement, Ren raised his glass once again before saying, I think we found our winner. The group let out a few excited nods before Shiho spoke with a smile. I like this. It's weird. 2 weeks ago, I was in the worst place of my life, but now it's completely different. All thanks to Mr. Expensive Fake Glasses here, huh? She teased, her gratitude evident in her voice. Ruji, spurred by Shiho's comment, rose abruptly, curiosity piqued. Hold up, but for real. What do you mean your glasses are fake? I didn't want to mention it earlier because, well, the timing was off. But what's with that? He grabbed the glasses from the table, trying them on, his confusion growing louder. What the F, dude? Yo, what the heck, dude? Why the F are you wearing fake glasses? His question sparked a chorus of laughter among them. Ren, with a casual shrug, answered. I dunno, man. I think they make me look more friendly, no. Especially with the whole criminal record thing. I kinda like them. Ren's explanation about the glasses was met with curiosity from Anne and Shiho, who leaned over the booth for a closer inspection of his face. After a brief moment of contemplation, they exchanged knowing looks. Keep the glasses off, Anne advised, prompting a surprised reaction from Shiho. I actually thought he looked better with them on, she countered, the pair sharing a light-hearted giggle before settling back into their seats. As the evening wore on, Ren glanced at the clock, realizing how late it had gotten. I think we should call it a night. We have school tomorrow, and it's anyone's guess how things will unfold now that Kamoshida's distortion is gone. We should probably get enough sleep so that we don't miss anything. Ren suggested. Before they left, the conversation shifted to where Morgana would stay. After some discussion, they decided he should stay at LeBlanc for now. With their plans set, the group exchanged goodnights. Once everyone had left, Ren cleaned up before crashing into his bed, followed by Morgana. The exhaustion from the fight forcing him to fall asleep just moments after his head touched the pillow. As Ren stirred from his slumber, the soothing melody of piano notes filled the air, gently coaxing him back to consciousness. Before him sat Igor, an enigmatic smile playing across his lips, his gaze meeting Ren's with a palpable intensity. First off, I'd like to begin by congratulating you. You have encountered allies who share your ideals, and you have found your place in reality. The prologue has finally concluded, and now the show can properly begin. Igor gave a deep, resonating chuckle as he extended his arm towards Ren. Your actions have proved you worthy to have been chosen by me. In addition, your persona, Tartuffe, holds a striking potential similar to my own capabilities. I am thou, and thou art I, trickster. That is something even I couldn't have expected when I chose you. Igor spoke as he stood up from his desk. Now, the time has come to bestow upon you the reward I promised. Summon your persona. Igor ordered as he walked towards the stage. Ren, following the orders, called upon Tartuffe. His shadow-like body extended from the ground until it stood before Igor, looking at the master of the velvet room with curiosity. With a snap of his fingers, Igor summoned a scalpel before handing it over to Tartuffe, the scalpel becoming enveloped by the shadows that formed him before disappearing. Trickster, the masks worn by shadows serve as both shield and chain. It is through these masks that control can be exerted. I trust you will use this power I have given you wisely. Igor advised, his ever-present smile broadening as he sat back down on his chair. As he saw Igor, a question couldn't help but bubble up in Ren's mind. A question he had wanted to ask for some time now. What? Ren spoke up before gathering his thoughts and asking. What do you want me to do? I know I'm supposed to put on a play, but what's the end goal? Is it all just for entertainment? Igor regarded him with a momentary silence. His response carefully crafted. The contract that binds us prevents me from directly steering your path, trickster. Yet, I will impart to you this wisdom. True order often emerges from the heart of chaos. Igor spoke, his expression briefly clouding with a thoughtful frown before he resumed. Proceed as you see fit, trickster. We will continue to watch you from the shadows. Igor's finger rhythmically tapped the table, a subtle hint of irritation in the gesture, as he concluded his guidance. For now, you should wake up, trickster. Our time here is up. With a decisive snap of his fingers, the velvet room was engulfed in darkness once again. Confidence. Igor, the fool, rank 3. Morgana, the magician, rank 2. Chapter 23, The Faith and the Lovers. 1785 words. Surprise extra chapter LOL. Enjoy. After waking up, Ren decided to leave Morgana back in LeBlanc to familiarize himself with the area. On his way to school, he bumped into Kasumi Yoshizawa again, the girl with the striking red hair. Unlike before, he had now fully awakened the power of the third eye, so as he focused on her, he could clearly see the unnatural mask she wore on her face. Judging by the sloppiness in the stitches that held the mask to her face, it looked as if they had been done by an amateur. The scalpel Igor had given him seemed to buzz with anticipation, as he focused on her mask, almost as if ready to be used. Senpai. Long time no see. Kasumi greeted him with a dazzling smile. Though with his third eye still active, he could tell it was a bit off. Her. He couldn't help but be drawn in, stepping closer to get a better look at the mask that she seemed unaware of. It was unnatural, yet it was as if even she didn't know it was. Ren could almost feel the curiosity inside him begin burning. Ah, senpai, are you all right? Kasumi said with a slight chuckle, as she took a step back noticing his stare. Snapping back to reality, Ren let out a soft chuckle to relieve the awkwardness before saying. Ah, sorry. You looked really familiar for a second there, like I have seen you somewhere other than school, he said, earning a more genuine smile from her. Do you watch any gymnastics? I'm a gymnast. Some of my performances have actually been on TV, she shared, her eyes lighting up with pride. Ren watched her, fascinated by how the mask seemed to have a life of its own, sometimes syncing with her expressions, sometimes not. A gymnast? That's pretty cool. To be honest, I have always wanted to try it out, but I never got the chance. Ren said with a smile that mirrored hers. Hearing Ren's interest, Kasumi paused, seemingly contemplating something, before making an unexpected proposal. Would you like me to teach you? I've been told that the best way to master something is to teach it. And, to be honest, I have been having some trouble with my routines lately. So it's worth a try. Ren's eyebrows shot up, pleasantly surprised by the offer, as he nodded his head. That sounds great. Is there anything else you might need in return? Ren asked. To him, this was a win-win scenario. Anything he learned from her would probably help him in the metaverse, and he would also get a chance to get closer to her. Maybe if he spent enough time with her, he would be able to understand how the mask she wore worked. In theory, he could probably use the power Igor had given him to examine the mask closer, but he didn't want to do anything rash. She had been nothing but kind, so he didn't want to hurt her by using a power he wasn't familiar with. Maybe once he got the hang of it he could try it, but for now, he was more than happy with just observing her. All I would need from you would be for you to lend me your ears from time to time. The other kids at Shujin treat me differently because I have a scholarship. To be honest, other than my gymnastics teacher and Maruki, I haven't really had the chance to connect with anyone else. Kasumi shared, her smile never fading, though Ren could sense the sincerity in her words. Maruki? As in Dr. Maruki? Ren asked reflexively as he heard the name. You know Dr. Maruki? Kasumi's eyes lit up with curiosity. Yeah, he is a great counselor. I have been seeing him for some time now. To think we would have so much in common, she said with excitement in her voice, as they both made their way out of the train station and walked towards the school. Not personally, but I've been thinking of setting up an appointment with him. What's he like? Ren asked with curiosity. He's very kind and understanding. I've tried talking to other counselors before, but none clicked like Maruki. He's like a cool older brother, always there to listen and help. If you want, I can send him a message to see if he would be willing to give you a free session to try it out. Kasumi pulled out her phone on the way. Let me get back to you when I'm free, and I'll also let you know what Maruki says. I look forward to when we have a chance to practice. I've never tried teaching before. She was all smiles, then suddenly glanced at her phone's clock and gasped. Sorry, I gotta run. I got carried away talking and forgot that I had a meeting with Miss Kawakami. I'll see you later, senpai. She said before running towards the school with surprising speed. Leaving Ren behind watching her with curious eyes. The longer the two of them spoke, the more interested Ren grew, which only made him more eager for their next meeting. To the Phantom Thief's disappointment, nothing really happened during school hours. There was no sign of Kamoshida, but maybe that was to be expected. The change of heart would probably take some time to settle in fully. So, for now, the group was left to wait for any news. After school had ended, Ren headed back to the library in hopes of finding Makoto. She had told him she would give him the recordings of Maruki, but when he got there, there was no trace of the brown-haired girl. Since he was already there, he decided to sit down and continue researching his books. After some time, Ren was approached by Anne, who had a very determined expression on her face. Hey! Do you remember our conversation back at LeBlanc? And dove straight into the heart of the matter, her presence pulling Ren away from his studies. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, Ren nodded. You talked about wanting to strengthen your heart, right? His response brought a soft chuckle from Anne. Yeah, you actually remembered. Her voice trailed off for a moment before she regained her determination. You and Morgana know the most everything that's going on, so I wanted to get your take on it. How do you think I should do it? She asked with curiosity, as she peeked at the psychology books Ren was reading. Ren took a moment, his eyes closing as he gathered his thoughts. The arcana that represented and was that of the lovers. Unlike its name would suggest, the lovers meant much more than just simple romantic love, though love was one of its central themes. The whole card signified relationships, and how one could grow by observing one's struggles through the lenses of others. I have an idea, Ren said as he opened his eyes and stood up from his desk. Follow me. Leading the way, the two of them eventually arrived at a park. A quiet space amidst the city's chaos, where people from all walks of life crossed paths. Children played, couples strolled, and old friends chatted on benches. A perfect example of the essence of the lovers. As they walked, Ren shared with a simplified version of the fool's journey, placing particular emphasis on the lovers. So, by the time they arrived at the park, and had a general idea of his plan. Offering his hand, Ren asked, "Are you ready?" A blush tinged Anne's cheeks as she tentatively accepted his hand. "Is this really how I can strengthen my heart?" she questioned, a mix of skepticism and curiosity in her voice. With a playful wink, Ren reassured her. "It's a start." As they meandered through the park, Ren's gaze settled on an elderly couple sharing a quiet moment. "See them," he nudged Anne, "what's their story?" "How am I supposed to know?" Anne hesitated, unsure of how to answer. "Just make something up," he encouraged gently. After thinking for a moment, Anne began her story. She pictured the older couple as young lovers. The man steps in to prevent the girl from being robbed as their first meeting. The two of them taking casual strolls through the park as they grew older. Facing opposition, navigating through the ups and downs of life. Yet, in the end, knowing everything would be all right. Noticing Anne's now relaxed expression, Ren pointed to a group of kids playing before asking, "How about them?" Anne smiled, watching the children's carefree play, their disputes over the game rules, and their quick reconciliations. "They remind me of when I was a kid. I bet they'll be inseparable, just like me and Shiho," she mused, her voice tinged with warmth. As a transfer student and someone who had lived in another country for most of her life, she had been a bit of an outcast. It wasn't until she accidentally let slip how ugly she thought Shiho's painting was in art class that the two became friends. Rather than take offense, she had simply laughed it off. And had carried away telling all sorts of random stories about Shiho and her, and before they knew it, the sun had begun to set in the distance. Noticing the sunset, Anne suddenly let out a charming laugh. "Ah, I get it now," she said, a light of realization dawning in her eyes. Letting go of her hand, Ren encouraged her to explain. "I do have to admit, my heart does feel lighter. I never would have guessed that something as simple as just watching people could get me to open up so much." Anne mused, her smile broadening as she took a moment to bask in the glow of the sunset. When she reopened her eyes, they sparkled with a fresh resolve. "It's strange. I feel like my persona has grown stronger, even though I can't quite put it into words until I can summon her again." She let out a giggle before stating, "All right, next time, it's your turn. I wanna hear what kind of stories you can come up with." Actually, now that I think about it, I don't really know that much about you." Ren responded with a playful smirk, his tone light and teasing. "That's part of my charm." Ren joked with a wink before speaking. "But sure, next round is on me. Confidence. And Takamaki, the lovers, rank 2. Kasumi Yoshizawa, the faith, rank 1. Chapter 24, The Shadows in Shibuya. 2,262 words. The following day, once classes were dismissed, the phantom thieves trailed behind Ruji, navigating the bustling streets of Shibuya. Their destination was the Protein Lovers Gym, a cozy establishment that, despite its modest size, seemed tailor-made for their group's needs. Ruji had clearly dedicated a good chunk of time to crafting a training regimen, meticulously planning each exercise, and timing everything down to the last detail. His preparation even included distributing protein drinks to everyone before diving into the workout routine. Shiho turned out to be the most resilient of the group. She had been used to torturous training sessions with Kamoshida, so now that she was following a proper routine for her level, she could outpace everyone. Between sets, Shiho would take some time to motivate Anne, who was next to her. Maybe it was only thanks to Shiho's encouragement that Anne could push through her limits because, since the moment they had started, she had been the least enthusiastic member. After all, this was Anne's first visit to the gym. Ryuji, on the other hand, was lagging behind slightly. Every so often, he'd pause to massage his leg, his face filled with discomfort. "Are you okay?" Ren asked as he saw the pained expression on his face. "Yeah, I'm good. Just dealing with some leftovers from when I broke my leg. Haven't really pushed it this hard since the cast came off, so it's acting up," Ryuji admitted, trying to brush off the pain. Ren, puzzled, questioned. "Doesn't healing with personas help? It healed the beating I took from Kamoshida. I thought it might work for injuries like yours, too." I hadn't even thought about that. But I guess it didn't." Ryuji looked taken aback by the suggestion as he answered. Thinking momentarily, Ren placed an idea in the back of his head before saying, "In that case, you should ease back into it. If you push it too hard, then you're going to end up making it worse." Ryuji exhaled a mix of frustration and acceptance, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, I know," he admitted, his voice tinged with disappointment. As Ryuji stood and stretched, trying to shake off the discomfort, he couldn't help but say, "You know, I used to be one of the best people on the track team until Kamoshida showed up. Now, struggling to keep up just makes me feel useless." After tossing a towel to Ryuji so that he could wipe off the sweat, Ren answered with a nostalgic smile. "I know how that feels, though I don't have it as bad as you. Believe it or not, I actually used to be pretty athletic. Now, Shiho is kicking my ass on stuff I used to be pretty good at," Ren said as he looked at Shiho with a smile, who was spotting Anne as she finished one of her exercises. Ryuji only let out a chuckle, as he saw Shiho immediately run over to her next exercise as Anne rested. "Dude, she's kicking all of our asses. If we want to catch up with her, we are going to have to step it up. Come on, no more slacking. I'll take it easy on the leg for now, but that doesn't mean I can't push the rest of my body," Ryuji said as the two of them walked back to continue working out. As their workout session finally came to a close, all of them were drenched in sweat. They took some time to freshen up in the gym's bathroom, before leaving the gym and taking in a breath of fresh air. And stretched out before letting out a satisfied sigh. "You know, I'm pretty beat, but I actually feel pretty good," Shiho, with a light giggle, added. "Just wait till tomorrow," as she mirrored and stretches. Ryuji let out a knowing grin, as he heard Shiho before he said, "Well, since we are already here, we might as well pick up some food. We are gonna need the fuel if we want to build some muscle. I know a pretty good ramen place nearby. Come on, this round is on me," Ryuji suggested as he began walking with a wide smile on his face. As they walked through the streets of Shibuya, Ren couldn't help but notice a familiar man approaching a kid wearing a shujin uniform. It was the guy he had met in Shinjuku, when he went to learn about the tarot. "In broad daylight?" Ren asked out loud, earning a few curious looks from the group, who turned to stare at the guy who was talking to a nervous-looking boy. "What's going on over there?" Anne asked, her curiosity piqued by the odd interaction. "He is trying to use that kid as a drug mule," Ren's eyes narrowed as he observed the scene. "But to be doing this here in Shibuya, and during the day too. They wouldn't do that unless they controlled this entire place." The rest of the group exchanged a few worried looks before Ryuji started walking toward the guy with an angry expression on his face. As he saw him, Ren let out a sigh before walking behind Ryuji, his expression becoming serious. Before Ryuji could open his mouth to shout at the guy, he felt a firm grip pull him back before Ren walked in front of him. "Yo!" Ren said with a disarmingly friendly tone, catching the man off guard. This caused the student to scramble away, as he thought he was in trouble. Turning around, the guy had a slightly annoyed expression before his eyes landed on Ren. "Ah, I remember you. Did you change your mind?" "The offer still stands," he said as he looked behind Ren to Ryuji. "You even brought your friend with you. I knew I wasn't wrong when I approached you. You have the face of a criminal." A small smirk appeared on his face as he looked down on him. Ren's smile widened, but the warmth had left it, replaced by a thinly veiled threat. Is that so? He retorted, his voice carrying an edge that seemed to amuse the man further. Kid, you really think you can threaten me? This is our turf, the man taunted, leaning in to intimidate Ren. However, Ren met his gaze unflinchingly, his eyes daring the man to push further. The standoff was brief, but the man's laughter broke the tension as he stepped back, evidently entertained by Ren's boldness yet undeterred. I like you, kid. What do you want? He asked, casually lighting a cigarette. With a deep inhale, he exhaled a cloud of smoke directly into Ren's face, taunting him. Ren, unfazed by the provocation, turned his gaze briefly toward Ruji and the rest of the group. Exhaling a sigh that spoke volumes of his irritation. From one friend to another, how about you stop bothering the kids from Shujin? We all know most of them are broke, so it isn't worth the hassle. Ren said, earning a small chuckle from the man. We both know it ain't about the money. The man said before shaking his head and smiling. But all right, from one friend to another, I'll ease off them for a couple of weeks. That's all I can do without catching heat from the boss. You get how it is. Hearing his answer, Ren let out a nod before turning and walking away, dragging Ruju behind him with a firm grasp to stop him from doing anything rash. Hey, kid, if you're ever looking for work, you know where to find me. Bet the boss would get a kick out of meeting you, he called out, laughter trailing his departure as he, too, turned to walk away. Reintegrating with their friends, Ren and Ruju were met with a barrage of curious and concerned looks from the group. Ruji, don't be a dumbass. Ren said, the annoyance palpable in his voice. However, after a moment, he sighed deeply, the tension slightly easing from his shoulders as he added. Sorry, just be more careful, okay? If those guys are bold enough to pull this stuff in broad daylight, then they have ways of getting rid of anyone who looks too deeply into them. Ruju's response was a mixture of awe and a hint of adrenaline-fueled excitement. Man, that was awesome. Felt like something straight out of a movie, he exclaimed, momentarily caught up in the thrill of the moment. However, as he caught the serious look in Ren's eyes, his enthusiasm dimmed, replaced by a more sober understanding. I mean, yeah, sorry about that. It's just that with the whole Phantom Thieves thing, I thought we were supposed to help people, right? And when I saw that kid from Shujin, I figured we had to do something. Ruju said as he rubbed the back of his head with a bit of nervousness. His words hung in the air. After all, he wasn't entirely wrong. The main reason they had created the Phantom Thieves was to deal with the principal, and in turn, continue to help people who needed help. Raising one of his fingers to the air, Ren said. Remember, Phantom is in the name for a reason. We don't attack directly, we strike from the shadows. He said before raising another finger. Secondly, we are a team. We don't act without discussing it first. We don't know who we are facing, so you could have put the whole team in danger. Understood? Ren asked with a serious expression, earning a slightly ashamed nod from Ruju. Noticing the tension in the air, Ren casually slung an arm around Ruju's shoulders before saying reassuringly. Now, how about we get to that ramen? We can talk about it over a warm meal. He said in a joking tone that brought some smiles from the group. Huddled in the cozy corner of the ramen shop, the Phantom Thieves found solace in the steam rising from their bowls. The buzz of the shop faded into the background as they leaned in, ready to tackle the next big question. So, what are we gonna do next? Anne whispered, her eyes darting around to make sure their conversation stayed just between them. Well. Ren, with his chopsticks paused mid-air, set the tone. First things first, what do we put our focus on? I, for one, would like to deal with Kobayakawa first. He's suspicious, and he is also in our school, so that means he will always be the closest enemy we have. The table fell silent, each member lost in thought until Shiho leaned in, her voice hushed but clear. You said you knew how to find the principal, no? Right now, we have no clue who the boss is. And Ren is right. If we start snooping ourselves, then we are going to bring attention to ourselves. But hey, we've got our own secret weapon for snooping, she hinted, leaning in towards the group. Morgana. Ruju couldn't help but interject, a bit louder than intended, earning him a round of shushing glances. Shaking his head at Ruja for what felt like the 100th time, Ren continued. Yes, right now, Morgana is out getting familiar with this world. But I can ask him to focus on Shibuya to start gathering info. Worst case scenario, I can take that man's offer and meet with his boss. Ren suggested, earning a few concerned looks from the group. Dude, you would be like a super spy. Marching right in as if you were one of them. Ruja said with excitement before getting elbowed by Shiho. Yeah, or it could be incredibly dangerous. He'd be surrounded, alone. Shiho pointed out, her worry palpable. No, I know how to deal with these people. Ren said with confidence. It's all about appearances. You just gotta know how not to fall for their bait. He explained, his voice steady. The group exchanged glances, each with their own mix of admiration and concern, until Ruju broke the silence, voicing the question on everyone's minds. Dude, how do you even know all this stuff? A soft, reminiscent smile spread across Ren's face as he answered. I have some family that used to be part of the crime world. I picked up a thing or two from them. At least enough to know what to look out for. He explained, his laughter soft and tinged with a hint of irony. Shiho, seeing Ren's soft smile, couldn't help but mirror him with a gentle smile of her own as she reminded him. Just make sure you stay safe, all right? Always. Ren answered with a playful wink and a joking tone. But Shiho wasn't entirely amused, her smile giving way to a slight reprimanding frown. With their two new targets now in sight, the Phantom Thieves huddled closer as they continued working on their plans. They scheduled their next trip into the metaverse to dive into mementos, planning on dealing with the principal while gathering as much information as possible. Once the group had finished their meal and plans, they all disbanded for the night. Once he got home, Ren met with Morgana and filled him in with what had happened during the day. Morgana couldn't help but be slightly annoyed with himself for rejecting the offer to follow along to the gym in order to continue wandering around Yongenjaya. However, after hearing his mission, he nodded his head with determination as a mischievous grin appeared on his face. Confidence. Ruju Sakamoto, The Chariot, Rank 2. Chapter 25, The Judgment. 2062 words. Instead of making it a two-parter, I went back to the last chap, and I added the part one wasn't able to finish. So, if you read the last chap a day or two ago, then you should go back and double-check that you have read the newest version with the ramen place. Also, I know I said I was gonna take a day or two off from posting, but oh well. I really like how the chap ended up, so I wanted to share it instead of waiting to post it lol. Hopefully y'all enjoy. The next day, after school had finished, Ren was approached by Makoto. Hey Ren. Sorry for taking so long. I was pretty busy with the student council, so I wasn't able to find you after school. But I have the recordings with me now. She said as she lifted the bag she held. Perfect. Ren answered as he saw the bundle of CDs that Makoto handed him. However, he smacked his face as he remembered something that had slipped his mind since he had been so busy with other things. Now I just have to find a TV or computer. He knew there was a second-hand shop near LeBlanc he could stop by, and with the money he had gotten from battling the shadows in Kamoshida's palace, he could probably afford a cheap one. But Makoto, perhaps sensing his predicament, offered a solution, albeit with a hint of hesitation towards the end. Maybe you could come over to my place. My sister's pretty strict about guests unless it's for schoolwork. But this counts as studying, doesn't it? The longer her sentence went on, the quieter it became as she lost confidence. Hearing her, Ren perked up, speaking before she could take the offer back. You know, the midterm exams are coming up pretty soon. So, after watching the recordings, we could study. I'm pretty good with most other subjects, but I am garbage at history. Would you mind helping me with that? He asked. Makoto paused, considering, then nodded, her resolve solidifying. Yeah, my sister is dealing with a case right now, so she won't be home until it is late, so it should be fine if you leave before dark. She's actually looking into all of the mental shutdowns that have been happening lately and all of the accidents going around. There is not that much evidence right now, so she's been quite busy searching for answers. The mental shutdowns, her. You know, it'd actually like the Chase to meet with her and ask her some questions about that, too. Ren said as the two of them walked out of the school, earning a chuckle from Makoto. I doubt you would be able to get anything out of her. If anything, she would probably say it is none of your business. Makoto said with a slightly annoyed tone. Following behind Makoto, he listened to her somewhat rant about her sister, as they made their way via train to one of the nicer neighborhoods. Makoto's house was impressively modern and spotlessly maintained, something that Ren could appreciate. There wasn't a single thing out of place, as they both sat down on the couches, as Makoto began playing the first recording. As Makoto dug into her notebook, pulling out a fresh page, her excitement was palpable. I've actually gone over the recordings a few times already, so I took some more notes. I know the whole concept of cognition is not recognized by the scientific community. But I honestly find it fascinating. Makoto said as she pulled out a small notebook and prepared her pen to take notes. A hint of a smile appeared on her face as she turned to Ren and said, You know, I never would have discovered this if it wasn't for you asking for my help. It also makes it more fun to have someone to study with. She added, her attention shifting back to the screen as Dr. Maruki's lecture began. As Ren listened, he couldn't help but admire Makoto's note-taking abilities. Her detailed notes made Maruki's complex theories on cognition far more digestible. Watching her, Ren thought amusingly that she was like a mama bird, predigesting the information for him to absorb easily. As he listened to Maruki, he couldn't help but admire the research, which also made one thing clear. At least at the time of the recording, Maruki had not yet been able to enter the metaverse. He could tell by the way he spoke he was mostly speculating, yet it was impressive how close he had gotten without being able to research it properly. If anything, Ren couldn't help but wonder what he would be able to achieve if he was actually brought into the metaverse. Turning to see Makoto's focused eyes on the screen, his eyes narrowed in thought. What about her? He didn't know Maruki, but next to him was someone who was smart. Someone who had been able to gather more information about the metaverse than him. Someone he thought he might be able to trust. Thinking back, and had only really been brought because she was so close to Shiho. And as for Ruji, whether by fate or by luck, he had simply been dragged without choice. Morgana had been the only member that had actually joined after being invited by him. A strange cat that called himself a human, but the ability Igor had given him didn't indicate any traces of him actually being one. If anything, Morgana was somewhat tied to the Velvet Room, but that didn't say much since he didn't even know that much about it. He would have to add talking to Caroline and Justine about it in the near future, but that would probably require him to go into the metaverse. Ren? Makoto asked as she saw him get lost in thought, nudging him slightly with her hand. Snapping back to reality, Ren turned to look at Makoto. What would you think if the cognitive world was real? He asked, watching her reaction closely. Makoto paused, retreating into her thoughts before answering. You know, with my dad and my sister both being involved with criminals, I have heard many stories. My dad used to tell me that the best criminals often didn't leave any evidence of their crimes. So he would never be able to arrest them. If you could look into someone's mind, then there would be no doubt whether they were guilty or innocent. Hearing her answer, Ren couldn't help but answer. He wanted to invite her, but it would be hypocritical of him to invite her without asking the group first. So, for now, he would wait to give her the offer. Thanks for sharing the recordings with me. I have actually learned a lot. I guess now it's time to study, isn't it? Ren asked with a joking tone, as he pulled a school book from his bag. Just as Makoto got up to put away the recordings, the sound of the front door and the unmistakable click of high heels resonated through the room. She froze, her body tensing as she turned to face the new arrival. Entering through the door was Makoto's sister. Dressed in a sleek black business suit paired with a turtleneck, her long dark silver hair and reddish-brown eyes gave her an aura of authority and elegance that matched her reputation. I wasn't aware you had guests, she remarked, her tone cool as she took in the sight before her. Makoto, slightly flustered, quickly tried to explain their presence. Oh, yes, we were just working on some school research. I didn't want to bother you, knowing how busy you've been with your case, she said, nervously meeting her sister's analytical gaze. Ren stood and respectfully bowed to SAE, introducing himself, only to receive a lukewarm response. I'm SAE Najima, Makoto's older sister, she stated, her eyes narrowing slightly at him. Hoping to ease the tension, Ren smiled warmly. Makoto's mentioned you before. Not many can say they've made it into the Special Investigation Department. That's pretty impressive, he complimented with a smile as his eyes focused on her face, or to be more clear, the distortion around it. The eyes Igor had granted him were quite a thing. Even before they were fully awakened, he could see the distortion of a king's mask in Kamoshida's face. Yet now, he could clearly see a similar distortion in SAE's face. A strange metal helm that covered the upper half of her face, filled with spikes. What it meant for her distortion, he did not know, but it was enough to bring his full attention to her. SAE's suspicion lingered even, as she acknowledged the compliment with a nod. Makoto, could you retrieve my suitcase from the closet? The black one with golden decorations. I need it specifically, SAE instructed, her gaze still fixed on Ren, probing for his intentions. Makoto, hearing her sister's tone of voice that left no room for argument, quickly scrambled away to try to find it as fast as possible, leaving Ren and SAE in the room alone. Now, what are you really doing here? SAE's voice was sharp, cutting through the silence with precision. Giving her an honest smile, Ren answered without a hint of hesitation. I was researching some stuff at the school's library, after school, when Makoto offered to help me when she saw me struggling. Since I just moved here not so long ago, I still don't have good access to a computer or TV, so she offered to let me come by to watch what I needed. He explained. He knew that Makoto would be interrogated, too. So, if he tried to hide anything now, it would only raise her suspicions more. SAE's eyes briefly shifted to the TV, still displaying the last remnants of the lecture they had been watching, before landing on the stack of CDs marked with her sister's handwriting. Each disc was meticulously labeled with a lecture number, just like Makoto always did. I see. SAE murmured, her gaze returning to Ren as she pondered his words. And that's all you came here for? We were also going to go over some of the history notes. That's the only real subject I struggle with, so Makoto offered to help. SAE's skepticism seemed to wane as she glanced at the notebooks scattered across the couch, a silent confirmation of what he had just said. A momentary smile flickered across her face, a rare glimpse of approval as she spoke. Very well, since you appear to be truthful, I'll let you go. I need to discuss something privately with my sister. She concluded, her gaze shifting towards the door, a clear signal for him to leave. As Ren gathered his belongings, he reached for the CDs, only to be stopped by SAE's firm interjection. No, I am keeping these. Makoto can give them to you later. After all, it's not like you can use them right now, she stated decisively. Respecting her decision, Ren bowed politely and made his way out, heading back to LeBlanc with mixed feelings. He wasn't really sure how bad it would be for someone with a palace to have those recordings, but he could only hope that SAE didn't look too deeply into them. However, he turned around in confusion, as he felt the familiar feeling of a new bond being created. I guess it makes for a good show. Isn't that right, Igor? He muttered to himself as his eyes focused on the faint, newly created thread. Makoto, after a frantic search through SAE's belongings, finally emerged from the room with a hint of confusion and apprehension. Her voice carried a blend of hope and nervousness as she ventured. SAE. Do you know where it might be? SAE turned towards her sister, a rare smile breaking through her usually stern demeanor. Oh, I must have forgotten. I left that one in my office, she said. Then, with a casualness that belied the tension-filled room they were in just minutes ago, she added, your friend had something come up, so he had to leave. Confidence. Makoto Najima, the priestess, rank 3. SAE Najima, the judgment, rank 1. Chapter 26, The Hermit. 1687 words. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of another school day, Ren's thoughts drifted to his promise to Sojiro. The details surrounding his request were sketchy at best, but the gravity in Sojiro's eyes had conveyed the severity of the situation. The least he could do was give it a try. Upon arriving at LeBlanc, Ren was greeted by the sight of Sojiro pacing nervously, a rare expression of relief washing over his face as Ren entered. "I've been half expecting you to come strolling in at the last minute, with how late you have been showing up lately," Sojiro commented with a light-hearted smirk, his posture easing. "How about lending me a hand with closing up early today? That way, I can get started on dinner sooner," he suggested, tossing a cleaning rag to Ren. Ren caught the rag effortlessly and began to help clean up, moving in sync with the dwindling cafe crowd. With the departure of the last customer, Ren seized the moment to broach the topic of Sojiro's daughter. "So, about your daughter, could you tell me a bit more about her? I can probably help better if I know a bit more," Ren inquired. Sojiro, caught off guard by the question, smacked his forehead in realization. "Ah, right. I haven't even mentioned her name. It's Futaba Sakura," he said, his gaze drifting upwards as if trying to gather his thoughts. "She's incredibly bright, especially when it comes to computers. But she's also very closed off, so often keeps to herself in her room." Ren nodded, signaling for Sojiro to continue, sensing there was more to the story. With a heavy heart, Sojiro took a deep breath before revealing. "Her mom, she took her own life. Walked right into traffic, right in front of Futaba. She was one of the first cases of mental shutdowns." He paused, the weight of the memory pressing down on him. "Ever since then, Futaba's been withdrawn, shutting herself away from the world. But I can't say I blame her. I don't know what I would do if that had happened to me." Ren's ears perked as he heard Sojiro speak, his expression becoming extremely serious as he spoke. "I see. I think I can try to talk to her. Though, once again, I can't make any promises." Sojiro looked slightly conflicted before he, too, nodded his head. After the two of them had finished closing the store, Sojiro left for his house in order to prepare the food and try to set a good environment for Futaba. He would send a message to Ren letting him know when he should be able to go to his house. After around an hour, Ren received the message. "Sojiro, I'm sorry. She found out that something was off and ran to her room. Maybe we should try again another time." Looking at the message, Ren tapped the table he was sitting at with hesitation before he stood up from the booth, walked over, and rang the doorbell. Sojiro answered the door, slightly surprised, before Ren said. "Let me try something," Ren said, his voice carrying a blend of resolve and reassurance. With a slightly surprised face, Sojiro stepped to the side, allowing Ren to walk in. "Sojiro, could you head back to LeBlanc? I'll send you a message when it's okay to come back. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash," Ren assured him, his tone confident yet calm. After a moment of internal conflict, Sojiro exhaled deeply, a gesture of reluctant trust, and nodded. "Her room is down the hallway, last door on the right," he informed Ren, before reluctantly departing, leaving Ren to navigate this delicate situation on his own. Navigating the silence of the house, Ren approached the last door on the right, and knocked with a rhythm that broke the monotony of the quiet corridors. "Do you want to build a snowman?" he joked, a playful tone in his voice that was met with a brief snort of laughter from within the room. But then, silence reigned once more. Sitting with his back to the door, Ren sought to pierce that silence again. "How is it going in there?" he ventured, only to be greeted by quiet. He would have to start with at least getting a response if he wanted to get anywhere. Thinking for a moment, a mischievous smile appeared on Ren's face as he asked. 1 billion lions or one of every Pokemon? Who wins in a fight?" The silence that followed his question was palpable, but Ren couldn't resist adding. "I mean, it's obviously the lions," Ren said, yet since he hadn't gotten an answer, he was going to try a different way. However, before he could voice it, his phone vibrated with a retort that brought a laugh from him. "Alibaba, one of every Pokemon. Do you even understand what Pokemon are capable of? One earthquake, and it's game over for the lions." "Oh, really?" Ren mused aloud, feigning contemplation. But what about the lion ladder strategy? Alibaba. Yeah, you know, when lions stack up to form a ladder of lions. It's like forming a super lion, Ren bantered back, barely containing his amusement as his phone buzzed with rapid-fire responses. Alibaba, that's the most stupid thing I have ever heard. Alibaba, what are you even doing here? Leave now, or I'll leak your nudes. Ren couldn't help but respond with mock horror. You wouldn't dare, he said as he gasped theatrically. Despite his efforts, silence fell once more, only broken by a new message. Alibaba, why are you here? Pausing, Ren thought before responding with uncharacteristic sincerity. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. It's not usually my thing to do something like this. Alibaba, then leave. I don't want you here. Why's that? Ren pressed gently, hoping to coax more conversation from her, but no further messages came. Full disclosure, Sojiro shared a bit about what you've been through, he began, his eyes closed to gather his thoughts. I once knew someone, a man tough as they come. Saw him laugh off a gun to his face once. He said, have you seen the material that this room is made out of? You'd never be able to get my blood out of it if you shot. He paused, his gaze drifting to the wall, lost in the memory. I used to follow his orders like a puppy. I am who I am today because of him, for better and for worse. Ren said as his voice trailed off. Alibaba, why are you telling me this? Ren took a moment before continuing. This man, his daughter, was his world. But she died in an accident, and it broke him. He closed himself off, and I couldn't do anything to help. Ren said as he sat in silence before sighing. You're right. I should probably leave. He said as he stood up, but just as he was about to start walking away, his phone buzzed once again. Alibaba, wait. Alibaba, what happened to him? Looking at the message, Ren gave a nostalgic smile before speaking up. I don't know. Before I could see him again, I was on the train heading here. I'd like to think he found his way back, maybe rediscovered a bit of who he used to be before the loss. Alibaba, could you tell me more about him? The request brought a light chuckle from Ren, who found himself settling back against the door. One of his rules was always to keep a clean workspace. Something about it being good for the soul. I never quite got it, but now, a bit of clutter makes me restless. Ren shared, a hint of amusement in his tone. Alibaba. Alibaba, you'd probably die if you saw my room. I doubt it. You'd be surprised with the stuff I have cleaned up. If you wanted me to, I could help you clean it. Ren said. Alibaba. Alibaba, maybe next time. By the way, what's the deal with the Alibaba name? Ren asked. Alibaba, don't even get me started. I used to have a cooler name, but then some losers on the internet stole it. It became a bit of a hassle, so I ended up changing it. Time flew by as the two of them continued to talk about random topics, going from random stories to rants about the group of hackers that had stolen her name, Medjed. Enough time had passed without them realizing to make Sojiro worry and wander back into the house. To his surprise, he walked in on Ren and Futaba, having a strange conversation about cleaning products. Catching sight of Sojiro walking in, Ren couldn't hide his yawn. He hadn't realized how late it had gotten until a distraction had come to snap him out of it. Looks like it's time for me to head out, he said, stretching a bit. But I gotta say, that was nice. Haven't really had a chance to think about the past since I got here. He added, getting ready to leave. I'll see YA later. Ren said as he began walking away. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Futaba's door crack open a bit, then quickly shut. Futaba, CYA. Ren gave the smiling Sojiro a quick nod as he walked past, heading back to LeBlanc without another word. Tilde confidence tilde. Futaba Sakura, the Hermit, rank 1. Tilde AN tilde. You know, originally, I hadn't planned on building much on any past before the story began. But as I planned ahead for the Counselor Arcana and the future arcs, I changed my mind slightly. And what better way to start it than with the Hermit? The main meaning of the hermit is the appearance of the hermit in a tarot reading suggests a time for contemplation, solitude, and self-examination. It encourages the curent to look within for answers, emphasizing the importance of solitude in the process of personal growth and understanding. Let me know what you all think. As always, feedback is always welcome. Chapter 27, The Interrogation. 1854 words. I wasn't happy with the first version of the chap, so that's why I didn't post last night. I rewrote it, and now I am much happier with how it turned out. Hope you all enjoy. It looked like school was going to be another dull day. But as he sat in class looking out the window, an announcement played over the intercom. Teachers, please excuse the following students for the day. If your name is called, head to the library. The announcement began, and a list of names followed, echoing through the classroom. Among them were Yuki Mishima, Suzue Shiho, and Takamaki, Ren Amamiya, and Ruja Sakamoto, as well as many of whom were on the volleyball team. This piqued Ren's interest, and he couldn't help but wonder what this was about as he got up, and Mishima in tow. Do you think this is about Kamoshida? Anne whispered, concern lacing her voice. Earning a nod from Ren. Are we in trouble? Mishima added, looking genuinely worried. Ren shook his head, trying to ease their fears. I doubt it, he said, leading the way into the library, now bustling with students. Makoto was there, doing her best to maintain some semblance of order among the crowd. Catching Ren's eye, she quickly made her way over, her voice a hushed whisper. The police are here interviewing students. Kamoshida was sent away by the principal yesterday morning, and no one knows why they are here, but it's probably about him judging by the students that were called over. Ren couldn't help but smile reassuringly at Makoto, who seemed a bit on edge. She pulled him aside, a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor. Hey, did my sister say anything weird to you? She asked, a blush creeping onto her face, which made Ren chuckle. No, just asked what we were doing. Nothing to worry about. Ren assured her, watching her visibly relax. All right, Makoto started, only to be interrupted by more students entering the library, their faces etched with anxiety. Sorry, I've got to handle this, she apologized before dashing off to guide the newcomers. The phantom thieves huddled together at a desk, a bubble of calm in the storm of whispers filling the library. Before Ruja could voice the question hanging on his lips, Ren quickly signaled for silence with a finger to his lips, a glance around the crowded room reminding them of the need for discretion. Have you guys prepared for the exams yet? If not, we can meet up at LeBlanc to study. Ren asked casually. The group looked momentarily confused before they nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Sounds good. And responded with a nod, the group silently acknowledging the hidden meaning behind his words. Thankfully, when they had met up before, they had discussed what would happen if Kamoshida turned himself in. So they knew what they would say to the police if they asked anything. Though this was a bit out of Ren's expectations, they were at least prepared for any questions they might ask. Are you guys studying? A voice sounded behind them, and as they turned around, they saw the nervous Mishima. Sorry for eavesdropping, but I could use a distraction. The group exchanged looks, sensing Mishima's unease. After a brief pause, Shiho offered a tentative invitation. Oh sure. You can join us. As Mishima grabbed a book and sat down with the group, Ren couldn't help but notice just how nervous he looked. Well, as he looked around the room, pretty much everyone here looked nervous except for them. Though his eyes narrowed as he looked at the side glances Mishima was giving him. However, he decided to ignore it for now. Time ticked by in the library, with students being called out one by one for their interviews. Finally, it was Ren's turn. He made his way to the student council room, where he was met with an unexpected sight. Makoto's sister, Sae Najima, was there alongside some police officers. Ren Amamiya. Please take a seat, Sae greeted him formally, opening a folder as he sat down. Oh, Miss Najima. Nice to see you again, Ren responded, offering a polite smile despite the tension. Sae quickly got down to business, flipping through her notes before looking up. Have you had any recent interactions with Kamoshida? She inquired. Ren shook his head, his response firm. No, I haven't seen him since his suspension. Very well. When I talked to the other students, they mentioned that there was an incident between the two of you. Could you elaborate on it? SAE continued, her tone professional but probing. When I first arrived at the school, I noticed that a lot of the students who were a part of the volleyball team acted strangely, and after talking to one of them, I decided to help them, Ren answered. That student, was it Shiho Suzue? SAE pressed on, taking notes as Ren confirmed. Yes. After I learned what was happening from her, I felt I had to do something, Ren explained, his resolve clear in his voice. And you chose to handle this yourself instead of going to the police? SAE questioned with a skeptical turn. Given my past experiences with the police, yes. I thought it was the best course of action. Ren answered, placing some frustration in his voice. Hearing this, SAE nodded her head as she spoke. SAE acknowledged this, her interest piqued. Your case was for assault, correct? Your statement mentioned intervening to help a woman being harassed, a similar case to this one. Yes, I pushed him backward. That was the extent of my crime, though I am sure the official record might tell a different story. Ren confirmed, his tone steady. SAE nodded her head in acknowledgement, as she heard the answer. The interview wrapped up surprisingly quickly, with only a handful of questions that skirted around the edges of Kamoshida's actions rather than diving into the heart of the matter. It left him with a nagging sense of unease as he made his way back to the classroom. It felt more like they were probing for something else entirely. It also didn't make sense for SAE to interview the students personally for a case of an abusive teacher. For someone of her rank, she should be dealing with different types of cases. At first, he thought it was because she was worried for Makoto, but that didn't seem quite right either. His thoughts were interrupted by the final bell, its chime signaling the close of another school day. The group gathered together before they headed towards LeBlanc, their unofficial headquarters. They arrived to find it peppered with the usual patrons, the atmosphere a comforting blend of chatter and the aroma of fresh coffee. Sojiro was currently standing behind the bar, looking at the TV with a concerned expression. And turning to see the group, he pointed at it. Hey, you should see this. The teacher that attacked you is all over the news right now, he said as he turned up the volume on the TV. The group all turned their attention towards it and listened as the news broadcaster spoke. Suguru Kamoshida, a respected teacher at Shujin Academy and former Olympic medalist, stunned the police by walking into the station yesterday evening, intent on confessing to a series of heinous crimes. These allegations include abuse of power, assault, blackmail, sexual harassment, and rape. This revelation casts a long shadow over the president of the Ministry of Education, raising serious questions about the oversight of educators. As new elections draw closer, we should take this in mind when deciding on his re-election. The TV screen changed to show a picture of Kamoshida before proceeding. The police officers commented that he appeared to be in clear distress when he arrived. As the police tried to apprehend him, the former Olympic medal winner suffered from a mental shutdown, which resulted in his death a few hours later. The police are still trying to investigate the cause of it, though they believe his panic in trying to confess was partly related to it. The strange phenomenon known as a mental shutdown has started to become more frequent. As Kamoshida's image flashed across the screen, the reporter continued. Upon his arrival at the station, Kamoshida appeared extremely distressed. In a tragic turn of events, he suffered a mental shutdown while in custody, leading to his unexpected death a few hours later. The strange phenomenon known as a mental shutdown, which is still under investigation, has sparked widespread concern due to its increasing frequency. The room fell silent, the weight of the news settling heavily on everyone's shoulders. The rest of the group all had shocked expressions, but Ren had a frown on his face. It didn't seem right. Though he wasn't yet an expert in the metaverse, he should stay alive as long as his shadow wasn't killed. Makoto had even seen him the day before, and if he had shown up at the school, then that was probably a sign that something had changed. The group behind him was exchanging uncomfortable looks before Ren spoke up. Sojiro, we are going to be upstairs, Ren said, earning a nod from him as they all walked into his room. Once settled in the relative privacy of Ren's room, the group's silence was a testament to the gravity of the situation. It was Shiho who broke the quiet, her voice tinged with frustration. So even after we spared him, he still ended up dying before he could face justice for what he did. Did we? Could it somehow be our fault? Anne's voice followed, laced with guilt and uncertainty. The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. But Ren, who had been piecing together the fragments of the puzzle, shook his head with conviction. No, this isn't on us. Something weird has to be going on. There's something else at play here. Mental shutdowns have been occurring well before we even stumbled upon the existence of palaces. As Ren said this, Morgana climbed in through the slightly opened window. I agree, even with the collapse of the palace, the shadow should have remained unharmed. As if on cue, Morgana made his entrance through a slightly ajar window, adding weight to Ren's theory. Indeed, even if a palace collapses, its shadow should remain intact. What do you think? Ren asked as he saw the cat jump into his bed and sit down. Morgana closed his eyes for a second before saying, I'm not entirely sure what we are dealing with, but there's a place where we might find some answers, he finally said, his tail swishing through the air with a slight trace of excitement. You are all free tomorrow, so that makes it the perfect opportunity for us to explore. Ren's response came quickly, his voice carrying a resolve that seemed to anchor the group's spiraling thoughts. I agree, he said with determination, with his eyes full of curiosity. It's time to go to Mementos. Chapter 28, The Scalpel. 1,731 words. As they ventured into Mementos, the eerie red glow that suffused the air lent an otherworldly quality to the sprawling subway labyrinth. The chains, red veins, and the overwhelming crimson atmosphere enveloped them, creating a palpable sense of unease and curiosity among the group. Anne's voice, tinged with a mixture of awe and apprehension, broke the silence. So this is everyone's palace, Anne said as her gaze swept across the gloomy expanse. The collective unconscious, Shiho added softly. Walking forward in front of the group, Ren looked around in search of Jose. But the strange kid with a connection to Mementos was nowhere to be seen at the moment. That was, until Ren felt a strange vibration in the wishing star that Jose had given him, almost as if pointing him in a direction to follow. This place must be pretty massive then. How are we gonna get around? Ruja questioned, his voice echoing slightly in the vast, empty space. Morgana's response came with a hint of mischief, his laughter echoing slightly in the vast space. He, now this is where I come in. Morgana transform. With a theatrical leap, he transformed into a small bus, eliciting a mix of surprise and amusement from the group. Ren turned his attention from the star to the bus, his eyebrow raising in surprise. For some reason, cats turning into buses is an extremely widespread cognition amongst the general public. Which means I can also do so, Morgana said with a proud expression before adding. Shiho, Anne, ladies first. So anything that becomes common knowledge amongst the public can also manifest in here? Ren asked with curiosity. Morgana, now in his bus form, confirmed. Yeah, in theory, it should work. We are in the world of cognition, after all. Morgana answered before nudging everyone to enter, eager to explore the depths of the place. With a thoughtful nod, Ren made a mental note of Morgana's explanation before sliding into the driver's seat, the rest of the group settling in behind him. Morgana, do you know how to find the shadow of Principal Kobayakawa? Ren asked with curiosity. Of course, just give me 1 second, Morgana responded, a brief silence falling as he attempted to locate their target. After a moment, he admitted, well, actually, he might be a bit far from us because I can't sense him anywhere. All right, in that case, we have a quick stop to make, Ren declared, steering the Morgana bus down the seemingly endless tracks in the direction the wishing star pulled him. The shadows they encountered in Mementos were starkly different from those in Kamoshida's castle. These were not armored knights, but gargantuan, humanoid shadow monsters, adorned with countless masks. They roamed the tracks aimlessly until the sight of the Morgana bus sparked a frenzied aggression in them. Yet, for all their menacing appearance, these shadows were surprisingly weak. At least when compared to their fight with Kamoshida, the group was able to overwhelm their enemies with relative ease. The shadows around here must have also noticed the difference in strength, because a few more shadows had joined Ren, just like Pixie had done before. Weaving through the labyrinth tracks, the phantom thieves eventually arrived at some stairs that led deeper into mementos. As they descended the stairs, they were greeted by a massive, ornate wall with strange engravings blocking the path down. Morgana, who had returned to his cartoonish cat form to descend the stairs, ran ahead of the group towards the wall, but to his dismay, the wall didn't budge. Crap, it's just like before. The path closes off right here, he lamented, his frustration palpable, as he gave the wall a futile kick. Ren looked at the strange wall with his third eye, trying to gain any information, but even then, he couldn't sense anything. Walking forward, he reached to touch the engravings, yet the moment his hand made contact with the wall, it trembled. He could feel the wishing star in his pocket warm up slightly as the wall began to open up. Ryuji couldn't hide his amusement at the turn of events. Ha! I guess Ren's got that magic touch, he quipped, eager to understand the sudden change. How'd you do that? Pulling out the shining star from his pocket, the group looked at it with amazement. When I first came to Mementos, I met a kid named Jose. He gave me this star as a sign of friendship. I knew it could do something, but now I have a better idea of what that is. Ren said before putting the star back in his pocket. There was a kid in Mementos. Ryuji asked with confusion. He wasn't human. I'm not sure what he was, but he seems pretty friendly. And he knows the way to Kobayakawa. The kid has a strange connection with Mementos. Ren elaborated, sharing his insights as they ventured beyond the now open wall. The floor beyond the wall was slightly different than the one before it. The oppressive chains and pulsating veins remained, but the overwhelming crimson was replaced by a thick, dark blue fog. This shift in scenery brought with it an almost imperceptible sense of unease, a subtle discomfort that lingered at the edges of their consciousness. Not so long after the group descended, as if summoned by their conversation, a pair of headlights pierced the darkness, a small car racing towards them with a series of cheerful honks before coming to a halt. Hey! I was wondering when you were coming back. And you brought your friends with you this time. Are you ready to go help out your other friend? Jose greeted them with infectious enthusiasm, as he hopped out of the car and walked towards them. Ren responded with a warm smile, introducing his companions to Jose. After which he said, Hey Jose, I think we are ready. Could you lead the way? Absolutely, leave it to me. Jose replied, his smile radiant. He leaped into his car, and as it came to life, they all set off, following him deeper into the enigmatic world of Mementos. The connection the kid had with Mementos must have been something special, because it was almost as if he could glimpse deeper into it than everyone else. He approached what seemed like dead ends, only for the walls to crumble before his car, revealing new passages, as if obeying his silent command. As they ventured further, guided by Jose's mysterious ability to shape the realm, the atmosphere around them shifted, growing increasingly oppressive with each new layer they penetrated. Yet, remarkably, the shadows that typically prowled Mementos were absent from the paths Jose chose, offering them an unobstructed passage. The strain of the heavy atmosphere began to take its toll on Ren and the group, who contemplated calling off their mission. However, before they did, they came to a halt before a massive wall. He's here, he exclaimed, his voice not burdened at all by the heavy atmosphere. As they stepped out, the weight of Memento's depths was palpable, prompting Anne to voice her concern. I'm not sure if I can fight under this pressure, she admitted, visibly struggling with the oppressive environment. Ryuji and Shiho, though slightly more resilient, were clearly affected. The heavy atmosphere was not going to allow them all to fight at full strength. That was, at least, until the group could build some resistance to it. Observing the toll the environment was taking on his friends, Ren faced a difficult realization. We might not be strong enough for a direct fight, he admitted with a sigh. Yet just as he was about to call the mission off until they were stronger, he felt the scalpel that Igor had given him tremble once again, reminding him of its presence. Almost as if to reinforce the call, he felt Tartuffe beckoning him forward. After a brief moment to think, he opened his eyes with determination as he spoke. I'll go in by myself. Worst case scenario, I can use one of my personas to escape. I'll sneak in and get an idea of what we are dealing with. Morgana, you stay here in bus form and prepare to escape if anything bad happens, understood? Ren asked, earning a few determined nods from the group. Are you sure it is not too dangerous? Shiho asked with concern. Ren reassured her with a calm voice. At the first sign of danger, I'll retreat. His confidence dispelled part of her worry as she jumped onto the bus. The wall that blocked the path crumbled under a simple tap of Jose's hammer. A hammer he had pulled out of seemingly nowhere. Opening the path. With the way forward now open, Ren proceeded with caution, his steps measured as he navigated the newly revealed corridor. Once he was sure the rest of his team was out of sight, he called forth Tartuffe. Ren observed intently as the shadow beneath him expanded, giving form to the inky black, shadow-like, featureless figure of Tartuffe, who held the blue scalpel in his hand. Time seemed to slow, drawing attention to Tartuffe's deliberate actions as he raised the scalpel to its own face. Tartuffe cut along where its face would be, delicately tracing the perimeter. With a soft movement, Tartuffe revealed a mask of inky blackness devoid of any distinguishing traits. The inside of this mask was a nest of dark, teeth-like tentacles writhing in anticipation. They appeared sentient, ready to attach themselves to a face with a hunger for connection. As Tartuffe fashioned the mask, Ren was overcome by a sudden, overwhelming sensation. A visceral wave of nausea and pain washed over him, making it feel as if his very insides were in turmoil, on the verge of tearing him apart. This intense discomfort brought him to his knees, robbing him of his breath in a mere instant. But as quickly as it had arrived, the wave of discomfort vanished, leaving him gasping for air. Yet, even after the strange sensation was gone, Ren still felt something was wrong. Staring at the mask, Ren couldn't shake off a creeping sense of unease that clung to him, a discomfort that intensified with the sound of a deep, familiar chuckle echoing off the walls of mementos. Confidence. Igor, the Fool, Rank 4. Chapter 29, The Principal. 1883 words. Ren had to take a minute or two to compose himself before he could stand up. Looking at the mask in Tartuffe's hands, he couldn't help but remember the words that Igor had told him. It was through masks that control could be exerted. From those words and the appearance of the mask, he could venture a pretty easy guess as to what it might do. But even then, Ren promised himself never to use it again unless it was completely necessary. As he walked, he couldn't help but wonder what other capabilities the scalpel could have. However, from now on, he would be extremely careful whenever he used it. He didn't feel right at the moment, but if he stayed here too long, he was sure the rest of the group would worry and probably come looking for him. So he decided to shake off the discomfort for now and stand up before continuing his careful search. After walking for a few more moments, he spotted the figure of Kobayakawa. The shadow was pacing back and forth, ensnared in his own anxious mutterings, until he suddenly stopped. Sensing something amiss, he spun around, peering into the darkness in which Ren hid. Damn it! I knew it. Kobayakawa muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with desperation. After dropping to his knees, he launched into a frenzied plea. I swear I told that idiot to stay put. I didn't expect that idiot to rush to the police right after I told him to go home. His words spilled out in a mix of fear and confusion, a stark contrast to the authoritative figure he presented in the real world. Hidden in the shadows, Ren absorbed every word. And after thinking for a moment, he decided to remain hidden. Hearing no response, Kobayakawa's anxiety escalated. His words now shifting the blame. The moment Kamoshida showed up at the school, I called the director. If anything, it's your fault for not dealing with him sooner. His outburst, fueled by anger, quickly dissolved into fear-laden apologies as he crumbled in fear. Ren's eyes widened as he heard the words that confirmed his previous suspicion. Someone else had been behind Kamoshida's mental shutdown. Not only that, but that person was related to Kobayawa in some way. Seizing the moment, Ren decided to probe deeper. His voice tinged with feigned anger to elicit more from the principal. My fault, he called out from the darkness, the simplicity of the question striking a nerve. Kobayakawa's reaction was immediate and intense, his fear palpable, as he blurted out a frantic apology. "No, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. But I saw the news. I couldn't complete my part, but at least we managed to shift the blame to the Ministry of Education. As long as the others do their part, my mistake won't matter." Kobayakawa shouted with panic. Sensing that he was on the verge of a breakdown, which might make him attack in desperation, Ren stepped into the light. His appearance seemed to snap Kobayakawa back from his spiral, calming him slightly. "I see. Maybe you're right," Ren said, approaching him with calculated steps. "I suppose the boss would think it's a waste to get rid of you now," he added. Kobayakawa's response was one of palpable relief, the tension visibly draining from him as he clung to Ren's words as a lifeline. "Thank you. I swear, from now on, I won't fail any mission," Kobayakawa said with relief as Ren finally stood in front of him. "No, you won't," Ren said with a gentle smile. The moment the words left his mouth, Tartuffe's hand shot out from the shadows with the mask in his hands. Before the principal even had a chance to react, the mask latched onto his face. The teeth-like tentacles of the mask secured themselves firmly, ensuring no chance of removal. Kobayakawa fell to the ground as he struggled to remove the mask, yet after a few moments, he stopped moving. The mask merged seamlessly into his skin until it vanished entirely. Rising, the principal's demeanor had changed entirely, now looking to Ren with a readiness to follow his lead. "Who is the director?" Ren asked with curiosity, as he analyzed the expression of the shadow. "The director of the Special Investigations Unit," Kobayakawa replied, his tone devoid of the fear that had consumed him moments before. "What was your mission?" Ren pressed further. "To create a scandal in the school to discredit the Ministry of Education right before the election season," he revealed, confirming Ren's suspicions of a plot that went beyond the school's walls. Ren continued to ask questions for a few more moments, but the answers he got became increasingly disappointing. Maybe it was to be expected, but the principal seemed relatively clueless about the more important parts of the conspiracy. He didn't know who the leader was. He didn't know who else was involved other than his main contact. He didn't know who was behind the mental shutdowns other than they were being ordered by the director. All he knew was the things that related to his mission. By the time Ren finished questioning him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of frustration as he muttered to himself. "I could have used that mask with someone more useful," he said in annoyance, but even after he tried to remove it, the mask had irreversibly bonded with Kobayakawa. With a sense of resignation, Ren issued his final instructions. "Continue acting as normal for now. Forget anything that happened in here today. If you ever find anything useful, or receive any more orders from them, make an announcement in your school and ask for assistance rearranging the books in your library," he directed, receiving a nod of acknowledgement from the principal before turning to leave. As he left Kobayakawa behind, he could hear him begin muttering to himself in worry as he began pacing around the room once again, just like he had done before he arrived. After the group saw him exit the passageway calmly, they jumped out of the bus before rushing to surround him. "Did you find out anything?" Ruju blurted out, barely containing his curiosity. Anne, however, moved closer, her hands cupping Ren's face with a gentleness that hid her urgency. Anne?" Shiho's voice trailed off in confusion, but Anne's focus remained unbroken. As she scrutinized Ren's face, her expression shifted through a whirlwind of emotions, finally settling on concern. "Did something happen?" "You look different," she inquired, her fingers tracing the contours of his face, as if trying to decipher a hidden message before reluctantly letting go. "You think?" Ruji asked as he got a closer look at Ren before shrugging. "He looks the same to me." Ren, caught off guard by her intensity, was momentarily transported back to the unsettling sensation that had washed over him during the creation of the mask. Shaking off the memory, he offered a reassurance that failed to mask his own confusion. "It's probably nothing," he said reassuringly before giving her a warm yet tired smile. "Come on, we should probably head back. I'll fill you guys in on the way back." Jose had guided them all the way up back to the entrance before driving away after saying his goodbyes. Hopping back into his car and driving into the depths once again. Leaving the phantom thieves to discuss what had happened below in the now less strenuous environment. For real. Rouge's voice was filled with disbelief as Ren recounted the interactions with Kobayakawa. Rather than speaking of the mask he had created, Ren simply told them the story, as if he had just remained in the shadows the whole time. So the phantom thieves now knew that there was someone else using the metaverse as a weapon. Morgana, ever the thinker, pieced the information together. It does make sense, he mused before a realization struck him. If he's been behind the mental shutdowns, then he must also have access to mementos. We need to be careful about revealing our identities, even here. You never know who's listening. The idea of nicknames seemed to pique Rouge's interest. So we're getting code names, he asked, receiving an affirmative nod from Morgana. I've actually been thinking about this. Morgana began, turning his attention to Ren. For our leader, Joker seems fitting, given his unique ability with personas. As for me, Mona will do, considering I'm not exactly chatty with the public. The group seemed on board with the suggestions, prompting Morgana to proceed with his role assignments. Rouge, how about Skull for you? Nice and simple, and it matches your mask, Mona proposed, to which Rouge shrugged and agreed. When it came to Anne, Morgana ventured. For our lovely lady, Anne, how about Cougar? Hell no. Anne was quick to cut him off, her objection resounding clear. I'm more of a panther, don't you think, she countered, her objection sparking laughter among the group. A bit flustered but moving on, Morgana addressed Shiho. And for Shiho, Siren seems appropriate. Your persona tends to disorient our enemies. Your mask doesn't have anything too distinct, so Siren is the best fit I could think of. Shiho's response was immediate, her smile brightening the room. I love it, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. After the group had finally settled on their new code names, Ren spoke up. Now that we have our code names, the next step is to think about what's next. Even with the new information, I think we should still focus on the mission we have in Shibuya. He said, earning the attention of the group before continuing. Meeting the director of SIU directly is off the table for now, but I think I might have a way in. Makoto's sister works under him, so I might be able to get closer to her to learn more about him. As he said that, Ren remembered. And speaking of Makoto's sister, she's got a palace. Ren mentioned, causing a stir of surprise among his teammates. For real. She seemed pretty normal during my interview. I guess that should be another person on our list, no? Rouge said before Ren shook his head. I am still working on learning the distortion. But you're right, we should keep an eye on her. I'm not sure whether she is also working with the director, but if she isn't, she might be a great ally to have. Ren said. Turning serious, Ren continued. If there is one thing we should learn from our trip to Mementos today, it is that we are still quite weak. We need to make sure to continue practicing so that we will be able to withstand the pressure at the lower levels. We never know when we will have to go down into the depths to deal with a target. For now, we should head back and get some rest. Mona, I'm counting on you to get more information. Ren said, earning a nod from the group. Yet, as they all began departing, Ren stopped before turning to the glowing blue door. You guys can go ahead for now. There's one last thing I need to do. Chapter 30, The Tower. 1855 words. Ren's awakening to the melodic cascade of piano notes that filled the room was abrupt yet mystically serene. His gaze, initially blurred by the transition, sharpened as he locked eyes with Igor, the master of the Velvet Room. Igor's response to Ren's presence was a deep, resonant chuckle that seemed to echo off the Velvet Room's walls. Trickster, it appears you have embraced the gift bestowed upon you. Tell me, how does it feel to wield such control over others? He inquired, a curious smile playing on his lips. Ren inhaled deeply, searching for the words to describe his recent experiences. It's strange, he confessed, his voice tinged with unease. Creating the mask. It felt wrong, he admitted, seeking understanding or perhaps reassurance. Igor's response came in the form of hearty laughter, a sound that seemed almost too grand for the confines of their surroundings. Humans, in their essence, are creatures of contradiction. They may not always be aware, but there exists within them a deep-seated desire to be controlled. Igor explained, his tone shifting to one of instruction. With a snap of his fingers, Caroline and Justine emerged, their steps measured as they approached. Justine approached Ren with a small, ornate mirror, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. As Ren glanced at his reflection, he couldn't help but be surprised. His normally dark eyes now had a subtle yet unmistakable yellow hue. The power I bestowed upon you is beyond what most humans can comprehend, let alone wield. They are not even worthy of using it. Igor continued, his smile widening. Consider this a boon, trickster. Embrace the strength I've given you, and you shall transcend their limitations, he declared as he signaled to the twins with his hand. With my power, you shall become like them. Hearing his words, Ren wasn't quite sure how to react. But he decided to place his trust in Igor, the one who had given him a second chance. He nodded in acknowledgement, pushing aside the doubt he felt. Good. Igor responded with a note of approval in his voice upon witnessing Ren's silent agreement. Trickster, the time has come to broaden your access to the capabilities afforded by the Velvet Room. The challenges that await demand more than what you currently possess. Remember, the Velvet Room offers many advantages. Caroline and Justine will guide you now. He stated, the finality in his tone marking the end of their conversation, as the curtains drew closed, leaving Ren in the company of the twins. Justine, her demeanor a mix of professionalism and concern, addressed Ren. Trickster. She paused, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts, before continuing, we are tasked with introducing you to the rehearsal room. With a gesture, the curtains reopened, not to reveal the audience Ren might have expected, but a smaller, more intimate stage designed for a different purpose. This space, Caroline took over, her voice firm yet infused with a hint of excitement, allows you to leave behind the personas you've bonded with to further their development. Think of it as a form of isolation training, where a persona can hone its abilities, learning new skills in the process. She elaborated, echoing her sister's introduction. As Ren took in the expanse of the new room, pondering the possibilities it held, Caroline's voice broke through his contemplation, hinting at yet another layer of the Velvet Room's assistance. In addition, we've been tasked with a new challenge for you, to ensure you're making the most of the Velvet Room, she announced, her tone suggesting the importance of what was to come. Justine, with a notepad in hand, elaborated on Caroline's introduction. To gauge your understanding and effective use of our resources, you'll be required to fuse personas according to specific criteria we set forth, she explained. The first task was to create a Jack Frost capable of wielding Mabufu, a seemingly straightforward task that piqued Ren's interest. Seems simple enough, Ren mused, already mentally mapping out the fusion process. However, before he could take his first step, an overwhelming headache seized him, causing him to fall to the floor. Trickster. The twins' voices echoed in unison, laced with concern, as they rushed to his side. As they attended to him, Ren's eyes flickered a brilliant yellow before gradually settling back to their usual dark hue, albeit noticeably lighter than before. Observing Ren's discomfort, Justine advised. Trickster, it's best you rest for now. The requests can wait until you've recovered. With gentle insistence, the twins helped Ren to his feet and escorted him to the Velvet Room's exit. Once outside, Ren made his way home before collapsing into his bed. He had left the window slightly open for Morgana to come in and out, yet it seemed something else had managed to sneak into his room. A familiar, ethereal blue butterfly sat on his desk with its wings slowly opening and closing before it fluttered into the air and out the window. When he woke up the next day, he still had a lingering headache, so he decided to head home after school without doing anything else. But the day after, he felt as if he was back to normal, yet the subtle change in his eyes was enough proof of the events of the past days. Once school was over, he was approached by Shiho. Hey, would you like to hang out? Anne's tied up with her modeling work, and there's some things I've been wanting to try, she suggested. Laughing warmly, Ren answered. Count me in. he said before realizing something. You know, I don't think we have had the chance to hang out, just the two of us, since we met. It's strange when you think about how we were the ones who started all of this, isn't it? He mused, matching Shiho's pace, as they left the school grounds. Shiho, wearing a gentle smile, nodded in agreement. I know. It's been a whirlwind, hasn't it? I'm actually glad that Mona is taking his time gathering information, because at least it gives us a chance to take a break and mentally regroup. Laughing out loud, Ren said. To tell you the truth, it's all that has been on my mind since I moved here. Every single day, I have worked on trying to figure out all of this metaverse stuff. It's getting to the point that I have to juggle so many things in my mind that everything is starting to blend together. Hearing his words, Shiho looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, I had a few places in mind, but now I think I know just the spot for us. Come on, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious, as she led Ren towards the train station. The two of them rode the train until arriving at Kichijoji, a surprisingly welcoming neighborhood. It was packed with small shops selling everyday items, clothing stores, bakeries, and casual restaurants. Seemingly an endless maze of narrow back streets, which Shiho was quite familiar with. As she guided him through the streets, the two of them eventually arrived at a small temple tucked away from the bustling streets. The temple monk, recognizing Shiho, greeted her with a warmth that spoke volumes of her previous visits. Ah, if it isn't Miss Suzue. We've missed your presence. It's been a while since your last visit, he remarked, his smile genuine and welcoming. Volleyball practice kind of took over my life for some time, but now I have a bit more time. Is my usual spot available? She inquired, her voice carrying a mix of hope and nostalgia. The monk chuckled softly, his fondness for Shiho evident. Technically, that area is not for guests, but for you, we'll make an exception. Please, go ahead, he replied, stepping aside to let them pass. After placing a donation in a small box, Shiho gestured for Ren to follow her deeper into the temple grounds, where they found a majestic tree standing guard at the edge of the property. I didn't take you for someone who would visit temples. Ren, intrigued by this side of Shiho, remarked. Shiho, sitting beneath the tree and patting the ground beside her for Ren to join, replied with a touch of melancholy. Yeah, I used to come here a lot when I was a kid. I'm not really that person anymore. As Ren settled next to her, the serenity of their surroundings enveloping them, he asked. What changed? Kamoshida, she said simply, the weight of that name hanging in the air. Ren acknowledged her statement with a nod, offering her space to continue. Breaking the silence, Shiho confided. I'm thinking of quitting volleyball. It was my dream to go pro, but now it just brings back bad memories. Her laugh, though soft, carried a hint of sadness as she added. I didn't even realize I was drowning back then. But now that I am out of the water, it all seems so clear. Listening to Shiho, Ren took a moment to process her words before answering. I can't say I fully understand. He said honestly. But I would like to. Shiho's smile in response to Ren's words seemed to light up the tranquil space beneath the tree. The comfortable silence that followed allowed them to soak in the peaceful ambience until Shiho ventured into a new topic. I have always sucked at art. She confessed out of the blue, sparking a look of confusion from Ren. Yet his puzzled look only seemed to broaden her smile. It's something I have always wanted to change about myself, but I've never had the confidence to actually take a class. Plus, with school and volleyball, I never even had the time. I was hoping, maybe, you'd be interested in joining a class with me. She asked, her voice tinged with a hopeful nervousness. Ren's response was immediate, his interest piqued by the prospect of exploring something new. That actually sounds fun. Have you already found a class? Have you looked into any classes? He inquired, genuinely curious. Shiho's excitement was palpable, as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I've found something interesting. There's this famous artist, Madarame, who offers special classes. They are quite pricey, so I thought we could attend sessions taught by his students instead. The instructor changes with each session, which should keep things interesting. They are designed for all skill levels, and Madaraim believes teaching is beneficial practice for his students. Plus, they are not that expensive, she said with excitement. Count me in, Ren confirmed, his agreement sparking an even brighter excitement in Shiho's eyes. With their plans for the art class now laid out, they allowed themselves a moment of quiet reflection, sitting under the expansive branches of the tree. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed miles away, replaced by the temple's peaceful ambience and the gentle symphony of nature surrounding them. In this calm environment, an ethereal blue butterfly rested quietly upon a nearby branch. Its wings gently fluttered as if it, too, was basking in the ambience. Confidence. Shiho Suzue, The Tower, Rank 4. Chapter 31, The Chariot. 1,415 words. If I ever don't post a chap without an explanation, you can safely assume I fell asleep, lol. It happens. Also, whoops, after rewatching N's Confident Rank 4, I just realized that this whole time I read the wiki wrong, and Shiho was the one telling, and that her painting sucked, not the other way around. Not really the biggest of deals, and I already set up some stuff with it, so we are rolling with it, lol. Anyways, enjoy. The following day, the Phantom Thieves went to the gym for their group exercise session. Afterward, Ruji and Ren split off to grab food at the ramen place since and had to go to her modeling job, and Shiho went with her. As they settled into the comforting warmth of the ramen shop, Ren couldn't help but notice Ruji's discomfort, his hand instinctively massaging his leg under the table. How's your leg doing? Ren asked. Ruji paused, offering a smile and a casual wave of dismissal. It's okay. Just needs more time to adjust, that's all, he replied, attempting to downplay his discomfort. Does it bother you in the metaverse too? Ren probed further with curiosity. Yeah, a bit. But it's manageable. It's only when we are running around like crazy that I feel it. Feels a bit lighter there, though. Ruji admitted, shifting his leg as if to gauge the pain. The conversation took a deeper dive as Ren asked. I know you've said that Kamoshida broke your leg, but how did that end up happening? Ruji's expression darkened, a mix of annoyance and bitterness surfacing. Dude, don't get me started on that guy. He wanted to get rid of the track team, so he could just focus on volleyball, so he kept giving us ridiculous tasks. That bastard also had it out for me since day one, he said, the anger palpable in his voice. What did he do? Ren asked. Ruji's annoyance was evident as his leg began to bounce with pent-up energy. To tell YA the truth. My mom's the only one I got. All my dad used to do, when he was around, was drink and beat stuff. I don't know how Kamoshida found out, but when he brought that up in front of the whole team, I just snapped. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground with a broken leg. Ren nodded, knowing what came after. He called it self-defense and got away with it. Exactly, Ruji confirmed, his voice tinged with defeat. Not only that, but he shot down the track team because of it. So after that, none of my friends would even talk to me. They all called me a traitor because I lost their chance at the championship. And to be fair, they are not wrong, he said dejectedly. Ren shook his head, offering a different perspective. No, I'm sure anyone else would have snapped in your position. It was only a matter of time until he managed to shut down the team. After all, the king gets what he wants, he joked, drawing a brief chuckle from Ruji. Yeah, for real, he said as a small smile crept up on his face. You know, I only stumbled onto the team by chance, but I am really glad I did. I was kind of the outcast in the school, but now I've got some people I can count on. Why I know. Leaning back in his chair, a grin spreading across his face, Ren chimed in. Yeah, I can't imagine fighting Kamoshida without your help. Even though you and I were both being flung around like ragdolls, he said, the laughter bubbling up between them as they reminisced about their not-so-graceful moments. Once they had finished their meal, Ren, intrigued by an idea, turned to Ruji with a proposition. Hey, how about we head to the metaverse? I've got something I want to test, Ren suggested, after paying for the food. Should I hit up the others? Ruji asked, ready to dive into whatever Ren had planned, but Ren quickly shook his head. No, we will stay near the entrance. I just want to try out something. I can't promise anything, but I have an idea of how to fix your leg. Ren explained, his words sparking a mixture of surprise and hope in Ruji. Dude, are you for real? Ruji asked with shock. But I thought the healing didn't work. Ruji responded, visibly taken aback. That's the thing. Ren elaborated as they made their way to the train station. The metaverse revolves around cognition. It sounds stupid, but believing something will work over there is the most important part. Kinda how like the model guns turn into real ones over there. He explained, earning a nod from Ruji. I can't say for sure, but I have two theories at the moment. One is that you don't believe the healing will fix your leg, so it simply doesn't. And the other is that you are used to being this way, so when the healing brings you back up to full, you end up as you are now. Ruji pondered Ren's theories, a glint of optimism in his eyes, as they found a discreet spot to transition to the metaverse. Navigation complete. Stepping into the shadowy expanse of mementos, Ren had a plan. Take a quick run around, Ruji. Focus on how your leg feels, he instructed, setting the stage for their experiment. After a brisk lap, Ruji settled on the cool concrete floor with anticipation. Remember, this is a world in which if you think yourself a king, you become one. Ren said as a reminder before Ruji nodded in acknowledgement. Effing crazy world can heal my leg, Ruji started muttering, his eyes shut tight, a mix of concentration and sheer willpower. As Ren observed him, he called upon one of the personas that had joined him during their last venture to Mementos, Angel. A celestial woman appeared, wearing practically no clothing. Her pure white wings extended through the air before gently resting by her sides. Through the blindfold on her face, Angel looked down at Ruji, letting out a kind smile and a wave of encouraging soft laughter. With a grace befitting her name, Angel knelt down, extending her hands towards Ruji's leg. A radiant, healing energy flowed from her fingertips, enveloping the area in a comforting glow. Once Ruji felt the soothing warmth, his resolve deepened. Repeating the exact words over and over with increasing confidence, allowing the sensation to wash over him. After Angel's healing session concluded, she offered Ruji a soft, reassuring smile, transforming into a mask that seamlessly returned to Ren. So, feel any different? Ren inquired, watching as Ruji slowly opened his eyes, a cautious blend of hope and surprise in his gaze. Yeah, I actually do, Ruji responded, his voice tinged with a mix of disbelief and thrill. He cautiously rose to his feet, testing his leg with a few basic movements. A grin broke across his face, growing wider with each step, until he couldn't contain himself any longer. He burst into a sprint along the tracks near Memento's entrance with surprising speed. Until he accidentally stumbled and crashed onto the ground. Yet rather than letting out a grunt of pain, he let out a laughter filled with joy. Dude, it worked, he exclaimed, picking himself up with an energy Ren hadn't seen in him before. There's still a little discomfort, but man, I'm feeling so much better. Next time we are here, maybe Shiho can give it a go with her healing, too, Ruji suggested, already bouncing on his heels, eager to push his newly regained strength to its limits. His excitement was infectious, as he ran over to Ren, and put a hand on Ren's shoulder for a quick, celebratory side hug before he said. Dude, I know we just wrapped up, but how about hitting the gym again? I gotta test out this leg. I gotta see what I can really do on the treadmill. Race you there? Without waiting for response, Ruji was already sprinting towards the exit of Mementos, his challenge hanging in the air. Looking at Ruji running, Ren couldn't help but shake his head with a slight smile. And after hesitating for a moment, he, too, burst into a sprint, trying to catch up. Confidence. Ruji Sakamoto, The Chariot, Rank 3 Rank 4. Chapter 32, The Right Tools for the Job. 1,651 words. The following day, under a sky veiled by gentle clouds, Anne approached Ren with a determination to continue strengthening her heart. Together, they ventured back to the park, where the air was crisp and invigorating, setting a perfect stage for their walk. As they prepared to start their stroll, Anne extended her hand so that Ren would hold it like last time. Ren's response was a soft chuckle, a light-hearted acknowledgement of the ritual they were creating. What are you laughing for? This is part of it. Anne asked, a shade of pink tinting her cheeks, her embarrassment fleeting as Ren clasped her hand and drew her slightly closer. You're right. That means I should do my part. He agreed, removing his glasses to meet her gaze directly, a gesture that deepened her blush, but also lightened her step, as they began their walk through the park. Last time, you said it was my turn, so go ahead and choose. Ren prompted, letting the calm of the park guide their pace. Anne's gaze wandered, landing on a young boy engrossed in a manga on a nearby bench. Ren observed the scene, a playful glint in his eye as he conjured up a narrative. I bet he is lost in what he is reading right now. Judging by the manga he's into, maybe he dreams of ruling the underworld as a mafia boss. He'll eventually stumble upon one of the darker sides of the city, and he'll do something to impress the boss of a mafia family, becoming his underling. Ren mused, his tone light, but imaginative, drawing a playful eye roll from Anne. And then what? She probed, amusement lacing her voice as they continued their leisurely walk. Who knows? Ren shrugged, his smile unwavering. Your turn. How does his story unfold? Anne played along, her voice carrying a whimsical edge. Well, I think he breaks away from the family eventually and starts his own faction. Trying to become the new top dog. She speculated, her creativity matching Ren's as they passed the boy, lost in his fictional adventures. Yeah, you're probably right. Ren said as he shook his head with a smile as the two of them walked past the kid. You know, I used to idolize a character from an anime when I was younger, a female thief. She was always at odds with the hero, yet she never truly lost. Always slipping away to return another day, and shared, her gaze drifting to the clouds above. She was everything I admired, beautiful, strong, unapologetically herself, and she stood by her own sense of justice, no matter what. Ren's laughter was light, a spark of mischief in his eyes as he made the playful comparison. Reminds me of someone I know, he said, his glance shifting to Anne, the tease clear in his voice. Caught slightly off guard, Anne's reaction was a blend of surprise and delight. You really think I'm like her? She inquired, the idea seeming to both flatter and amuse her. Absolutely, Ren confirmed with a nod, his affirmation bringing a fresh wave of color to her cheeks. After coughing awkwardly to hide her embarrassment, she said. So what about you? She asked, trying to change the topic. Me? Well, I got the Phantom Thieves now, don't I? Ren said with a joking tone, causing realization to dawn on Anne before she asked. Wait, really? So did you do bad stuff? She asked with surprise, earning a chuckle from him. I was pretty young back then, so I mostly was a fly on the wall. Ironically, I think the boss just kept me around so that I would stay out of trouble. Ren shared, partially telling the truth. Just as he was about to ask another question, Anne's phone began ringing, pulling them out of the moment. As she answered the phone, Anne's expression shifted into a serious one, before hanging up a few moments later. I'm sorry, I gotta run. One of the models didn't show up, so they needed an emergency backup. She said as she looked at the clock. If I head out now, I should get there in time. It was great walking with you, and I look forward to the next time we get to spend time together. She said before giving Ren a quick hug and saying goodbye. Quickly scuttering away towards Shibuya. Looking at his clock, Ren decided he should probably also start heading back in order to meet up with Morgana, who apparently had something he wanted to teach Ren. Entering LeBlanc, he made his way up to his room, where the black cat was leisurely sitting on his bed. I was beginning to wonder when you would show up. Morgana said, as he stood up and stretched before jumping over to the desk next to the bed. I thought that since I was progressing pretty slowly over the Shibuya case, I should at least teach you some things along the way. Otherwise, I'm not really holding up my end of the bargain, am I? He nudged a few items on the desk as he spoke, drawing Ren's attention. Sitting down on the table, Ren looked down at all of the seemingly random items before asking. Where did all this come from? He inquired, a hint of amusement in his voice. Mona's response was a chuckle, filled with a hint of pride. You'd be surprised how much you can acquire when you're as inconspicuous as a cat. However, I do have to say that carrying them back was a hassle. I'm looking forward to regaining my human form, and some useful arms, he mused, his tone wistful. As Ren idly handled the items, his thoughts drifted to a deeper question. I've been meaning to ask, why do you believe mementos holds the key to recovering your memories? Well, my current feline situation must be a distortion of some kind. I think that as long as we continue diving into palaces and clearing distortions, I should be able to understand what is going on with me more. And since mementos is the palace of everyone, what better way to understand distortions than to go there? The deeper we dive, the more distortions we should encounter. Morgana said. So the reason it was so hard to move around in the lower floors of mementos is because of the distortions. Ren, following Morgana's line of thought, asked. I think so. I think the deeper you are in mementos, the closer you are to forming a palace. Morgana replied, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty. I suspect the answer to my condition lies at the heart of mementos. But reaching that deep means we need to get stronger. He concluded, a hint of frustration coloring his words. A question that had lingered in Ren's mind suddenly surfaced, as he sat next to Morgana. Have you ever heard of a place called the Velvet Room? At the mention of the Velvet Room, Morgana's demeanor shifted noticeably. His ears perked up, and his tail stiffened, a clear sign of his piqued interest. After a moment of silent contemplation, his expression fell. I can't remember, he admitted, disappointment evident in his drooping ears and tail before shaking his head in frustration. Let's not get sidetracked. There's a lot I need to show you before it's time to sleep, he stated, keen on moving forward with their impromptu lesson. Here's the deal, he began, his tone shifting to one of instruction. These items, he gestured to the collection spread across the desk, are the raw materials for crafting infiltration tools. The cognitive world will do most of the heavy lifting, but our craftsmanship needs to sell the illusion for them to have any effect. With a practice paw, Morgana highlighted various piles of components, outlining their potential uses. We've got the makings for smoke bombs, lockpicks, distractions, you name it. But we are going to start with the fundamentals, he said before starting with an in-depth explanation. After a few initial hiccups, Ren found his groove, crafting a series of tools that would be quite useful in their future missions. With each successful creation, he could almost feel his proficiency sharpening, a tangible improvement as the night wore on. However, their productive session was eventually brought to a halt by Morgana, who eyed the clock before issuing a firm directive. All right, time to call it a night. You need your rest, he declared, prompting a puzzled look from Ren. It's not that late, you know. Ren countered a hint of surprise in his voice at Morgana's sudden concern for bedtime. A phantom thief needs his rest. Plus, sleep helps cement all the new skills and knowledge you've picked up tonight, Morgana reasoned, already making himself comfortable on the bed, his paws pressing into the blanket in a rhythmic pattern. Looking at him with some amusement, Ren shook his head before putting the items away and getting ready for bed. If you're the one who's tired, just say it, which only elicited a soft grunt of mock annoyance from Morgana. As the lights went out and Ren settled into bed, Morgana's voice cut through the darkness, vulnerable and uncertain. Hey. You do believe me about being human, right? Looking at him, Ren nodded his head. I don't see why not. If there's one thing I know about that world is that pretty much anything is possible. So I can't see why a person can't be turned into a cat. Ren reassured him. Morgana let out a sigh of relief at Ren's acceptance, a weight seemingly lifted off his shoulders. I see. That means a lot, thanks, he murmured, returning to his spot to settle down for the night. Tilda Confidence Tilda. And Takamaki, the lovers, rank 3. Morgana, the magician, rank 2. Chapter 33, The Medicine. 1,590 words. After getting a message from Tai Takemi that she needed him for some more tests, Ren went to Tai's clinic after school. Ren headed to Tai Takemi's clinic after school. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of a stern police officer grilling her. I'll need to see a detailed report of all your medical expenses and medical records. I bet you didn't have any chance to hide any incriminating records, huh? The officer demanded, his tone laden with insinuation. However, Takemi remained unfazed, her response cool and collected. By all means, feel free to examine my computer, she gestured nonchalantly towards her workstation. As the officer moved to investigate, Ren, seizing the moment, knocked and put some weakness in his voice. Excuse me, I have an appointment. Will this take much longer? His sudden appearance caught both the officer and Takemi by surprise. We are in the middle of an investigation here, kid, the officer started, only for Ren to clutch his head in feigned agony and collapse to the floor. Seeing this, Tai quickly moved to his side, yet the moment she looked at his face, she let out a slight smirk before hiding it. She pulled out a flashlight and pointed it at his eyes before saying, I've warned you about overexerting yourself with that concussion. It's only going to worsen, she said in a concerned tone, as she helped Ren stand up and walked him over to the clinic's bed. Addressing the officer, she stated firmly, whatever report you got, it's nothing but an attempt to harass me. Nevertheless, I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation after I've attended to my patient here. The officer, momentarily taken aback by Ren's condition, grudgingly backed down. Forget this, he muttered, then turned to Ren with a warning, kid, better seek treatment elsewhere. You don't want care from the plague. As the officer left, Takemi shook her head in disdain at his retreating figure. Once she was sure the officer had left, she turned to Ren. You didn't have to do that, you know. I'm used to dealing with them, though it is starting to get annoying. She admitted with a weary smile. Why are they after you? Ren asked, genuinely interested. Takemi sighed, her frustration palpable at the question. I'm sure it is my former superior, who keeps making false reports. He is trying to put pressure on me since we parted on bad terms. But let's not dive into that mess right now, she said with a sigh of annoyance, as she stood up and grabbed some things. Ren acknowledged Takemi's situation with a nod, shifting the topic to a more positive note. So, how's the progress on the medicine? The shadow of annoyance on Takemi's face faded as she heard the question, and with a smile, she answered. It's going quite well, thanks to your assistance. I'm on the brink of a breakthrough with the next version, but I'll need a blood sample from you for some tests. Here, drink this first, she explained, positioning herself beside Ren to prepare him for the procedure. Feel free to take as much as you need. Ren said jokingly after drinking the bitter medicine, eliciting an amused eye roll from Takemi. Good, I like people who listen to their superiors. There might be some mild anemia, but only temporarily. You can stay for snacks to bring your blood sugar back up afterward, she said as she skillfully drew his blood. Despite a brief moment of discomfort, Ren was soon distracted by Takemi tossing him a bag of snacks once the procedure was over. While Ren snacked and Takemi set the blood sample for analysis, she paused, turning to him with a question sparked by genuine curiosity. Why are you really helping me? The amount I am paying you isn't really worth the trouble. There must be another reason, right? Ren met her inquisitive gaze with a simple yet profound response. Why not? His answer seemed to catch her off guard as he continued. I also thought maybe I could learn something by spending time with you. He continued truthfully. One of the main reasons he was helping her out was due to the death arcana she represented. He had learned the meaning of the death from the fortune teller, but from the small amount of time he had spent with the doctor, he hadn't entirely understood how she embodied it. The death arcana symbolized the process of letting go and embracing change, as a necessary step toward growth and renewal. It challenges the fool to confront their fears of change and to recognize the transformative potential within endings, promising a new beginning and the opportunity for profound personal evolution. Takemi, amused and perhaps a bit intrigued by Ren's answer, chuckled and shook her head. Learn something, huh? She repeated to herself, fetching an item from her cabinet before sitting closer to Ren. I don't know when you would use this, but here, I'll teach you how to clean and bandage a wound. You can use my arm as practice. I don't really have the stuff I need for teaching anything else. Looking at her sincere expression, Ren couldn't help but smile as he grabbed the bandages. He honestly doubted he would ever use it, but he appreciated the gesture, and he was always open to a learning opportunity. Shortly thereafter, their lesson was interrupted by the beeping of the machine analyzing Ren's blood sample. Takemi wheeled her chair over to her computer and began reading the analysis before letting out a confused murmur, her brow furrowing as she read the results. Huh? Turning to Ren with a slightly confused expression, she asked. You haven't eaten anything strange lately, have you? Or been sick? Ren shook his head, watching as Takemi re-examined him with her flashlight, then rechecked his vitals with meticulous attention. Interesting. She murmured, a hint of intrigue in her voice as she briskly prepared another dose of medicine, jotting down observations all the while. Drink this. You should feel it almost immediately, she said as she observed him closely. And true to her word, Ren felt the small wave of nausea pass over him once again just moments after. This is good, she mused, a small, satisfied smile forming. You mentioned before that you had some friends you could bring over, right? Do you think you could bring them next time? I want to double-check some things before I continue refining the medicine. Yeah, I can probably bring at least one. However, the others will probably have some more questions. I guess I have never really asked, but what's the medicine for? Ren asked, earning a chuckle from Takemi. It's for a patient of mine, or well, former patient. They have Crawford's disease, and right now, it is an incurable illness. With it, certain cells indiscriminately attack other cells in their body. And when it reaches the muscles, the patient begins to die. She began to explain, yet the further she went, the angrier she became. After taking a moment to take a deep breath, she sighed. I used to be a part of the lead group developing a medicine, but my boss kicked me out trying to get the credit for it. She said with anger and annoyance before shaking her head. I don't really want to get into it right now. Noticing her expression, Ren nodded before standing up, ready to give her some space. Don't worry about it. Just send me a message, and I'll make sure to bring some more people. He promised, eliciting a genuine smile of gratitude from Takemi. Thanks, I couldn't have asked for a better guinea pig, she said as she stood up and led him outside. Just remember, if anything feels off, or you experience any adverse effects, reach out to me immediately, she advised, waving him off with a blend of professional concern and personal interest. As Ren arrived home, Ren didn't waste any time and quickly took out his phone before sending a group message. Ren, hey, I am helping a doctor develop a medicine, and she needs some more volunteers. Is anyone up for joining? It should only be for one afternoon. Ruji, I got you, dude. Shiho, I can join too. Do you know what it's for? Or what we will be doing? Ren, Crawford's disease. It should only be drinking a quick medicine and getting a blood test afterward. Slightly bitter but not too bad. And wait, a blood test? Does that mean needles? And I don't know. Ruju, come on, you barely feel them. Shiho, they are not that bad. Shiho, you can probably just come along and hang out if you want. And okay, I'll be there. For moral support. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. Ruju, dude, how are you scared of needles? Ruju, we have been fighting freaking monsters that shoot fire. Ren, it's good, Ruju and Shiho should be more than enough. Don't worry about it, and first of all, needles are different. And see, even Ren says it's okay. Ruju. Ren couldn't help but chuckle as he saw the two of them begin arguing over needles. Just as Ren was about to break up the fight, Shiho stepped in, ending the argument. Since it was already too late to go out again, Ren took out the crafting items Mona had brought before starting to tinker with them again. Confidence. Tai Takemi, The Death, Rank 3. Chapter 34, The Model. 1992 words. Surprise extra chapter. If you all promise to behave, I'll post another one when I wake up. It's already written, and it just needs to be edited. Here's your little appetizer for the next chapter. I don't have the name ready yet, but it'll be something along the lines of the bank or the leader of the gang. Enjoy. And had approached Ren to go out with him again, But just as the two were about to head to the park, she got an emergency call from her agency. She thought for a moment before asking. Do you want to come over? We could hang out after the shoot. Anne said, earning a nod from Ren. Their destination turned out to be a bustling fancy restaurant, temporarily transformed into a chaotic photo shoot set. As soon as they arrived, a frantic, well-dressed man spotted Anne. There you are. I swear, this industry is going mad. All of the models keep either cancelling or not showing up at all. If I didn't know better, I would say this is a conspiracy. He barely paused for breath before ushering Anne to get ready at the makeup and dress station. The man paced around anxiously for a few minutes before letting out an exasperated sigh and calling over Ren. You came here with the model, right? He demanded, his tone laced with urgency. Without waiting for a full response, he snatched Ren's glasses and scrutinized his face, evaluating him. Ren felt a massive wave of annoyance pass over him as he looked at the man, yet before he could open his mouth to say anything, the man spoke up again. You'll do. Hurry up and get dressed, he ordered, glancing anxiously at the clock. I'm not a model. Ren retorted, his annoyance palpable. I don't care. We only have 30 more minutes with this set before we get kicked out, and I need photos. If I don't have my male model, then the whole shoot has to get cancelled. You have 5 minutes to get ready. I'll pay you generously for your trouble, the man replied, signaling for the crew to usher Ren to the makeover station. Whisked to a makeup station beside Anne, Ren was suddenly part of the whirlwind. Anne's eyes lit up with surprise and delight at his unexpected recruitment. Whoa! Did you get recruited? She inquired, her excitement barely contained. You owe me one, Ren replied, giving Anne a playful yet annoyed side glance as the makeup artists began their work. Hearing this, Anne couldn't help but let out a joyous giggle. Anne's response was a burst of laughter. I've never seen you make that face, she giggled, adding, come on, this will be fun with both of us together. Just before they were both led away to change. In just minutes, Ren's appearance drastically changed as he emerged from the dressing room looking like an elegant man, contrasting his usually plain attire. Wearing a formal suit. Anne, too, made her entrance in a stunning black dress, perfectly complementing Ren's attire, her appearance eliciting a mutual sense of awe. Whoa! Anne exclaimed, her eyes wide as she took in Ren's transformed look. However, their moment of mutual admiration was abruptly cut short as they were swiftly ushered to the center of the restaurant. The director, seizing the dwindling minutes with urgency, rallied the crew. All right, everyone, we have 25 minutes. Let's make them count. Models, this shoot is themed around a couple's sale, so I want you to embody love and allure. We are tight on time for each outfit. Go, he instructed, darting behind the camera setup. Anne, catching Ren's slightly overwhelmed expression, smiled reassuringly and draped her arms around his neck, her voice soft yet confident. Just follow my lead, she whispered, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush, ready to guide them through the unexpected yet thrilling challenge ahead. The photo shoot unfolded like a whirlwind, each snapshot drawing Anne and Ren closer. As they moved through a series of poses, their initial awkwardness faded, replaced by a growing ease and an undeniable connection. With every pose, every shared glance, Anne found herself drawn deeper into Ren's presence, his gaze holding her more firmly than any script could dictate. However, that only seemed to make the director even happier, as he continued to snap countless pictures. The culmination of their chemistry came when Anne, perched gracefully on Ren's leg, gazed into his eyes. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, the world around them blurring into insignificance. However, the loud voice of the director pierced their bubble. Cut! That's a wrap, the director exclaimed, his voice echoing with relief and satisfaction. He hurried over to Anne and Ren, beaming with gratitude. That was perfect. You two were phenomenal together. I'll be sure to give you stellar recommendations. Anne rose swiftly, her cheeks tinged with a blush that she tried to mask with a series of awkward coughs. Ah yeah, of course. Thanks for letting us step in, she managed to say, her voice a mix of surprise and modesty. The director's excitement didn't wane. No, thank you. You saved the day. Expect a bonus from us. And, as a token of our appreciation, keep the outfits. We've also got some seats reserved for you as the restaurant reopens, he said, rushing off to oversee the cleanup. Settling into a chair opposite Ren, an uncomfortable silence briefly hovered between them until Anne ventured. So, how was your first modeling gig? Ren's response came with a roll of his eyes and a wry smile. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it. He said with exhaustion. I absolutely hate getting my picture taken. I know it's stupid, but I feel it is bad luck. Anne's laughter filled the air, a sound of genuine amusement. Seems modeling's not your calling, then. She paused, thinking for a moment before adding. To be honest, this is mainly a hobby for me. I'm not really sure what I want to do in the future. Maybe a movie star. She mused, then turned the question back to Ren. What about you? What's your dream job? Lifting his head from the desk, Ren said. Not really a job, but I have enjoyed studying the metaverse. If there were a company that researched shadows, I probably would work for them, he said before thinking for a moment. I guess the serious answer would be either a psychologist or owning something like LeBlanc. Anne's smile lingered as they enjoyed the meal provided, and the atmosphere relaxed after the whirlwind of their unexpected modeling gig. As they gathered their things to leave, Anne paused, her phone in hand, before she asked a question. Do you mind if we take just one more picture? Today was memorable, and I'd love to capture it, she proposed, her arm finding its way around Ren's shoulder in a comfortable, familiar gesture. Sure. One more, Ren agreed, his own arm mirroring hers, both of them facing the camera with genuine smiles. With the photo taken, they both decided to part ways since it was starting to become pretty late. On the train ride back to LeBlanc, Ren's phone buzzed with a notification. Opening it, he found the photo and had taken. A slight smile escaped his face before he put his phone away and continued his way home. Upon entering LeBlanc, Ren was met with Sojiro's surprised gaze, clearly taken aback by Ren's unusually sharp attire. Who boy? Were you out there looking for trouble? Sojiro teased with a light-hearted chuckle. Settling into a booth across from Sojiro, Ren shared the photo he'd taken with Anne, offering a simple explanation. Something along those lines. Sojiro, looking at the picture, couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head in a mix of amusement and what seemed like pride. Well, let's hear the story behind this, he encouraged, readying some food for the two of them. However, their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of an unwelcome visitor, prompting a frown from Sojiro. I already told you, I don't have the money. Look at this place. Does it look full of customers? Sojiro said, his irritation palpable. Turning to look at the man, Ren's eyes narrowed slightly as he activated his third eye. No need to hide it. You must have saved up a bunch from your government job, right? Plus, I even heard you were looking after a student too. Come on, Sojiro, a little help for old time's sake. The man said, trying to put on a friendly tone. If you're not here as a customer, I'll have to ask you to leave. I'm expecting a phone call soon, so I don't have the time to chat with you. Sojiro replied firmly, his patience wearing thin. The man was about to speak up before Ren interrupted. Let me guess, gambling, he interjected, catching both the man and Sojiro off guard. Slippery slope, I tell ya. He added in a mocking tone. The man, taken aback, demanded. And you are? If I am not wrong, gambling is illegal, isn't it, Mr. Sakura? Ren asked, masking his relationship with Sojiro, and earning a weary nod from him. I happen to have some friends in the law who wouldn't mind looking deeper into it. Ren said, making the man slightly nervous. And I do enjoy getting my coffee and curry around here. So scram. Ren said as he put a smile on his face, looking directly at the man. After a moment of hesitation, the man quickly scurried away, leaving Sojiro looking at Ren with some surprise. How did you? He began to ask before Ren answered. It's always drugs, alcohol, or gambling. He was too clean to be the first two, so you could call it a lucky guess. I know the type, so I'm sure he will stop by again eventually, but hey, I at least bought you some more peace. Ren said as he lifted his glass. Sojiro shook his head in amusement, as he saw it before saying, I owe you one. He stopped by the other day when you were out, and I was dreading when he would come back again. Family? Ren inquired, sipping his coffee as he pieced together the man's connection to Sojiro. You could say that. Sojiro conceded, placing a small serving of curry in front of Ren. I guess since you already know her, I can tell you, he began before letting out a sigh and adding. That dude is Futaba's uncle. He was her guardian after her mother passed away, but Futaba was under horrible conditions when she was being taken care of by him. It's so bad I don't even want to say it. But after I found out, I had to step in to take care of Futaba. Damn. So he's going to be more of a hassle than I thought. But you did the right thing. Nodding his head in acknowledgement, Ren said. Sojiro let out an annoyed scoff as he answered. Even back then, all he did was whine about money. I gave him some to shut him up, but now he's back for more. I can already imagine what he will bring up next time he comes. Sojiro said with bitterness. Glancing at his watch, Sojiro's expression softened slightly as he realized the time. I better go check on Futaba, and I need to think about how to deal with him, he remarked before adding. But hey, thanks for stepping in today. We'll catch up on your date story tomorrow, huh? He added, a teasing note in his voice aiming to lighten the atmosphere a bit. With a nod and a small smile, he made his way out. Tilda Confidence Tilda. And Takamaki, the lovers, rank 4. Sojiro Sakura, the Hierophant, rank 4. Chapter 35, The New Member. 1712 words. A week passed without much news until Morgana arrived at Ren's window, a self-satisfied grin on his face. Junior Kaneshiro. That's our target, Morgana announced, strutting into the room with undeniable pride. Ren turned, his interest piqued by Morgana's display of confidence. With a swift motion, he pulled out his phone, keyed in the name, and hit search. Match found. A smile crept up on Ren's face as he sent out a message to the group, calling them to meet up at LeBlanc after hours. Later that evening, the team huddled in a cozy booth, the air filled with anticipation. As the group huddled, Ren brought over some food he had cooked to the table. Morgana again made his proud announcement, earning a short round of applause to encourage him before they all turned serious. While you guys were on your way here, I figured out the other two parameters. The location is Shibuya, and the distortion is a bank. So now that leaves us to plan the infiltration. Ren declared, pausing to savor a sip of his freshly brewed coffee. All right, dude. Let's kick some ass. Ruja declared, his enthusiasm undimmed. Are we going in there soon? Exams are about to start. I get that this mission is important, but if we do badly in them, then we are going to be in trouble. Shiho interjected with some concern. Her words brought a few groans of annoyance to Ruji and Anne. I mean, how important are they really? We are fighting to help out people. We are making a difference. Ruji argued, earning a nod from Anne. Well, speaking of exams, Ren said, interrupting the group. I have someone I think would be a good person for the team. She is the student council president, Makoto Nijima. Anne, puzzled, raised an eyebrow. But doesn't her sister have a palace? Can we really trust her? You haven't been able to get any more information on her sister yet. Nodding his head, Ren said. I believe so. Not only that, I think she would be a great addition to the team. She's smart, and I'm sure she can help us come up with strategies. Not only that, but she has been helping me learn about the metaverse, and she was able to gather more information than I could have without even knowing it was real. Ren affirmed. Mona, initially hesitant, weighed in. Having an extra brain to decipher the metaverse could work in our favor. I'm on board. A brief exchange of glances was all it took for the group to reach a consensus. If Ren trusts her, that's good enough for me. Ruja said, breaking the silence. With unanimous agreement, Ren concluded. All right. I will ask her to join us tomorrow. If she accepts, then we'll enter Kaneshiro's palace to get an idea as to what we are working with before returning to LeBlanc to make a plan. What about the exams? Shiho asked. Makoto is smart. If she's on our team, she can help us study for the exams here in LeBlanc. Exams should be over a week from now, so the moment they are done, we can begin our dive into his palace for real. Earning a final nod from the group, they all ate the food that Ren had prepared before heading home. The next day, Ren wandered around the school halls for some time until he caught sight of Makoto, secluded in the library. The moment she noticed Ren, she hid her head in the book she was reading, hoping not to be noticed. But when she saw Ren coming in her direction, she reluctantly met his gaze. Hey, Ren. Her greeting was tinged with unease, prompting a look of concern from him as he took a seat beside her. Did I do something? Ren inquired, his confusion palpable. Makoto exhaled a heavy sigh of resignation as she heard the question before answering. It's not you. It's just that my sister has expressly warned me against spending any more time with you. She had already given me a warning when she saw you in our house, but after the interview, she directly told me to stop talking to you. I'm really sorry, she admitted, her voice carrying a hint of sorrow. Did she mention why? Ren asked with curiosity. Makoto hesitated, wrestling with her thoughts before resigning. It's nothing. Ren's eyes drifted to the collection of books beside Makoto, noticing that most of them were for school. Yet a few were about psychology, showing she was still thinking about what they had researched together. Taking a quick moment to decide what he should do, Ren's eyes narrowed with determination as he asked. Do you remember the question I asked you before, after we watched those videos? Ren prompted, drawing a puzzled look from Makoto. What if the cognitive world was real? She ventured cautiously. Exactly. You said that the best criminals don't leave any evidence. The only way to catch them would be to look into their mind. Ren reflected, a knowing smile on his lips as he stood and extended his hand to her. You're not suggesting what I think you are you? Makoto's voice was laced with disbelief and curiosity. Only one way to find out, Ren countered. After a brief hesitation, Makoto took his hand to stand up before beginning to follow him out of the school. A lot of students from Shujin and other schools have been targeted by a gang of criminals in Shibuya lately. Ren shared as they walked. I have heard the rumors. But everyone I asked didn't answer any questions. Makoto nodded, her tone solemn. I'm not surprised. They are probably being blackmailed, so the moment they say anything, their reputation would be ruined, and they would risk earning a criminal record. Ren explained, his words eliciting a look of dismay from Makoto. Makoto became lost in thought before she became dejected. This is my fault. Makoto's demeanor shifted to one of guilt as they walked. What? How is any of that your fault? Ren, puzzled, reassured her. I'm the student council president. It's my duty to protect the students. She started, only to be cut off by Ren. You can't be serious. What the hell are you supposed to do? Go up to the leader of the gang and tell him to knock it off. Ren retorted, his response drawing a conflicted expression from Makoto. Noticing Makoto's distress, Ren let out a sigh and ruffled her hair in an effort to comfort her and snap her out of whatever was on her mind. Everything all right? He asked gently. I don't know. I really shouldn't be with you right now. Exams are coming up. If I mess up and disappoint my sister again, then she said before shaking her head and trying to focus. After the reports of Kamoshida came out, a lot of students are placing the blame on me for not doing anything. Some of the volleyball team even reached out to me long before Kamoshida confessed, but despite my efforts, the principal dismissed my reports. Ren's reaction was immediate, a mix of frustration and empathy as he realized he hadn't even noticed it until now. I'm sorry, he offered, his simple apology seeming to offer her some solace. No, it's actually been nice escaping for a bit, Makoto confessed, a hint of a smile breaking through. Though, you could have come up with a more believable lie to get me to follow you. If you had just told me you wanted to go to the arcade again, I might have agreed. Hearing her words, Ren couldn't help but shake his head with a smile before saying, I'm offended you would think I would lie about the existence of another world. He said in a joking tone, trying to lighten the mood, letting out a few genuine chuckles after he had spoken. Hearing him, the smile on Makoto's face widened until it took away the discomfort she was feeling. Surprisingly, as they walked side by side, she drew closer to him until their arms brushed against each other's. You know, it's been a rough week, she confided, her voice softening. I haven't had someone like you I could talk to for a few years now. It used to be my sister, but after my dad passed away, she changed. She had to in order to take care of me. Hearing the sincerity of her words, Ren hesitated slightly before saying, well, if you ever need a break, LeBlanc is always open. I'll give you some free coffee and food if you swing by while I am there. I can't say I am the best cook, but I haven't had any complaints yet. Thank you. I might just take you up on that, she said, a genuine smile forming on her lips. Where are we actually going to? Since we are heading over to Shibuya, I'm guessing we are heading back to the arcade again, right? Hearing the question, Ren couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who knows? Maybe I am actually taking you to a whole new world, he teased, prompting an affectionate eye roll from Makoto. As they stepped into the bustling heart of Shibuya, Makoto and Ren were greeted by Ryuji, who was standing at the entrance of a narrow alley, his presence a beacon in the crowded district. He flashed them a grin and motioned for them to follow. Mona figured this spot would be perfect for what we are planning. Oh, and hey, nice to finally meet you, Prez. Ryuji said with a casual nod, leading them down the alley. Makoto's eyes widened in bewilderment as she took in the sight of the small group of students and a cat all looking at her with anticipation. She turned to Ren, a mix of curiosity and unease in her voice before asking. Ren, care to explain? She asked with slight discomfort. Ren offered a comforting smile, sensing her hesitation. Trust me, it'll all make sense once we are inside. He assured her, his phone already in hand. Junior Kaneshiro, Shibuya, Bank. Navigation complete. Confidence. Makoto Najima, the priestess, rank 4. Chapter 36, The Bank in the Sky. 1,731 words. As the world transformed around them, plunging from the clarity of daylight into the mystery of a night-shrouded realm, curiosity seized the phantom thieves as they entered their second palace. Makoto, in particular, found herself grappling with the sudden shift, her voice laced with uncertainty. Ren, she queried, her gaze darting across the altered appearances of the group. Welcome to the cognitive world, he declared, a smile broadening on his face. The group, now fully assembled around Makoto, reintroduced themselves. Makoto was slightly shocked as she saw Morgana talk, but after a moment to become accustomed to it, she accepted it. However, her initial shock quickly gave way to an insatiable curiosity, her eyes scanning the new world around her with an eager intensity. It's all real, she murmured, almost to herself, as the group's collective gaze lifted to the sky, landing on a sight that defied all logic. Whoa! She said out loud, an expression that echoed by the group as they all looked up to see a gigantic building floating in the air. Above them floated a colossal structure, its grandeur magnified by its position atop a UFO-like platform that seemed to draw the city's wealth into its vaults. The bank, obscured by the floating platform, loomed over them practically unreachable. Along with the floating building, as the group stepped out of their alley they could see countless humanoid ATM people walking around. It was clear that Kaneshiro saw the people of Shibuya as nothing more than walking banks. Makoto stood there looking at the sky momentarily before turning around to look at Ren with a smile. A whole new world, eh? She echoed Ren's earlier joke, her smile a blend of amazement and disbelief. Honestly, if I weren't looking at it, I wouldn't believe it, but I can't really deny it, she said with some wonder. Ryuji's voice broke through the group's marveling, asking the question in everyone's minds. How the F are we supposed to get up there? He glanced at Morgana, half joking, you got a helicopter mode or something. Unless society suddenly accepts cats transforming into helicopters, I'm afraid a bus is my limit. Mona answered with some annoyance. What about using a persona? Shiho asked, earning a confused look from Makoto. A persona? Makoto asked. We'll go over everything once we are back to safety. But as to what a persona is, Ren said before calling forth Tartuffe in the form of Asen, whose imposing wings unfurled with a dramatic flare. Makoto was mesmerized as the figure clad in crimson grasped Ren, lifting off the ground as Asen's wings beat powerfully into the air. In a breathtaking display of elegance and might that left Makoto in awe. As Ren ascended into the sky, concern and curiosity bubbled among the group left on the ground. Even if he manages to get up there, how are the rest of us supposed to follow? And questioned, her voice tinged with worry, watching Ren's figure shrink against the vast backdrop. I'm sure he'll come up with some plan. He wouldn't go in by himself, right? Shiho, with a slight mix of fear and anxiety, asked. Morgana squinted upwards before saying. I'm not convinced he'll even reach the top. High above them, not even halfway up, Ren felt the toll of sustaining Tartuffe's presence. Usually, personas would only be summoned briefly during battle for a quick burst of offense or defense. After all, the continued use of a persona was quite straining on the body. Glancing up at the daunting height still to cover, Ren let out a sigh and dispelled Tartuffe, starting to fall back towards the ground. For a tense few moments, he was in free fall, the wind rushing past him. Then, Asen reappeared, gracefully spreading his wings to catch the air, slowing Ren's descent until he landed softly on the ground. That won't work. I doubt I could even make it a quarter of the way up if I were carrying someone else. And my persona is the only one that can fly up in the air, and not just hover over the ground. Ren admitted with some frustration. Makoto, after thinking for a few moments, proposed a potential solution. Wouldn't the bank come down to us if we were recognized as customers? That's true, but becoming Kaneshiro's customer means taking a loan or working for him, which would be extremely risky. It could also leave a trail leading right back to us. Shiho said after considering the idea. Maybe we can ask some of the ATM people. And suggested. The group roamed the streets aimlessly for a while, but it quickly became apparent that they were getting nowhere. With little progress to show for their efforts, they decided to exit the metaverse and regroup at LeBlanc. Once they arrived at the cafe, it had already been closed for the night. So they were able to speak openly without fear of being overheard. The team quickly brought Makoto up to speed, who absorbed the flood of information like a sponge. Her recent deep dive into Maruki's lectures and related subjects had already given her a foundational understanding of the metaverse. The group's explanation simply helped to piece together the remaining puzzles in her mind. Man, you weren't kidding about her being sharp, Ruju remarked, genuinely impressed. I gotta admit, I'm still wrapping my head around all of this. Makoto responded with a modest smile. Thanks. It still feels surreal, like a dream. I've had to pinch myself a few times just to make sure it's real, she shared. As the group engaged Makoto in conversation, Ren's thoughts drifted to their current problem. Anne, noticing Ren's distant look, voiced her concern. Ren, is everything all right? Snapping him back to the present. With renewed focus, Ren announced. I've figured out how we can get into the bank. Hearing this, the entire group let out a few looks of surprise. Do you remember the man who was scouting Shujin students? Ren directed at Ruji, who nodded in recognition. Yeah, dude. Wait, are you thinking of taking him up on that offer? Ruji asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. With a nod, Ren answered. I won't actually do anything for them, but if I introduce myself as a potential recruit, the bank might lower for me. I thought the whole point was to avoid you going there because it's too dangerous. Shiho's concern was evident as she reiterated the risks. Anne, however, seemed lost in reflection before confidently stating. I believe in you. Be cautious, okay? I trust you. She stated as she thought back to what Ren had told her about his past. At this, Shiho hesitated, her worry evident, but before she could voice her concerns further, Ruja chimed in with his characteristic enthusiasm. Hell yeah, dude. I saw you in action that day, and you totally could pass for a gangster. Mona, ever the strategist, offered a backup plan. And I can sneak in with you, tucked away in your bag. If things take a turn, I'll be ready to call for backup. Worst case scenario, we make an escape into the metaverse. He suggested, his ears twitching in anticipation of the action to come. Makoto studied Ren intently for a moment, then gave a nod of approval. It's risky, but from what I have learned, then we definitely need to make an impression on Kaneshiro one way or the other. You seem confident, so I'll trust my instincts and support the plan. With Makoto's endorsement, the group reached a unanimous decision, though Shiho's nod of agreement came with a touch of hesitation. Makoto was visibly relieved to hear the plan would be put on hold until after the exams. Seizing the opportunity, she volunteered to help everyone study, eliciting a mix of groans and resigned nods from Anne and Ruju. You know, I have always wanted to be useful. Makoto reflected, a hint of pride in her voice as they began to wrap up the meeting. With this, I can finally make a difference. I am glad you invited me. I remember my sister tried looking into it for some time before she got reassigned. I'm looking forward to the look on her face when we manage to bring Kaneshiro to justice, she said, her smile broadening with anticipation, as she headed for the door. As Makoto made her exit, Shiho and Ren were left alone in the quiet of LeBlanc. Shiho turned to Ren, her voice carrying a hint of unease. Are you sure about this? Concern was evident in her eyes, as she searched his face for reassurance. Ren noticed her apprehension, so he gave her a confident smile as he said, Don't worry. I promise you that I have dealt with guys like them more than you can imagine, he said, trying to sound confident. Yet, his words seemed to deepen Shiho's concern rather than alleviate it. Ren, you've literally saved my life. All the happiness I feel right now is thanks to you. She admitted, her voice faltering slightly as she mustered the courage to meet his gaze. You don't know what it felt like seeing you hurt by Kamoshida that day in his office, especially after knowing what it was for. But I don't want to go through that again. Ren was momentarily taken aback, her earnestness striking a chord within him. Before he could respond, Shiho continued, her resolve clear. I know I can't change your mind, and I accept that, she said firmly. All I can do is trust you won't be reckless. Please, just promise me you'll stay safe. That's all I'm asking for. Ren hesitated, leaving the weight of her words to hang in the air for a moment. After a brief pause, he nodded. I promise. He said, however, there was some uncertainty in his voice. Shiho exhaled, a mixture of relief and resignation in her gesture. I suppose that's as much as I can hope for right now, she said, a soft smile gracing her lips. As she picked up her bag and headed for the door, she paused to give Ren a tender kiss on the cheek. Once Ren was left alone in LeBlanc, he couldn't help but mutter. Slightly unsure of what to think. Well, damn. Tilde confidence tilde. Shiho Suzue, The Tower, Rank 5. Chapter 37, The First Study Session. 2,183 words. Ren spent most of the next day slightly exhausted, with every yawn reminding him of the lack of sleep he had gotten the night before. For some reason, he couldn't get Shiho's words out of his head. As he had tried to fall asleep, his mind kept wandering, keeping him awake far later than he had hoped. Yet, as the school day ended, he shook away some of his tiredness, as he saw a familiar face outside the school. Ren saw the determined and focused face of a girl with fluffy hair maneuvering a wheelbarrow filled to the brim with bags of soil. Since her first stop at LeBlanc, she had been dropping by somewhat regularly, and though Ren was often away when she did, they continued to cross paths from time to time. Do you need a hand with that, Haru? Ren's voice broke through the busy exterior, earning him a glance from the girl. That would be wonderful. These bags need to go to the roof, she explained, her tone as light as the breeze, even as she hefted a bag onto her shoulder with a grace that contradicted its weight. I'm starting a small garden there, the one I have at home is already full, she added, her excitement bubbling through her words. Grabbing a few of the bags, the two of them went up and down the stairs of the school. As they carried the things, the two of them engaged in an idle conversation, and before the two of them knew it, they had finished. The once barren roof was now filled with soil and different garden tools. Once they had finished setting up everything, Haru wiped some sweat off her forehead before smiling. Thank you. This would have taken forever by myself. I'll ensure you're the first to enjoy the fruits and vegetables I grow in this garden, she promised, her laughter light and infectious. Well, I'd never turn down free food, he joked, barely stifling another yawn. Haru's expression softened with concern at the sight. Did you stay up late? She inquired, her voice laced with empathy. Yeah, sometimes I just get caught up in my thoughts, and last night was one of those nights, Ren confessed, drawing a gentle laugh from Haru. I've noticed, she said with a warm tone. When you work at LeBlanc, you sometimes space out, and the only way for you to come back is if someone talks to you. But you know, I get it. I actually started gardening to give myself something to focus both my mind and body since I kept getting lost in my own head. It's a good way to give yourself time to think. Ren's smile grew, touched by her understanding. Yeah? Maybe I should try it out, he mused, more to himself than to Haru. Her response was immediate and enthusiastic. I would love that. Having a gardening buddy would be wonderful. Though his suggestion had been made more as a joke, Ren found himself considering it more seriously in light of Haru's excitement. However, a glance at the clock brought him back to reality. Even though he wasn't serious when he made the comment, hearing her excited tone of voice, he decided to give it a chance, though after checking the clock, he couldn't help but be surprised as he said, I'm sorry, I gotta head out. I had forgotten I had already promised I would help someone later today. Haru nodded, understanding. That's okay. Thank you for helping me today. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some of the tea I drink to help clear my mind. It's a bit sour at first, but it's quite pleasant once you get used to it. And it helps, really quickly too. She assured him, waving goodbye as he departed. The time he had spent with the little ball of positivity had helped to refocus Ren. So he found himself traveling through the crowded trains more focused than he had been this morning. Eventually, he arrived at Takemi's clinic, and thankfully, he had made it just in time. Makoto had not been able to make it since she already had a plan, but the rest of the thieves were all huddled in the small clinic. Surprisingly, unlike the reactions Ren had with the current version of the medicine, Shiho and Ruji had a harder time. The two of them could be considered the most resilient physically, but both of them were currently fighting back the sudden nausea, which only made and more glad she had skipped the test. As Takemi saw this, she let out a few nods, as if she had been expecting it before diligently starting to take notes. Dude, I thought you said it wasn't that bad. Ruji managed to say between him drinking water, trying to flush out the taste from his mouth. Takemi looked up from her notes before speaking. It probably isn't for him, she remarked, her attention briefly shifting from her notes to Ren. His body reacts differently to the medicine for some reason. He is a medical anomaly, she added with an excited smile. Is that a bad thing? Shiho asked with some concern. No, it's actually the opposite, Takemi clarified. His body is adapting and creating antibodies at an unusually rapid pace. It's a good thing I caught this early, because otherwise, the medicine would have been far too strong for my patient. The revelation prompted a collective turn of heads towards Ren, their expressions a mix of surprise and intrigue. Ren, however, seemed to drift into his thoughts. His last visit to the clinic had sparked a theory in him. That the reason the blood test had caught Takemi off guard was because of the changes brought about by using the chisel Igot had given him. Now, her comment had all but confirmed it in his mind. Does that mean I won't be able to help with the medicine anymore? Ren asked with some curiosity. A warm smile spread across Takemi's face, as she reassured him. On the contrary, you've become even more valuable to my research. I'll just need a few extra people to test the medicine. Her gaze then shifted towards Ruji and Shiho, her request earnest. I realize it's a big ask for little in return, but this medicine means everything to me. I just need you to come in for occasional testing. Something similar to today. Ruji and Shiho exchanged a few glances, their initial reluctance fading under Ren's encouraging nod. Their silent agreement didn't go unnoticed by Takemi, whose smile deepened as she silently thanked Ren. After thanking the group once again, and spending a few more minutes doing some small tests, Takemi said. That concludes today's session. You're all free to go, Takemi announced, her voice imbued with gratitude. After finishing their test, the group wandered to LeBlanc. Since it was somewhat filled with customers, the group wandered up to Ren's room to begin their first study session. Anne and Shiho quickly took the most comfortable place, the bed, before spreading their books all over the place. Mona, who had been lazing about in Ren's room, took the chance to sit closer to them in order to get the occasional scratch to the back of the head. A funny thing to see from a person who denied that he was a cat with all of his heart. Ruji and Ren were left to take the couch and the floor. Dude, you should get one of them big foldable tables up here. If Makoto had been able to make it today, we would have nowhere to sit in. Ruju suggested. Looking up from his history book while sitting on the floor, Ren nodded his head. I could run and get one. He suggested, but honestly, he was just trying to get out of studying the book. Anne, quick to see through Ren's thinly veiled attempt to dodge studying, chimed in with a teasing tone. Yeah, your face looking at that book was the same one you had at the beginning of the photo shoot. I can tell you don't like it. She said with an infectious smile, prompting a few light-hearted chuckles before she asked. But wait, I thought you liked studying. He couldn't help, but let out a tired sigh as he threw the book to the side with a yawn before saying. Anything but history. Honestly, I'd rather learn it by going to mementos and adding some more mythological figures to my soul. I bet they could teach me a thing or two. He mused before adding. Wait, that's actually a pretty good idea. Ruju couldn't help but say as he recalled his own bizarre experience. I don't know, dude. Your Anubis doesn't act at all like they should. I still remember them trying to prank me in mementos by telling me I would be going to hell since my heart was heavier than a feather, he said, shaking his head at the memory, but unable to hide a grin at the absurdity of it all. Ren's response was quick, a mix of defense and amusement at the memory. She was just messing with you, he said, shaking his head with a smile. Trust me, Anubis is a bit of a special case. The study session, initially focused on the impending exams, had seamlessly transitioned into a discussion that was uniquely theirs, their personas. It was something they had never really discussed as a group before, but since most of them didn't want to study, they all began talking about their experiences with them. It's weird. Cersei speaks cryptically, but I can tell she is pretty protective of everyone. She mused, her voice trailing off as she got lost in thought. Captain Kidd is a bit weird, but he is pretty straightforward. He doesn't really say much, to be honest, but he likes to charge forward during battles. Ruju said. What's your persona like? Anne asked with curiosity as she looked at him. Ren thought for a moment before answering. He's strange. Ren began as he recalled Tartuffe. Honestly, I am not quite sure how to describe him, but he's quite cautious. I can tell there is a hunger in him, but I don't think that is a bad thing. I think it's mainly a drive to survive. He said absent-mindedly. The thieves all began to talk about their personas for some time with curiosity before Ruji asked a question that caught the attention of the group. Do you think we could summon our personas out here, in the real world? The question spurred the group to close their eyes and focus. Each of them is trying to reach out to their personas. For a fleeting moment, they could each touch the edge of the bond with their personas, feeling their presence within them. Yet that was all they could do. Ren, on the other hand, had a different experience. He felt the faint connection to Tartuffe and the other personas within him. Yet the thing that he could vividly feel was something different. The scalpel that Igor had given him trembled for a moment inside of him. As he focused on it, he suddenly felt the cold metal in his hands. The ornate scalpel had a golden handle that resembled the wings of an angel, with a blue blade that shared the colors of the velvet room. Its blade, however, appeared to be somewhat ethereal, different from the solid metal it was inside of the metaverse. Ren saw that the rest of the group still had their eyes closed with concentration. So, with a thought, the scalpel vanished. Just in time, since Ruji opened his eyes and complained a second later. I don't think we can. Ruji said, a note of disappointment in his voice. Shiho, still immersed in her own attempts, added softly. I can feel her, but that's about it. Her words, spoken with eyes closed, reflected the thin veil of connection they all felt but couldn't breach. The group spent a few more minutes trying without making any progress until Anne spoke up. Maybe we should try lying down to focus more, she suggested with a hint of optimism in her voice. The group rearranged themselves accordingly, with Anne on the bed, Ruji on the couch, and Ren on the floor. Shiho, on the other hand, had volunteered to keep an eye on them in case there were any changes they didn't notice while they were focused. The room settled into a quiet stillness, starkly contrasting the energy it had before. Minutes turned to hours, and as Sojiro was getting ready to close up the store, he walked up, holding a couple of bowls of curry. A strange sight greeted him, books scattered all around the sleeping figures. He had to suppress a chuckle as he saw the sleeping group, with even Shiho asleep over a book on the small desk Ren would use to craft the infiltration tools. Confidence. Haru Okumura, the Empress, Rank 1. Chapter 38, The Twins' Tests. 1,564 words. Makoto was able to join the study sessions that happened the following days. With her there, the group couldn't use the special study technique of lying down and sleeping with a pile of books around them. With Makoto there, the group sat at a table, with their textbooks and notes spread before them, absorbing the material. That was probably for the best, as the group was actually able to learn something this time on the days leading to the exams. Amidst the study sessions in the afternoon, the thieves all began preparing for their trip to the floating bank. Each was doing whatever they thought would be best to prepare them for the day that drew ever closer. The thieves went to Untouchable Airsoft to get Makoto geared up. After looking about for some time, she ended up choosing a revolver. It was the gun her father used when he went out on patrol, so she thought that by using it, she could honor his memory as she fought. They also began increasing the intensity of their training in the gym. With Ruji's leg practically healed, he was pushing himself to the limit to get back to his prime. Makoto was surprisingly strong, as she could keep up without much issue. She had some history of learning martial arts that had prepped her for training like the one they were doing. One thing that really motivated them to continue pushing themselves so hard was the fact that their small connection with their personas allowed them to feel that after each exercise session, their persona would become slightly stronger. Makoto and Ren would also spend some time in LeBlanc trying to research more about the metaverse. However, neither of them could make too much progress without being able to dive into the depths of mementos. One major thing that did change was the appearance of entrances to the Velvet Room in the real world. One day, while Ren was out getting some supplies for crafting more infiltration tools, Justine approached him, leading him to a deep blue door that sat in the middle of an alley. It was a great chance to finally begin working on improving his personas, since the last time he had been interrupted. As the delicate notes of a piano filled the air, Ren's eyes fluttered open. After taking a moment to take in the music he spoke. Igor, Ren called out. The grand curtains parted, revealing the seats for the audience. Yet the long-nosed master of the Velvet Room was nowhere to be seen. In his place was a single blue butterfly that gently fluttered onto one of the armrests. Almost as if it was casually observing the stage. Our master is currently busy. You better not disturb him. Caroline's voice, sharp and authoritative, echoed through the room as she walked closer to Ren. Don't worry. Any questions you might have for our master can be answered by us. Is there anything you need, trickster? Justine's inquiry followed, her tone more inviting as she walked next to her sister. Shaking his head slightly, Ren answered. Never mind, it's nothing important. He said dismissively before adding. I have stalled on your requests for too long, haven't I? I should probably begin practicing with fusions. The first one was a Jack Frost, right? He mused aloud as he walked down the stage and into the audience seats. So you finally remembered. Caroline's retort was laced with annoyance, her impatience tangible. We thought you had forgotten about us since you never returned. Justine's laughter, light and melodious, filled the space, softening the edge of Caroline's words. We were simply worried about you. However, it seems our worries were misplaced. We are glad you are feeling back to normal, trickster, she said, with a bow as a gesture of respect and readiness for the tasks ahead. I missed you both too. Ren joked as he sat down next to Igor's usual seat, the small blue butterfly resting beside his arm. That's not what she meant, Caroline responded, slightly embarrassed. She turned her body away from Ren, as she faced the wall of masks before shouting. Just get the task done. Justine simply shook her head, as she heard her sister. A soft smile appeared on her face, as she assumed her place on the stage. As the piano's comforting melody transformed, setting a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the very heart of the Velvet Room, Caroline and Justine gracefully moved through their intricate dance. With each complex dance, the once sparse wall began to be filled with an array of masks. Unsurprisingly, with each request, the complexity of creating the right persona increased. Hours slipped by, marked by each of the changing melodies that filled the room. Ren, who had been engrossed in his work, meticulously documented everything he discovered in a blue notebook that the twins had provided for him at his request. The first few pages of the notebook became filled with an array of neatly organized notes. By the time he had decided to stop for the day, he had only completed 4 of the twins' requests. He probably could have completed it faster, had he brute forced it and only focused on completing the requests, but he wanted to understand how the process worked fully. I am surprised, trickster, you are grasping this faster than we expected, Justine remarked, her voice tinged with approval as she affixed a mask resembling a phoenix to the growing collection on the wall. The once nearly empty wall now being filled by a rich tapestry of different masks. Yeah, I had expected you to give up after not getting it on the first try. But I must commend you for actually focusing on the process, Caroline admitted, her words reflecting a mix of surprise. Her attempt to elaborate being cut short by Justine's teasing smile. Looking over his extensive notes, Ren couldn't help but share. I've actually been enjoying this. I'm looking forward to trying them out in battle. I'm sure once I fully understand everything, I'll be able to create some absolute menaces, he said with some excitement, as he looked at the possible fusions he had written down. One of the things that complicated the process was the discovery of hidden traits that each persona held, traits that could be passed down through fusion. So after given one last look at the notes he closed the book. I am surprised, Caroline. The list you created is perfect for teaching the trickster, Justine observed, her gentle tease drawing a look of confusion from Caroline. What? I thought you wrote it, Caroline responded, clearly taken aback. Justine's own confusion surfaced as she revisited the list. This definitely isn't our master's handwriting. It looks like mine, but I don't remember writing this. Could it have been one of our older sisters? Caroline asked as she drew closer to look at the list. I don't see why they would do that, given that they both left the Velvet Room. Justine looked lost in thought for a moment before shaking her head. I guess that doesn't matter for now. The important part is that the trickster is becoming more adept at using the Velvet Room. Standing up from the audience seat, Ren walked back onto the stage. You have more siblings? He asked with some curiosity. Yes, Margaret and Elizabeth. However, they are no longer considered to be Velvet Room assistants, Caroline began, only to be interrupted by a sudden pang that clouded her memory. My memory is a bit foggy when it comes to them, she confessed, the discomfort evident in her voice. Ren, observing the subtle shift in Caroline and Justine's demeanor, as they grappled with their memories, chose to steer the conversation towards a less discomforting topic. You said they left, right? Can you leave the Velvet Room? He posed the question as he handed his notebook to Justine. Yes, though, only for a few hours at a time. We cannot stay away from our responsibilities for too long. Caroline's response came with a hint of longing. I see. Well, I'll keep that in mind for the future, Ren said as he prepared to leave the Velvet Room. He was honestly curious about what the two twins would think of the outside world. So he would make sure to invite them out if he ever had free time. Justine's soft chuckle echoed gently in the Velvet Room, her amusement a rare and delicate sound amidst the solemnity of their surroundings. We were actually planning on asking you if you would be willing to show us the human world. So we look forward to that day. Her words were imbued with a sense of hope and curiosity. Tilde confidence tilde. Caroline and Justine, the strength, rank 1, rank 3. For those who haven't played the game. The twins usually advance their confidant through persona fusion requests. That's why it advanced so much. Technically, it should be rank 4, but I have some other stuff I want to do with them in the future, so I am holding back some level ups. Also, for those looking forward to some action, it should start in 2 chapters. Prepare for the heist. As a little appetizer, the next chapter is titled, The Counselor. Chapter 39, The Counselor. 2,493 words. Y'all, sorry for the inconsistent upload schedule. My goal is still about 1 chap per day, but I have been pretty tired from work lately, so I usually end up falling asleep before writing the chapter. Anyways, here you go. The midterm exams, a source of anxiety for some, turned out to be less daunting than anticipated, thanks in part to the group's diligent study sessions. Ren, however, liked to joke that their success was all due to their first study session, during which they had all fallen asleep. With each passing day, another round of exams was completed. Yet, the routine was disrupted the day before the last set of exams when the entire school was summoned to the gymnasium for an announcement. Since Ren hadn't heard anything from the command he had left with Kobayakawa, he assumed it was nothing of importance. Ever since the news of the specific incident occurred, many of your parents and students alike have voiced many concerns that I simply could not bear to ignore, the principal began, feigning a deep level of concern. We know that the actions of the former teacher caused mental strain on a lot of the students, and we deeply condemn his behavior. We believe that the mental health of our student body is absolutely vital, so we've acquired the services of a therapist. The floor is yours, Doctor. He concluded, stepping aside for the new arrival. As the principal made way, a tall man with brown hair, glasses, and a doctor's coat stepped forward. Ren's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively turned to Makoto, who returned his gaze in surprise. They both recognized him as the lecturer, whose work they had painstakingly analyzed. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Takuto Maruki. Thank you for welcoming me to your school, the man said warmly, attempting a bow, but accidentally hitting his head against the microphone. Slightly embarrassed, he continued. No need to be formal with me, though. I'm just here to counsel anyone who's interested. You can even call me Doc, if that would help you feel more comfortable. Ren narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It seemed too coincidental that the man they had been eager to meet would suddenly become a counselor at their school. Yet, even as he used his third eye ability to analyze the doctor, nothing seemed amiss. After Maruki's introduction, the principal briefly reclaimed the stage before dismissing the assembly. Seizing the opportunity, Ren signaled for the group to follow him to a secluded spot for a private discussion. Ruji, still processing the event, asked. Wait, so that's the expert you had talked about? He paused, reflecting on Maruki's onstage mishap. Wasn't he just clowning it up on the stage? Do you think that was an act? Ren considered Ruji's question, yet as he thought back to the previous lectures they had seen he shook his head. No, I think that's just how he is, he said, with Makoto nodding in agreement. As Ruji gathered his thoughts for another question, Ren's attention was diverted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning, he was met with the sight of Maruki making his way towards them. Sakamoto, Suzue, Takamaki, Najima, and Amamiya, isn't it? Maruki inquired, his smile warm and inviting. How do you know our names? Ruji asked, his tone laced with suspicion. Maruki's response came with a hint of awkwardness, as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I was informed of certain students before beginning my tenure here. Those that had previous interactions with Mr. Kamoshida. Either way, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Maruki. Ren and Makoto both greeted him, offering a respectful bow. Even though Ren was still slightly suspicious of him, that didn't diminish the respect he had for him. Both him and Makoto had spent so many hours researching their only source of information on the metaverse that they had developed a sense of familiarity with the doctor. Caught off guard by their formal greeting, Maruki quickly shifted to a more relaxed stance. Please, just call me Maruki or Doc. Though I appreciate the gesture, I feel it's better for you all to treat me as your friend. After all, it's easier to open up to friends, isn't it? His smile remained, friendly and disarming. Then, reintroducing his offer for counseling with a hint of nervousness, Maruki looked at them hopefully. And speaking of that, I know I already offered my services before, but would all of you be interested in counseling? The group exchanged looks, weighing his proposal. Before anyone could respond, Ruja quickly dismissed the idea. Nope, not at all. His blunt refusal catching Maruki by surprise. Attempting to sweeten the offer, Maruki pressed on. Are you sure? If you come to my office, you can have free snacks. All you can eat. Well, not quite, but there is still plenty to be had. So, how about it? Makoto, seizing the opportunity to learn more, inquired. Is there any way you could meet with two people, gesturing to herself and Ren? Oh, I mean. Maruki hesitated, before clarifying, my expertise is more in individual sessions, but I do have some experience with couples counseling. Makoto's cheeks tinted with a blush at the misunderstanding, quickly trying to correct it. No, that's not it. We are just interested in your work. Her words stumbled out, embarrassment evident, until Ren offered his support, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Yep, we've both been studying psychology, Ren interjected, aiming to clarify their intentions without revealing they knew about his past. And, I have heard great things about you from Kasumi. So we wanted to get some information from an expert. Maruki's nod of understanding bridged the gap between professional obligation and personal interest. Ah, that's right, I remember Yoshizawa telling me about you. He said before shaking his head and addressing the entire group once again. Sorry, there's something I have to say before I forget. To be frank, I have been explicitly ordered to provide counseling to the students directly involved with Mr. Kamoshida. Ignoring the two cognitive science students, the rest of the group gave mixed reactions. While and seemed somewhat intrigued by the prospect, Ruji and Shiho's discomfort was palpable, their annoyance at the reminder of past traumas evident. Sensing their reluctance, Maruki adopted a gentler tone. Listen, I know asking you to be open with a complete stranger like myself is a lot. And making this mandatory would only make it harder for you. But I really do want to help you. The aftermath of such events can weigh heavily on your mind. He paused, seemingly lost in thought, before a spark of inspiration struck him. I've got it. During my psychology studies, I picked up techniques to boost mental acuity, like focusing before exams or staying calm during dates. I'm willing to share these tips if you promise to attend. And don't forget, there will be snacks. Shiho and Ruja looked hesitant, though they looked to Ren for guidance to see what he would choose. I'm willing to go. But, would you be willing to teach us some about what you know about psychology? Ren asked, earning a warm smile from Maruki. I'll teach you as much as I can, after the counseling sessions, Maruki promised, his response leading the group, influenced by Ren and Makoto's openness, to agree to his offer. As Maruki left, the group remained to digest the introduction of their new counselor before returning to class. After the day had finished, Ren was the first one to go directly to the counselor's office, only to find Kasumi already in conversation with him. Her cheerful greeting broke the silence of the corridor. Oh Ren. It's nice to see you, she said with a smile as she noticed him approaching. I'm sorry it's taken so long to call you, but I have been so busy preparing for the exams that I didn't have any free time, though I should have some time open in a few days. Don't worry about it. I've also been quite busy lately, so I wouldn't have had the time either, Ren reassured her, his tone understanding. Maruki joined the conversation with a friendly demeanor, addressing Ren directly. Amamiya, I'm glad you came. I wanted to apologize for not getting back to you on the appointment Yoshizawa requested, but since I am here now, it seems everything ended up working out, he said, his smile blending apology with optimism. Realizing she might be intruding, Kasumi's spirits remained high as she said, Oh, I'm sorry. I'll give you guys some space. It was nice seeing you, Ren. And I hope we can practice soon, she said, departing with a genuine smile. As they entered the room, Maruki immediately sought to ease any lingering tension. Thank you for coming. You know, taking that first step through the door is often the hardest part of counseling, he said, his voice a comforting blend of warmth and encouragement. As they settled into their seats, Maruki's presence seemed to soften the edges of the room. Remember, as a counselor, you can speak to me freely. Anything you tell me is confidential, so unless you are planning on harming yourself or others, I am bound by law to keep your secrets, Maruki reassured Ren, encouraging him to speak openly. Ren nodded, a mix of acknowledgement and curiosity in his gaze. So, how do I do this? Ren's voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. He was curious about Maruki's research on cognitive science, but felt it too direct a topic to broach initially. Well, let's begin simply. How are you feeling? Full disclosure, I have read the report about what happened to you, and I have also spoken to a few of the teachers who saw the incident. It must have been quite hard, especially since this is such a new environment. Maruki said, concern lacing his tone as he prepared to take notes. Ren paused, considering his words. I mean, it's fine. I know a lot of people are worried about me because I got beat up, but it wasn't that bad. I was somewhat unconscious for the most part, he admitted, his tone nonchalant. Maruki hummed thoughtfully. So you don't see anything wrong with what happened? Not really, Ren replied almost instinctively, then, noticing Maruki's expectant silence, he elaborated. I knew what was going to happen when I entered, that's why I had my phone recording everything. Is that so? Is there a reason you decided to do something like that so soon after transferring? Maruki asked, his voice filled with empathy. I mean, I had to. Ren said absent-mindedly, as he thought about his first encounter with Igor since he was trying to think of a way to redirect the conversation towards Maruki. Why is that? Maruki probed gently. Ren momentarily opened his mouth to respond, then paused, reconsidering his approach under Maruki's attentive gaze. Sensing Ren's hesitation, Maruki smoothly redirected the conversation. You said you expected Kamoshida to attack you. Were you not worried about yourself at all? Not really. It wouldn't have made for a good story if I had died like that, he remarked, his thoughts briefly touching on his encounters with Igor. A good story. Maruki repeated Ren's words, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Do you think of your life as a story? Ren hesitated, the question catching him slightly off guard. I guess, he admitted, his uncertainty evident. Maruki, intrigued, delved deeper. What kind of story would you say it is? He asked, pen poised over his notepad, ready to jot down more insights. I guess it would be a fool's journey. Have you heard of it? Ren ventured, his question cutting through the formal atmosphere with an unexpected depth. Maruki's response was a mix of surprise and delight, his chuckle warming the room. Surprisingly, I have. Believe it or not, the fool's journey is one of the more diverse topics in psychology. There was a famous psychiatrist named Carl Jung, and amongst the archetypes he wrote, one of them was the fool. The mention of Jung and the archetypes sparked a moment of nostalgia for Maruki, his expression turning reflective. I actually based a lot of my research on his studies. So you just brought back a lot of memories, he shared, revealing a personal connection to the topic. Seeing this as his chance to change the direction of the conversation, Ren asked. Oh, really? What did you use to study? Maruki looked at his watch for a moment before saying. The time we have is almost up. So how about we leave that until next time, and continue this session focused on you? If you want, we can spend the full session diving into it, since I know you are quite interested in it. Maruki suggested, his smile genuine and encouraging. As Ren gave a thoughtful nod, Maruki took this as a cue to proceed. Their conversation meandered through various topics, with Maruki occasionally glancing at his notes, until he checked his watch and softly interjected. I think this was a very productive first session, Maruki began, his tone encouraging. Before we conclude, I'd like to share an observation. He leaned forward, setting his notepad aside, and looked directly at Ren with a warm, sincere smile. You've shown remarkable resilience, Ren. It's rare to see someone handle life's curveballs as gracefully as you have. But, I notice something in the way you describe your experiences. It's as if you see your life as a show for others to enjoy, rather than a journey for yourself. Maruki shared, his voice carrying a mix of admiration and concern. Ren's expression shifted to one of surprise, Maruki's words striking a chord. Maruki leaned in slightly, his gaze steady and supportive. Remember, Ren, your life is exclusively yours to command. It's not just a narrative for others to observe, but a masterpiece you're meant to paint with your own choices and desires. Continue doing what you are doing. Spending time with your friends and learning from them, I can tell you cherish them, and are learning a lot from them. But don't do it for someone else, do it for yourself. As the school's alarm bell rung, signaling the imminent closure of its halls, Maruki and Ren rose from their seats, the weight of their conversation lingering in the air. They exchanged goodbyes, a mutual understanding silently acknowledged between them. Unbeknownst to them, as the room emptied and the echo of their steps faded, a solitary blue butterfly fluttered away, its wings catching the dimming light. It fluttered gracefully, an almost ethereal presence amidst the stillness of the school before it vanished as subtly as it had arrived. Tilde confidence tilde. Ren Amamiya, the jester. Rank 3. Takuto Maruki, the counselor, rank 1. Chapter 40, The Lion's Den 1688 words. After leaving Maruki's office, Ren had a lot on his mind, yet rather than heading to the solitude of LeBlanc he decided to reach out to someone else. Ever since their first meeting, he had exchanged a few messages here and there with Futaba, but he hadn't actually visited her for a while, so he was going to head over to her house. After sending a message to Sojiro to ask him to unlock the door, and to wait at LeBlanc since he wanted to talk to Futaba in private, he eventually arrived and made his way over to her bedroom before knocking in the same pattern as before. "Do you want to build a snowman?" he whispered, a soft attempt at humor. However, his joke didn't seem to land as well the second time. "Futaba, why are you here?" "I was hoping to help you clean. You mentioned your room was a mess, right?" Futaba, it's pretty bad. Even better. I know, it doesn't really make sense, but cleaning helps me think, and I don't have anything left to clean up back in LeBlanc. Ren admitted, exhaling a heavy sigh. He glanced at his phone, hoping for a quick reply, but minutes ticked by in silence. Just as he was about to retreat, the sound of the lock clicking echoed softly, and the door cracked open a sliver. "What's up with you?" Futaba's voice, frail yet curious, filtered through the gap. "Oh, you know. Rethinking my entire life up until this point. How about you?" Ren said with a joking tone. Futaba remained silent, eyeing him through the narrow opening before stepping back, granting him entry. "You can come in," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper from the shadows. As Ren stepped inside, the smell of decay and neglect hit him. An amalgamation of rotten food and stale air. The chaos of the room spoke volumes of her isolation: trash bags, discarded food containers, newspapers, and a myriad of clutter covered every surface. Turning to Futaba, Ren caught his breath. For a fleeting moment, through the lens of his third eye, he saw a tattered pharaoh's mask. Rather than the royal appearance that a mask like Kamoshida had, or the intimidating presence of Sais, her mask was in ruins. It was full of cracks and rust, almost as if ready to fall apart. Disabling his third eye, the illusion faded, revealing a fragile, reclusive girl before him. Futaba's frame was slight, almost fragile, her skin pale from the absence of sunlight, and her bright orange hair framed a pair of large, black glasses that shielded her eyes. Futaba watched Ren from a corner, her body tensed with unease. The slight tremble betrayed her growing regret at having let him into her personal chaos. Before she could voice any second thoughts, Ren's initiative cut through the tension. "Let's get to work. Do you know where Sojiro keeps the cleaning supplies?" Ren asked as he took off his school jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Silence fell as Ren dove into the task, his movements methodical, allowing his mind to drift. This complete focus on the task at hand, his disconnection from the immediate surroundings, initially left Futaba observing him with a mix of curiosity and awkwardness. However, as she realized he wasn't scrutinizing her, her discomfort eased, and she began to assist with the cleanup, finding solace in the shared silence and the mere presence of another. For Futaba, there was an unfamiliar comfort in being alone with someone else, and she quietly appreciated Ren's undivided attention to the task, his concentration palpable. As the cleaning progressed, Ren's hands eventually sorted through a pile of books, pausing on one that seemed familiar. It was a simple black journal, yet as he glanced at the contents to determine where to put it, his eyes widened. Cognitive science, he murmured, curiosity piqued, though the question was more for himself than for Futaba. Yeah, they belong to my mom, Futaba replied, her voice laced with discomfort as she looked away. Have you read them? Ren inquired, flipping open one of the books to glimpse the notes within. No. Her reply was faint, a confession. I couldn't, not after what I did to her. Futaba's voice trailed off as she sank to the floor, wrapping her arms around herself for comfort. Ren noticed the majority of the books were related to psychology, a detail that intrigued him. Yet, as he turned back to Futaba, he hesitated, choosing his words carefully amidst the palpable silence. What happened? Ren asked, even though he already knew the answer. He wanted to hear it in her own words. Just go away. Futaba said with some discomfort, as she shrunk her body as small as possible, hiding her face between her legs. Ren paused, contemplating his next words with care. Cognitive science is a weapon, he continued, his gaze returning to the book in his hands. A weapon that can be used silently, without drawing attention. He stood, extending the book towards her. This gesture seemed to break through her daze, her eyes meeting his. Anger and sorrow intermingled in her gaze, as she took the book from him. Sojiro has told me that you are a genius. Ren began, pausing momentarily to gather his thoughts. Maybe you will discover something that will change your mind in that book. Ren offered softly. For the remainder of Ren's time in the room, Futaba remained silent, the book clutched in her hands like a lifeline she was yet unsure how to use. Ren recognized the delicate balance of her emotions and chose not to press further, focusing instead on the tangible task of cleaning. By the time he was done, the once chaotic room was now perfect. The once overwhelming smell was replaced by the sweet smell of citrus. It truly was like night and day, and turning to look at the girl, who had been staring at the book in her hands for some time now, Ren said softly. To be honest, I am still figuring it out. Ren confessed softly, a shared vulnerability hanging between them. But send me a message after you have read that book, and I will show you how dangerous that knowledge can be. Ren said before stepping out of the room, catching a small glimpse of her opening the book, as he closed the door gently. The quiet hours Ren had dedicated to cleaning Futaba's room had inadvertently offered him a rare opportunity to sift through his own tangled web of thoughts. There was an irony in how he had initially vowed to enjoy life, only to find himself repeatedly on the brink for the sake of his plans. It was going to be strange breaking the habit, but from now on he would leave that as his last resort. With exams over the next day, the group took one last day off to prepare for their infiltration. The day after, the group gathered in Shibuya, ready to begin the plan they had waited so long for. Despite the inherent dangers of the plan, Ren's confidence was palpable as he prepared to walk into the lion's den. Rather than holding Morgana in his bag, Ren had decided to go in there empty-handed, with Morgana already waiting for him at the place where the boss would be in order not to draw attention. Catching the concerned look that Shiho was giving him, he offered her a reassuring smile as he reminded her. Don't worry, I remember our promise, so just trust me. He assured them, his words eliciting a gentle smile from Shiho. Separating from his friends, Ren navigated through the bustling Shibuya crowd towards the man who had previously given him a job offer. Yo, Ren greeted casually, drawing a scrutinizing gaze from the man. Well, look who decided to show up, the man responded with a smirk, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Wondered when you'd crack. Ready to start making some real cash. His tone dripped with condescension. Ren chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. Caught me, he played along, light-hearted. I'm trying to win over a girl, but let's just say she has a thing for diamonds. The man's laughter boomed, his arm slinging over Ren's shoulders in a friendly way. Boy, where we are going you aren't going to have to worry about that. I'm sure the boss will give you a sign-on bonus if you impress him. And if it's company you're after, we've got spots for that too, the man boasted, leading Ren away. Navigating the crowded streets, the man flagged down a black car with his phone, then turned to Ren with an inquiring look. What's the name, kid? He asked as the car approached. Akira Kurusu. Ren replied confidently, the lie slipping off his tongue with ease. Got an ID with you, the man prodded. Turning his pockets inside out, he showed they were empty. Must have slipped my mind, he said with a slightly joking tone, causing the man to burst out laughing once again. Ah, you catch on quick, don't you? You're practically one of us already. From here on out, Akira, you can call me Taro, he remarked, his chuckle betraying a mix of approval and amusement. As the black car whisked them away through the bustling city streets, the two of them eventually found themselves pulling up to a building that, at first glance, blended seamlessly with its surroundings. The structure bore no distinctive features to set it apart from its neighbors, yet something about it commanded Ren's attention. Glancing through the window, Ren's third eye and his observation skills kicked in. He noticed a subtle yet unmistakable pattern amidst the pedestrian flow. There were people dressed in everyday clothes who seemed to pay an unusual amount of attention to the building. Their casual glances were too calculated, their strolls too deliberate. It was clear they were not mere passers-by, but people diligently looking over the building. Confidence. Futaba Sakura, the Hermit, Rank 2. Chapter 41, The Illusory Popes. 2,552 words. UWU, what's this bulging from your inkstone? Could it possibly be an extra chapter? It's so long. Cringe aside, I was having fun writing, so here's another one for y'all. Extra chunky at 2.5k words. Imago play P3 since I only just unlocked Fiji, so I have a lot of catching up to do. Enjoy. As Ren stepped into the building, the transition from the unremarkable exterior to the interior's lavish decor was stark. The club, with its soothing music and richly adorned walls, exuded an air of opulence that was almost suffocating with the dense smell of cigarettes lingering in the atmosphere. The velvety purple cushioning that draped the walls and the plush carpet underfoot spoke volumes of the establishment's pretensions to luxury. As Ren and Taro ascended the stairs, the heart of this clandestine empire came into view, Junior Kaneshiro. The man was far from the formidable figure Ren had envisioned. Instead, he was a short, overweight individual with slicked-back brown hair. His attire was ostentatious, dripping with gold chains and rings. Flanked by two women who clung to him, Kaneshiro exuded a sense of self-importance that was almost tangible. Yet, through Ren's third eye, the true nature of Kaneshiro's distortion became apparent. A grotesque mask resembling a fly enveloped him. As Ren's gaze settled on Kaneshiro, any remnants of the mythic figure he had concocted in his mind crumbled. Before him was not a criminal mastermind like the man who raised him, but rather a person clearly pretending to be one. If he had to be honest with himself, Ren was disappointed. He had spent so long planning this interaction out in his mind over and over, but now it was clear it was for nothing. Taro, what's with the brat? Kaneshiro's voice, dripping with disdain, cut through the air. Ren barely suppressed a sigh. His initial suspicion was confirmed as he heard how he spoke. The man before him was nothing more than a poser. He didn't have a single ounce of the true confidence or presence he had seen in true criminals. His relaxed and confident attitude might be able to fool most people, but after seeing the mask he wore, Ren knew it was nothing more than a facade. Boss, this is the kid I've been talking about, Taro interjected, a note of deference in his voice as he nudged Ren forward. He's had a brush with the criminal underworld before. I see a lot of potential in him. Kansehiro's response was swift and dismissive. I don't need some brat in our ranks. Get him out of my sight, he decreed, tightening his grip on the women at his side. Taro, visibly irked, countered. If you doubt his value, why not put him to the test? If he fails to meet your standards, I'll bear any punishment you see fit. A flicker of intrigue crossed Kaneshiro's features at the challenge, a predatory glint in his eyes. Rising, he seized a gun from the table, its presence unnoticed until now. With deliberate steps, he approached Ren, leveling the firearm at his forehead, a stark ultimatum hanging in the charged air. "Kid, you better leave before I blow your brains out." Kaneshiro threatened, his voice a cold promise of violence. Yet, Ren faced the dire threat with an unnerving calm, his gaze steady. Closing the minimal distance between himself and the gun's muzzle, he scrutinized Kaneshiro. He noted the uncertain grip, and the fact that the safety was still on. A telltale sign of the man's unfamiliarity with his own weapon. He had promised both himself and Shiho that he wouldn't play bets with his life anymore, but in his eyes, this was nothing more than a bad joke. "Have you seen the material this room is made out of? You'd never be able to get my blood out of it if you shot," Ren remarked, his voice steady, a wry smile playing at his lips. The standoff hung in the air for a tense heartbeat before Kaneshiro's demeanor shattered into laughter. "For fuck's sake, Taro, you weren't lying about the brat." Kaneshiro conceded as he casually tossed the gun aside. Settling back, he drew the unsettled girls closer, trying to regain the composure disrupted by the standoff. "Brat, what do you want?" Kaneshiro inquired, swirling a glass of wine before taking a sip. Suppressing a reflexive eye roll, Ren maintained his composure. "I was looking for a job. Moving stuff is a bit below my pay grade. So I'm hoping you have something a bit more entertaining." Ren proposed, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Kansuhiro appraised him critically before asking, "You look like you still go to school. Am I wrong?" "No, you are right. I go to Kosei," Ren said without an ounce of hesitation. "Interesting. Here's the deal, then. If you can get a few of your classmates to move some product for us to prove you can get the job done, I'll consider you for the more complex tasks. How does that sound?" Kaneshiro proposed, a sly grin spreading across his face. Ren nodded, accepting the challenge. "I'll return once the task is done," he assured, turning to leave. Taro's puzzled expression was cut short by Kaneshiro's impatient interjection. "Where the hell do you think you're going? I haven't even handed you the goods yet." Ren paused at the threshold, turning to look at Kaneshiro. "It wouldn't be fun if I got everything handed to me so easily. Just give me a few weeks and you'll see what I can do," he replied, a hint of defiance in his tone before exiting, though he could hear the group's distant laughter as he walked away. Once safely outside, and after making sure he wasn't being followed, Ren signaled for Morgana to emerge from hiding, and together, they returned to Shibuya to regroup with the others. The team, having waited near the designated alley for their infiltration, gathered around Ren as they ventured into the shadows, entering the palace to speak freely. "Did something go wrong?" Anne asked as she noticed the slight traces of annoyance in Ren's face. "No, far from it. Everything went according to plan," Ren assured her, stepping out to look at the looming bank. "However, our target was more of a letdown than I anticipated," he confessed with a hint of disappointment. "What do you mean?" Makoto inquired, her interest piqued. "It's hard to explain, but it is almost as if he was just playing pretend," Ren said as he thought back to his short interaction. "I don't know how he became the leader of the crime organization, but he doesn't strike me as the kind of person who could accomplish something like that on his own." "So, you're suggesting there's someone else pulling the strings?" Ryuji asked, visibly surprised. "Definitely," Ren confirmed with a decisive nod. Morgana chimed in, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You know, now that you mention it, there were a few individuals in suits who visited the office once. They arrived in the same black car that dropped you off. I didn't give it much thought back then since I was focused on learning the name of the boss, but in hindsight, they were quite conspicuous. If anything, rather than the suits you would see in criminals, they were wearing outfits more fit for doing office work." Mona added. "Does this mean we are not targeting the real mastermind?" Anne asked with some concern. "No, but dismantling Kaneshiro will disrupt the elaborate network supporting him," Makoto interjected, reassuring the group. "Taking him down means undoing the efforts of those behind him." "She's right. We might not be taking down the true leader, but we can probably find out more about him through Kaneshiro's shadow," Ren pointed out. After the group had finished discussing for some time, Ren looked up at the bank before shouting. Looking up into the sky, he shouted at the bank. "Let me in. I work for your boss." Ren shouted, and to their astonishment, the bank halted its aerial drift and began to descend. "It worked!" Morgana exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the bank settled at building height, unfurling a gigantic ramp leading up to it. Once the group made their way up to the bank entrance, Ren turned to Makoto before saying, "You're aware of what it takes to awaken a persona, right?" Ren inquired, receiving an affirmative nod from Makoto. "I know. It won't be easy, but I'm prepared," Makoto affirmed, her resolve unwavering. Offering a comforting hand on her shoulder, Ren led the way into the bank, with Makoto at his side. The rest of the Phantom Thieves, except Mona, decided to wait outside, poised to intervene in case of an emergency. Their strategy was to minimize attention, focusing solely on Makoto's awakening before making a swift retreat to allow her time to recuperate. Mona, meanwhile, planned to stealthily follow them inside, ready to guide and alert the others should anything go awry. Taking a deep breath and focusing, Ren's mask glowed briefly before his attire changed from that of a phantom thief to the clothes he wore in the real world. Since their way into the bank was thanks to his connection to Kaneshiro, they didn't want to blow his cover so early. Then, after getting a nod of confirmation from Makoto, the two of them entered the bank. The bank's interior was grandiose, mirroring the real world's largest financial institutions, with its sprawling ceiling and the vigilant march of guards, their gear reminiscent of riot police. As Ren and Makoto made their entrance, guards quickly communicated over their walkie-talkies. Soon after, Kaneshiro's voice echoed throughout the bank via the speakers. "I must admit, I'm pleasantly surprised. You've delivered such a fine asset to me far sooner than expected." Kaneshiro boasted as surveillance cameras swiveled to focus on Ren and Makoto. "The guards will escort you," he declared, his voice then fading into silence. Shortly after, a guard gestured for them to follow, leading the way. Ren and Makoto exchanged a determined glance, silently agreeing to proceed. Going past the crowds of ATM people huddled, pleading for assistance from the tellers, they were eventually guided to a meeting room not far from the entrance. Inside, 3 guards stood before a large TV screen, with the door closing behind them as the guard who led them positioned himself outside. The TV flickered to life, displaying Kaneshiro, his skin a striking purple hue, dressed in an impeccable suit, flanked by 2 men posing as his personal guards. On his face was a small mustache that he didn't have in the real world, which only added to his strange appearance. Kaneshiro's voice brimmed with an unsettling mix of surprise and delight, as he noticed Makoto. "Oh my, could it be? Did you really bring the sister of Sae Najima to me?" he inquired, almost giddy, the room's cameras refocusing to capture their reactions more closely. Makoto visibly tensed at the mention of her sister's name, her discomfort palpable. How do you know that?" Makoto's voice was a mix of shock and apprehension, inadvertently confirming her identity to Kaneshiro's shadow. Using that as confirmation, Kaneshiro's shadow let out a laugh before saying. His laughter filled the room, a sound devoid of any warmth. "That bitch tried to look into us not too long ago. At the time, my hands were tied. But now, with her sister in my grasp, I bet I could use you to get my hands on her too." Kaneshiro mused, ribbing his hands with a sinister glee evident as he envisioned his revenge. Makoto frowned as she heard him talk. With how beautiful the 2 Najima sisters are, they would fetch a handsome price on the market, especially sold as a set. Kaneshiro speculated aloud, his laughter echoing ominously. "Taro informed me about your problem, Akira. Girl troubles, was it? As a token of my appreciation for delivering such a valuable asset, I'll grant you the first go at them. What can I say? I pride myself on being a generous leader." Despite bracing herself for the worst, Makoto found Kaneshiro's knowledge of her sister unsettlingly personal, shaking her resolve more than she had anticipated. She tightened her fists before saying in a defiant tone. "You dash," she barely began, her voice choked by outrage, when Kaneshiro interjected with a venomous command. "Shut up. Now that you are in my grasp, all you have to do is endure it and do as you're told. You belong to me now," he sneered, his disdain palpable through the screen. Ren was staring at the screen without revealing any expression, yet his foot was tapping in anticipation, as he was beginning to lose his patience with Kaneshiro. Yet, as he turned to look at Makoto, he couldn't help but let out a small smirk. Enough! Makoto's voice erupted with fury. Shut your damn mouth, you money-grubbing asshole. I've fucking had it with being pushed around, with being told what to do. And I refuse to let you, of all people, dictate my fate or my sister's, she erupted, her voice a beacon of defiance. Her defiance was cut short as a sudden, excruciating pain seized her, causing her to clutch her head. Are you ready to embrace the path of rebellion? A gentle, yet powerful feminine voice whispered from the depths of her being. Yes. Come to me. Makoto declared, her voice shaking with resolve as the pain intensified, signaling the imminent awakening. Very well. Let us begin with our contract at once. I am thou, thou art I. The ethereal voice continued, as an iron mask materialized on Makoto's face. With a surge of instinctual determination, Makoto clawed at the mask, her actions a declaration of her burgeoning power. Kaneshiro, witnessing her actions, commanded. Guards! Subdue her. Panic tinged his voice, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. At that moment, Ren's eyes flashed a brilliant yellow, and the shadow beneath him stretched across the floor. Silent, inky black hands snaked out, ensnaring the guard's legs, immobilizing them without a sound. His subtle intervention going unnoticed, yet earning just enough time for Makoto to finish awakening. You have finally found your own justice. Please, never lose sight of it again. This memorable day marks the graduation from your false self. The voice said in a motherly tone, as Makoto let out a scream of pain. With a final, determined yank, Makoto tore the mask away, unleashing an explosive surge of energy. The room filled with the sound of shattering chains and a revving engine, heralding her awakening. When the dust settled, Makoto stood transformed. Her new attire, a fusion of dark blue and black, was accented with a scarf, a corset-style breastplate, spiked pads, and metallic boots, each element symbolizing her newfound resolve. White gloves and an iron mask completed her outfit. However, the most striking thing in the room was not her changed appearance, but the striking silver motorcycle she sat on. The front was adorned with the gentle, smiling face of a woman. As it revved, floating spectral chains appeared around it, rattling and bringing forth the sounds of metal clashing. Chapter 42, The Grand Escape. 1823 words. In the face of imminent danger, the guards momentarily swelled, their forms grotesquely transforming into towering crimson oni, each brandishing a fearsome glaive. As they readied themselves for an assault, a silent glance was exchanged between Ren and Makoto. With a determined rev, Makoto launched her motorcycle towards the closed door of the meeting room. Joanna, she called out. The eyes on the front of her motorcycle briefly flared to life, unleashing a torrent of brilliant blue energy. The blast tore through the door, scattering debris across the room. Makoto maneuvered past the debris, striking the lone guard outside with such force that he was sent sprawling to the ground. Kansehiro's command to capture her echoed futilely in the chaos. Catch her, he bellowed, but the roar of Joanna's engine drowned out his orders. Yes, sir. Ren answered, a smirk playing on his lips as he darted past the scene, deliberately stepping over the downed guard in his path. Amidst the chaos inside the bank, Makoto revved Joanna's engine, her determination as clear as the roaring sound echoing through the air. With precision, she weaved through the sea of panicked ATM patrons, skillfully dodging guards who had transformed into menacing figures determined to stop her escape. As Makoto's intentions became clear, the transformed guards swiftly converged, creating an intimidating barrier. However, before they could secure their formation, a sudden, roaring fireball surged behind them, exploding amidst the guards. Flames enveloped them, their organized ranks dissolving into chaos. Even though the exit remained blocked, Makoto seized the opportunity, pushing Joanna to her limits as she charged toward them. As Ren observed Makoto's actions, his eyes became sharp and focused, realizing she would not be able to cross the blockade even in their disorganized state. Without hesitation, he summoned Jack Frost, one of the personas he had crafted for Caroline and Justine. As the snowman-looking persona appeared behind him, Ren's eyes glowed a bright yellow, as he continued running behind the speeding motorcycle. Hee-ho, the persona's voice chimed, its cheerfulness cutting through the tension. With a grand, sweeping gesture, it summoned forth a path of ice. The path crystallized rapidly, spiraling into a ramp that shimmered with an ethereal blue light in front of Makoto. Joanna's wheels spun out under the frost-covered floor, yet the momentum was enough to carry her up the makeshift ramp and sent her flying over the barricade, just as the ice ramp exploded into shards of ice. As Makoto hurtled through the air, time itself appeared to pause. Panic and exhilaration mixed in her chest, a silent scream caught in her throat. Then, out of nowhere, a black cat sprang into view, transforming mid-leap into a bus around her. She landed against the cushions with a thud that echoed through her bones, the shock of the transition from free fall to safety leaving her breathless and disoriented but alive. "You are all useless," Ren shouted, feigning anger at the guards blocking the door, all the while suppressing a mischievous grin. The sudden mayhem had given the rest of the phantom thieves just enough time to hop onto Morgana before he quickly began driving away in an escape. Leaving Ren chasing behind them, running right past the confused barricade of guards who didn't try to stop him. "I'll take it from here. Inform the boss that I am going to capture the people who escaped. I swear, I even made her fall off her bike, and all you could do was stand there looking like idiots." Ren shouted, making sure to be heard by everyone and, more specifically, by the cameras that Kaneshiro had placed all throughout the entrance of the bank. He knew from their short interaction in the meeting room that the cameras were also able to record sound, so before he left for the day, he wanted to increase the level of trust that Shadow Kaneshiro had in him. Grabbing onto Jack Frost, the gleeful persona shouted once again, before creating a path of ice for both of them to slide down, leaving behind the absolute chaos that had been caused in the bank. Once they had safely returned to the real world, Makoto collapsed into Ren, relying on him for support as laughter bubbled up from her. Her body trembled with the lingering rush of adrenaline, yet she was simultaneously overwhelmed by a tide of exhaustion, unlike anything she'd ever experienced. "It's like you read my mind," Makoto said as she took deep breaths, struggling to regain her composure. The events had unfolded so rapidly that she had instinctively trusted Ren to create a path for her escape. "I told you, I've got your back," Ren replied, his smile warm as he steadied her. However, she continued to lean slightly on Ren for support. Anne and Shiho exchanged a curious glance with each other as they noticed their exchange, while Ruju couldn't contain his amazement. "Holy shit, dude, that was effing awesome. Your persona is a freaking bike," Ruju said with some excitement. That was something straight out of a movie scene. Catching her breath, Makoto's smile widened. "It felt incredible," she admitted. "You all described what awakening feels like to me before, but it's beyond words." Glancing at his watch, Ren noted the time and suggested, "How about we regroup at LeBlanc? It'll close soon, so we'll have the place to ourselves. Plus, it would be suspicious if anyone saw us here." With agreement from the group, they boarded the train to LeBlanc, settling into the comfort of their routine. Cooking had become a familiar role for Ren during their meetings, so he swiftly prepared a meal for everyone, the aroma filling the cozy space. As they gathered around the table, Makoto eagerly savored the food, her energy revitalized by the meal and the coffee's warm embrace. A content sigh escaped her lips as she finished the food on her plate. After settling into the quiet ambience of the hideout, Makoto broke the silence, her voice carrying a mix of reflection and resolve. "Honestly, I didn't expect him to bring up my sister. But I guess that was the final push I needed," she confessed, her words laden with newfound determination. And leaned in, her curiosity piqued by the mention of Makoto's sister. "You don't talk much about her. You guys are close, aren't you?" Makoto shifted uncomfortably at the question before answering. "Kind of. Though I have been more of a burden to her lately. But after awakening Joanna, I realized something. I have always been trying to get her approval by following her orders, but now I'm entirely sure this is the best way for me to make a difference," Makoto said, earning a few smiles from the group. Ruji, scratching his head, interjected with a mix of concern and curiosity. "And what about her palace? It's kinda awkward, I get it, 'cause she's your sis and all. But, don't you think we also gotta keep it in mind? Ren stepped in, his voice calm and reassuring. We can focus on that after we complete our current mission, he said, earning a nod from Makoto. If I am being honest, I'd like to get closer to her to try to change her distortion without diving into her palace. Even if that doesn't fully work, it should make the infiltration easier since her distortion would be weaker. It was something similar to what he was trying to do with Futaba. Thanks to what he had heard from Sojiro, and from the time he had spent talking to her, he had a pretty clear idea as to what her distortion was. Right now, he was trying to gently nudge her in the right direction. Since he could tell that her mind was a bit unstable, he was trying to pace it so that she wouldn't become overwhelmed. He wasn't entirely sure if it would work, but he felt it was worth trying. He felt a connection with her from the time he had spent with her, and she also reminded him of someone important to him, so he wanted to protect her. Diving into her mind and seeing all of her deepest secrets would feel wrong unless it was entirely necessary. Hearing Ren's concern, Makoto smiled as she said, "Yeah, getting closer to my sister is probably going to be pretty hard. The only people she really spends time with are the SIU director and Goro Akechi, the detective prince." Her smile faded slightly as she added, "Even I don't get to spend that much time actually talking to her. The longest time we have talked lately was when she caught you in our house." Her words raised a few eyebrows, but Ren's attention was brought to the mention of the detective prince. "I've heard about him in the news. But how did he end up getting to work with your sister?" Ren asked with some curiosity. "About a year ago, he single-handedly untangled several high-profile scandals, capturing the attention of the top brass in the detective world. Eventually, the director of SIU himself asked him to take a part-time position working directly under him." She explained, her voice trailing off as an idea sparked. Retrieving her phone, she quickly navigated to the MetaNav app, searching for Akechi. Seeing her actions, the group realized what she was thinking before looking at the results with expectation. "No results found." "Nothing," she sighed, setting her phone aside. "Anyways, I think the only real way to catch my sister's attention would be to work with her. And since you have a criminal record, that will be pretty hard to do. However, I will try to talk to her whenever she stops by the house." Hearing their conversation, Shiho asked, "Wait, wasn't there another detective prince? I remember hearing in the news that they were coming to Tokyo. There was a whole scandal about which detective prince was better." And perked up as she added, "Yeah, now that you mention it, I remember hearing that. The legendary return of the detective prince who hasn't been seen for a long time. Weren't they coming to Tokyo to investigate the mental shutdown case? I remember, because they made a whole deal about the Kuriho group supporting them in their investigation." Noticing that the group was starting to get off track, Morgana cleared his throat before speaking up. "We should probably focus on the mission again. We are running out of time before everyone has to head home for the day," he said, earning a round of nods from the group. "Today's mission was a success. We finally have a way into the palace, but that only marks the very beginning of our mission. Now that we have the bare minimum, we can start the actual infiltration. But best of all, Ren here can walk in there without drawing attention." Chapter 43, The Bank Security System. 1802 words. The day after their initial infiltration, the Phantom Thieves regrouped under the glow of the afternoon sun. There was an air of anticipation as they neared Kaneshiro's palace once more. The aftermath of their escape was clear, as from a quick glance towards the interior one could tell that the security level had increased. Unlike their previous visit, the guards were actively patrolling around the rooms with newfound vigilance. Even the surveillance cameras seemed more alert than usual, swiveling from side to side, as if in a constant search for anything that stood out. Ren, looking at the group who had hidden themselves near the entrance, addressed them. "I'll head in first to get a better picture as to what we are dealing with," Ren whispered, earning a round of determined nods from the group. "I'll try to mess with the cameras and open up a path for all of you. Mona, follow me from the shadows. I will need your help with the cameras." Hearing the orders, Mona nodded his head with determination, before climbing up one of the walls in the bank and entering through a small opening in the vents. Mona was both the smallest and the most stealthy member, so he would be the perfect backup for Ren. As Ren walked through the front door, all of the guards snapped to attention. Their masks covered the tension in their faces, but their bodies betrayed their nervousness as they stood in front of him. Do we have a map of the bank? Ren asked, causing the guard in front of him to nod. I wasn't able to catch them yesterday because of your incompetence. There's a chance they will be back to make another mess, so I am going to increase the guards near possible entry points. Ren's voice was cold, tinged with false frustration. Hearing the tone of Ren's voice, the guard gave a brisk salute before answering. Yes, sir. The boss has instructed us to assist you fully. You'll find a partial map in the camera room upstairs, the guard replied, promptly leading the way. Ren didn't allow his mask of anger to break, even though he was quite surprised by how willing to follow his commands the guards on the first floor appeared. As he followed behind the guard, he walked past many guards patrolling the first floor, accompanied by a group of dogs that seemed to be smelling the air with curiosity. Noticing this, Ren's eyes narrowed as he realized the chance that the dogs would be able to smell Morgana's presence hidden in the shadows. Silence! Ren's command cut through the air with authority. Hold your barks unless you're absolutely certain. If you have even the smallest amount of doubt, just shut your mouth. We cannot afford to distract the guards in other areas, he admonished the dog-shaped guards. Met with a chorus of subdued whines, the dogs bowed their heads, resuming their patrol with a quieter, more subdued demeanor. Ren nodded his head in approval, as he continued following the guard up the stairs. The dogs, who just a few moments before were almost ready to alert the guards that something was wrong, were now smelling the air with uncertainty, which would all but guarantee that they wouldn't trust their own senses in the future. Morgana, perched near the ceiling in the shadows, couldn't suppress a smirk at Ren's actions. His tail twitched in amusement, a silent chuckle stifled as he leaped to the next vantage point, eyes never straying from Ren's back. Ready to jump out of hiding at a moment's notice in case anything went wrong. Upon reaching the security room, the guard swiped a keycard, the door beeping softly before granting them entry. The room was a hive of surveillance activity, monitors lining the walls, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the guard's focused face. Hearing the door open, the camera guard turned to acknowledge their presence before continuing his careful watch over the displays. Return to your patrol. Ren commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. As the door clicked shut, he turned his attention to the sole guardian of the bank's visual secrets. From a brief round of questioning, he found out that the camera room was fully protected from both inside and out. The thick materials of the walls made it soundproof, as well as almost impenetrable. However, one thing that the guards seemed to have overlooked was the one air vent that connected the room to the outside. A vent from which Ren could see Mona's eyes, gleaming with anticipation, ready to pounce down and attack. Ren spent a few minutes longer gathering information about the first layer of the bank before letting out a smile. I see, so you are the only one responsible for overlooking the cameras on the top floors. That must be a hard job for one person. Ren observed, his tone laced with a feigned admiration. No, sir. I am proud to serve our boss, and I am the best man for the job, the guard responded with pride. Ren's smile widened as he heard him. Then, as a token of the boss's appreciation, you've been granted a special bonus. Turn around for your surprise, he suggested, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. The guard, momentarily taken aback, complied with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. In a swift motion, Ren drew his pistol, the sound of a gunshot echoing as the guard collapsed. The body convulsed, then burst, revealing a cluster of shadows, disoriented but unharmed by the bullet. Among them stood a formidable blue Oni, its face a void, brandishing a double-bladed weapon. Flanking it were two purple Oni, their skin adorned with zebra-like patterns, each wielding a double-sided club. Ren's irritation was palpable as he holstered his gun, his attire morphing seamlessly into the iconic garb of a phantom thief. Of course, why wouldn't they resist it, he muttered under his breath, his annoyance fading into focus. The blue Oni brandished his weapon with menacing grace, unleashing a slicing gale aimed directly at Ren. As if on cue, Mona emerged from the shadows with a flourish, summoning Zorro. The persona's rapier danced through the air, a swift counter that dispersed the oncoming wind with ease. "He's a traitor, and he has brought more with him," bellowed the blue Oni, a mix of surprise and fury coloring his command as he signaled the purple Oni to join the fray. One purple Oni lifted his weapon, summoning a wave of frost spears that launched towards the two of them. However, Ren reacted just in time to summon Jack Frost. The gleeful snowman appeared in front of him just in time to intercept the spears, which harmlessly bounced off his body before disintegrating into dust. Without hesitation, Ren advanced towards the Oni. He dismissed Jack Frost in a flurry of blue flames and summoned KUMO-AUDIOBOOK. The ethereal woman emerged, her fan serving as both shield and weapon, with an extra one obscuring her face. Adorned with mysterious purple patterns, she moved with a grace that blurred the lines between battle and dance. With an elegant gesture, she gathered sparks around her right fan. Then, with a swift flick, she unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the Oni trio. The blue Oni howled in agony as it collapsed to its knees, yet the two purple Oni, seemingly unfazed, brandished their clubs at the advancing Ren. Ren dodged swiftly to the side, the heavy blades striking nothing but air. Once he was close enough, he let out a smirk as he reached into a pouch he had hidden, filled to the brim with the infiltration tools he had crafted in his free time. Grabbing a metal ball that he quickly threw to the ground, enveloping the room in smoke. Morgana's chuckle echoed through the chaos, disorienting the Oni as their vision clouded. The laughter seemed to come from all directions, leaving them unable to pinpoint the source of the next attack. Mona, slicing through the shadows, brandished a cutlass alongside Zorro wielding his rapier. Together, they delivered a series of slashing attacks on the purple Oni from all directions. Ren, on the other hand, capitalizing on the discovery of the blue Oni's weakness, unleashed round after round of lightning from the cover of shadows, shifting his position with each strike. As the smoke began to clear, the aftermath was revealed. Two heavily injured purple Oni and the blue one, who had been reduced to dust from the relentless lightning. Exchanging a glance, Mona and Ren nodded in unison, acting with perfect synchrony. KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, with a flourish, enveloped her left fan in flames and hurled a fireball at the Oni. Simultaneously, Mona summoned Zorro, who unleashed a concentrated blast of wind. The collision of fire and wind created a fiery vortex that engulfed the remaining Oni, sealing their fate. In the aftermath of their battle, Ren and Mona took a moment to scrutinize the bank's surveillance system, half expecting that their battle might have alerted others. Their tension eased into relief upon realizing the thick walls had silenced their fight, the camera room's guard meeting his end without raising the alarm. "This next part is all you, Mona," Ren commented, a smirk appearing on his lips as he watched the feline scurry towards the control panel. He then turned his attention to the bank's layout sprawling before him, mapping out their next moves in his mind. Morgana, the ever-resourceful black cat, unfurled a set of tools from his pouch, skillfully navigating the control panel's intricacies. His focus was meticulous, ensuring he wouldn't accidentally trigger an alarm. After a moment that stretched into an eternity of tension and careful tampering, he stepped back with a triumphant chuckle, the gleam of accomplishment in his eyes unmistakable. "The video feed is now looping," Mona declared, his voice bubbling with pride. "The cameras on the top floor won't see a thing. And with the security system offline, we've got some room for error, just as long as we keep our disruptions minimal." However, a layer of regret appeared on his face as he added, "It's unfortunate, but it seems that the bank's security is divided into layers, so if we want to fully clear an infiltration route, we'll have to stop by the other security rooms." Ren's response was a nod, his expression mirroring Mona's mix of determination and cunning. During the time Mona was working on the security system, he had looked around the room in search of any additional info. Thanks to the map in his hand and a few pieces of information he had found, he knew exactly how to get the rest of the group past the guards on the first layer. Chapter 44, The Queen's Test. 2,439 words. Yal, I have found the absolutely most perfect second form for Tartuffe. Ever since beginning the story, I have had a few ideas floating around in my head, but today I stumbled upon it by accident while listening to random videos. It's probably not going to appear until the start of the last third of the story, but who boy. I'ma start placing hints about it throughout the rest of the story, though I'll be surprised if anyone actually guesses it before the reveal. Anyways, ramble over, enjoy. Outside, the phantom thieves shuffled anxiously, their eyes scanning the imposing facade of the bank. Suddenly, one of the large golden piggy bank statues began to shift, unveiling a hidden staircase beneath it. Exchanging bewildered looks, their attention snapped to Ren's grinning face peeking out from the passage, waving them over. What the F? Ruji blurted, drawn to the secret entrance, his gaze tracing the ladder into the bank's hidden depths. A secret entrance? Anne echoed, curiosity piqued as she peered down. Ren, with a playful shrug, joked. What can I say? I am a man of many talents. He let out a short chuckle before gesturing for the team to follow. Guiding them through the hidden path, Ren led the group into the bank. They navigated a series of unguarded stairways, their steps hushed and cautious. Before long, they found themselves at an elevator, its doors opening silently to beckon them deeper into the heart of Kaneshiro's palace. Ren had used the influence he had over the guards to order them around to watch over specific areas of the top floor, giving the group just enough room to sneak past all of them. Like shadows in the night, they all moved without alerting anyone. After reaching a safe room on the lower floors, Ren and Mona informed the group of their plan to secure an infiltration route, to sneak from security room to security room, disabling all of the cameras and alarms on their way. What about the cameras on this floor? They should still be active, no? Shiho questioned, recalling the cameras they had snuck past after exiting the elevator. I found a loophole in the camera system in one of the manuals. Mona showed me how to exploit it to shut them off for about a minute, without setting off any alarms. So, I can clear a path for us to move undetected. Ren revealed as he pointed to one of the manuals they had brought down. Makoto looked lost in thought for a moment as she grabbed the map. There is an area hidden from the map. Their attention shifted to Makoto, as she pointed out what she had found. The structure of the top floor and this floor are all pretty consistent. But if you look over here, there is a part of the map where there should be an extra room, but there isn't. There's probably something hidden there. Could it be a will seed? Shiho speculated, the possibility igniting a spark of intrigue among the group. If that's the case, we absolutely need to check it out. Mona said, his eyes gleaming with greed. Ruji, catching onto the conversation's direction, turned to Ren. Hey, you still got that crystal from Kamoshida's palace? Ren nodded, producing the crystal from his pocket, its glow dim but present. Yes, I haven't used it since it takes a lot of time to recharge, but judging by the brightness, it probably has about 2 or 3 uses right now. I'm sure there's got to be a way to refine them into more useful items, but for now we have to save it for emergencies. After thinking for a moment he placed the crystal in the table before adding. Someone else should hold it since I have my other personas as backup. The thieves discussed it for a moment before deciding to give it to Shiho. Since she would stay in the backline, she would have a full view of the battle ahead, and could use the crystal to save anyone who needed it. The task of neutralizing the guards overseeing the security system unfolded with a familiar rhythm. Ren would make his way in and make sure that no one would be able to disturb them, and then the group would barge in and attack once the coast was clear. Working together, they were able to keep the uproar contained in the room. After that, Morgana expertly navigated the security system, disabling any of the cameras and alarms that covered the floor. However, since this area was separated from the rest of the bank via an elevator and a strong metal vault door, the entire floor was effectively prevented from reaching the rest of the bank, which opened another option for them. To use this floor as a battleground for Makoto to get some practice with her persona. The phantom thieves embraced the chaos, as they engaged every shadow that crossed their path. The cacophony of battle echoed through the corridors, with the roaring sounds of Joanna filling the air as Makoto used her persona as both a battering ram and a source of nuclear blue flames. Queen! Look out! Shiho's warning pierced the chaos as 2 twin-headed lions, their bodies a menacing blend of feline grace and draconic ferocity, surged past Ruji, targeting Makoto. In the heat of the battle, Mona's code name, Queen, given due to her new status as a strategist and Ren's second-in-command, echoed through the air. With urgency fueling her actions, Makoto summoned Joanna. The Persona's engine roared to life, swerving dramatically, positioning Makoto squarely against the incoming assault. Her reaction was swift, yet the dual fireballs unleashed by the lions allowed her no escape. She could only shield herself with Joanna, as the flames enveloped them. Grimacing from the searing pain, Makoto revved Joanna, propelling them into a counterattack, as she became enveloped in a wave of healing light. But the agile lions dodged with a graceful leap, forcing Makoto to overshoot her mark. Without missing a beat, she shifted her focus to a bizarre humanoid horse entangled in battle with Ryuju. Skull, focus on the lions. The halls are not wide enough for me to maneuver Joanna to fight them. Makoto shouted as she rode past the blonde-haired boy before lifting the front of her bike and crashing against the horse-like shadow. Surprisingly, rather than being sent flying off the bike, the full force of the attack was passed to the unfortunate shadow, showcasing the true strength of Joanna's powers. Ryuju's eyes snapped to Shiho, as the lions redirected their fury towards her. "Damn it, Captain Kidd," he bellowed, summoning his spectral captain to steer his ghostly ship toward the threat. Cannons ablaze with sparking energy aimed directly at the lions. Simultaneously, Shiho's composed demeanor hid her redness. As Cersei materialized behind her, a disorienting wave of magic ensnared the lions, turning them against one another in a fiery frenzy of confusion and self-assault. Amid the self-inflicted chaos, a tempest of thunder and lightning, heralded by Captain Kidd's imposing ship, descended upon them. "Megiddo," Shiho whispered, as Cersei's silver gaze hardened, unleashing orbs of purplish silver energy that detonated upon impact, erasing the lion shadows from existence. Meanwhile, Makoto's relentless pursuit of the horse-like shadow through the labyrinthine hallways intensified, eventually ending in the shadow's defeat. "More incoming," she alerted, her voice laced with urgency as she spotted additional foes converging on their position. Makoto revved the engine in Joanna, as some sweat began to form on her forehead. Joanna's eyes burst open with one more rev of the engine before a massive wave of purplish energy shot towards the approaching white lion surrounded by a group of different-colored oni. The massive wave of energy caused around half of the approaching forces to slow down and look around in confusion, almost as if they had forgotten what they were doing. But the white lion, undeterred and furious, unleashed a colossal fireball at Makoto. In a flash, Mona intervened, his wind summoning a barrier that collided with the inferno, birthing a fiery vortex that spiraled harmlessly away from Makoto. Away from the battle, Ren nodded at Mona. "Good call. She wouldn't have been able to dodge the flames, and it would have just spiraled downhill from there," he remarked, his voice calm yet focused. Beside him, Anne's worry broke through the tension. "Are you sure we shouldn't step in? It's starting to look bad." Ren shook his head, responding with confidence. "No, she hasn't requested us yet, and I still think she can handle it. Remember, we dealt with things like this in Kamoshida's castle and Mementos. If we step in when things get hard for her, we will only weaken her in the long run." Ren had previously entrusted Makoto with the choice to select her combat support for this specific floor's assault, resulting in her choosing Ryuju for his melee prowess, and Shiho for her strategic magic support. Initially, she had hoped to deal with each group of shadows individually, but the heavy roar that came whenever she used Joanna ended up catching the attention of the other guards across the floor. Though, she should be more mindful not to leave the rest of her team behind. Morgana chimed in, his eyes never leaving the unfolding battle. Heeding Morgana's critique, Ren raised his voice to bridge the distance. "Queen. Remember, you have a team." Caught in the momentum of her solo charge, Makoto's focus was abruptly redirected by Ren's reminder. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw her teammates navigating through the chaos, lagging behind Joanna's swift pace. With adept control, she executed a swift 180-degree turn, the bike's tires screeching against the floor as she made her way back to her team. This maneuver wasn't just a simple retreat. It was a strategic repositioning, allowing her to evade an incoming onslaught of fireballs and ice shards with precision. "It is a shame that this isn't an open space," Morgana mused, eyeing the battlefield with a tactician's gaze. If it were, she wouldn't struggle so much with changing directions. Once she had reunited with the rest of her team, Makoto let out a few heavy breaths before wiping the sweat off her forehead. Siren, your skills in crowd control surpass mine. I need you to focus on the white lion and keep it at bay. It appears to be the strongest one. Ruji and I will tackle the other shadows. Also, look for any chance to sow confusion among them, too, she instructed with urgency, her strategic acumen shining through as she directed their next move. Shiho, understanding the gravity of her role, nodded firmly. With a focus call, she summoned Circe, who, casting a confusion skill, managed to throw the formidable white lion off balance. With a shared look of resolve, Ruji and Makoto prepared for their assault. Ruji summoned Captain Kidd, and with a firm grip on the spectral ship, he charged alongside Makoto towards the advancing shadows. As Ruji and Makoto charged forward with Captain Kidd leading the vanguard, their combined assault against the Shadow Horde was a spectacle of precision and raw power. Captain Kidd's spectral ship cleaved through the shadows, its cannons blasting apart any resistance with lightning, while Makoto, riding Joanna, weaved through the chaos, her persona constantly releasing explosions of chaotic blue energy across her path. The White Lion, momentarily staggered by Circe's skill under Shiho's command, found itself unable to rally its forces. The confusion sown among its ranks turned the tide, allowing the phantom thieves to capitalize on their disarray. Shiho, from her vantage point, continued to manipulate the battlefield, her persona's skills keeping the lion and its minions at bay and disrupting any attempts at coordination. In this orchestrated chaos, the group of shadows dwindled rapidly under the relentless assault until the White Lion let out a large roar, making one final stand. However, by that point, it was too late, as the three thieves focused their attacks on it, causing it to turn into dust not long after. Once the battle was over, Anne, Mona, and Ren rejoined the group. Arriving just as Makoto, with a final act of resolve, dismissed Joanna. She sank to the ground, her breaths coming in heavy gasps. The battle had tested her limits. Throughout the chaos, she had been besieged by a relentless assault of sharp winds, ice, and fire. Yet, she persisted, guiding Joanna through the fray with unwavering determination until the very end. Ruji had also sustained some injuries, but for the most part, he had been able to use his persona as a shield, and with his high durability, he was able to shrug off most of the damage. Finally, Shiho, while physically unfazed, was also letting out a few heavy breaths. The continuous exertion of her skills had taken its toll, leaving her feeling a profound fatigue that went beyond the physical. "Are you okay?" Anne's voice was laced with worry as she knelt beside Makoto, calling forth Carmen to begin healing the team. "Yeah, just give me a moment," Makoto managed between breaths, her determination shining through the exhaustion. "You all did great in this fight," Ren said, offering a smile of approval as he, too, called upon Angel, amplifying the healing energy enveloping the team. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to do so well on what's practically one of your first proper fights," he admitted, drawing a smile from Makoto, her fatigue momentarily forgotten. Ruji, leaning against a wall, managed a tired chuckle as he said, "Looks like we made it through another one, huh? What do you think of your first horde, Makoto?" "I remember the first time we had to deal with one. All because someone accidentally fell off the beam we were walking over," he recounted, humor lacing his voice, drawing an embarrassed look from Anne. "I already said I was sorry, okay? Plus, that time, we didn't even beat them all, we ended up running after Siren confused them." Anne retorted, her blush deepening at the memory. Laughter filled the room as the thieves relocated to the safety of the security room. Morgana ensured the rest of the floors hadn't been alerted by the battle, letting out a sigh of relief after noting that no alarms had been raised. Once the group had finished recovering, they would head over to check out the location Makoto had pointed out before continuing their infiltration into the palace's depths. Chapter 45, The Seeds of Gluttony. 2089 words. Recovering from their battle, the group silently navigated through the bank's labyrinthine corridors, guided by the map toward the anomaly Makoto had identified. The anticipation hung heavily in the air as they moved, the quiet halls amplifying the sound of their footsteps. When they finally arrived at their destination, they were greeted by an imposing door, its surface draped in bills with Kaneshiro's face, an ostentatious display that could only herald the presence of something significant within. Upon opening the door, the group's gaze fell upon a singular, skull-like seed bathed in a crimson glow, situated at the room's heart. Unlike the chaotic clutter of Kamoshida's castle, this room was meticulously organized, the seed deliberately placed, as if it were an object of reverence. "Are you all ready?" Ren's voice broke the silence, his hand hovering over the eerie luminescence of the seed. With the group's affirmative nods, he gently made contact. Instantaneously, reality twisted around them, but instead of plunging into the monochrome world similar to Kamoshida's warped desires, they found themselves enveloped in a world drained of vibrancy, its colors dull and muted. Center stage in this world was a younger Kaneshiro, ensnared in the midst of a drug deal with some teenagers in a shadowed alley. His eyes darted around, clouded with paranoia, as he handed them the bag. The moment the teens had the bag in their hand, they all darted out of the alleyway without paying. Kaneshiro tried to run to catch up to them, but the moment he left the alley and was greeted by the busy Tokyo streets, he stopped. Damn it! His frustration erupted as he walked back into the alley and kicked one of the walls, letting out a few pained curses afterward. He looked lost in thought for some time before grabbing his wallet and checking how much money he had before letting out another round of curses. A few minutes of pacing back and forth passed before he resorted to his phone, initiating a call that transitioned the scene to a club where Kaneshiro, now visibly anxious, faced the ire of a tattooed man. "What the hell do you mean you lost it?" the man barked, his voice a menacing rumble. "They took it from me. The streets were so full that I didn't want to make a big scene and draw the attention of the police," Kaneshiro said with some shakiness in his voice. The tattooed man's heavy sigh preceded a stern ultimatum. "You have 3 weeks to pay me back what you owe. I don't care how you get it, but if I don't see my money then, my boys are going to teach you a lesson," he threatened, punctuating his warning with the flick of a cigarette at Kaneshiro. The memory morphed once more, revealing Kaneshiro battered and bruised, his figure drenched by the rain. The tangible fury and despair, as he paced, were abruptly diverted by the approach of a man in a suit, an umbrella his sole shield against the storm. "You look like you could use a hand." The man's voice resounded through the heavy rain. A small mischievous grin appeared on his face as he extended a hand. The man's offer, voiced amid the relentless downpour, marked a pivotal moment in Kaneshiro's life. It was one that the phantom thieves could only glimpse before the vision faded, returning them to the reality of the seed-encased room. "So we were right. He wasn't the mastermind behind it," Anne articulated, her tone laced with revelation, as she stared at the seed now dormant in Ren's grasp. Mona, his features etched with contemplation, added, "That man in the rain, he might be the same one I saw before, the one who met with Kaneshiro. It's hard to be sure, but..." "For real?" Ruji interjected, his curiosity piqued. "Could he be the one pulling the strings?" Ren shook his head with some uncertainty. "It's hard to tell, but maybe if we find the rest of the seeds, we can get a better picture." With a collective nod, the group moved on, their resolve hardened by the glimpse into Kaneshiro's past. The thieves made their way past the secure vault doors that separated them from going deeper into the palace. A vault that was supposed to be impenetrable, but thanks to the keys they had obtained from the security guards before they were able to sneak right past. Past the vault doors, there was a gigantic glass bridge suspended over what appeared to be a river of money, with money cascading from the ceiling just outside of the bridge. Though at first, sneaking past the glass bridge would have been seen as impossible, the group was able to exploit a small gap to sneak outside of the glass bridge into the metal rafters that covered the outside of the bridge, using the falling bills as cover. Surprisingly, the second bull seed was not too far from the glass bridge, and thanks to their unconventional approach, they were able to stumble upon it hidden beneath a cascade of falling bills. Just like the first, the seed was in a secure and pristine room. However, this time the light it emitted was a deep blue. As Ren's touch connected with the deep blue seed, the ambience around the phantom thieves transformed dramatically. They found themselves engulfed in a memory, but unlike the muted tones of the first, this vision burst with vibrant, saturated colors that nearly overwhelmed their senses. Here, Kaneshiro was the picture of success, his attire lavish, reminiscent of the opulence Ren had first seen him in. At his side, women clung to him, their eyes gleaming greedily at the sight of the money-filled briefcase on the desk. "Boss, we found the kids you were looking for. What do you want us to do with them?" A voice broke the colorful silence. Kaneshiro paused, the vivid hues momentarily losing their intensity as he pondered, then declared with a cold laugh. "I want you to ruin them and their families." It was a command that underscored his complete transformation from a desperate man on the margins to a kingpin reveling in his untouchable status. "Girls, how about you buy yourselves something nice?" Kaneshiro then turned to the women, offering them a stack of cash. Their response was immediate, their squeals of delight punctuated by kisses on his cheek, showcasing the power his newfound wealth afforded him. "You?" Kaneshiro's attention shifted to one of his underlings. "Go bring some of our workers. I want to have a party." His order was a display of his dominion, his intent to celebrate his empire of corruption. As Kaneshiro reached for a bottle of wine, the memory shifted, revealing him pacing restlessly in his room, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. His hands fidgeted, and his eyes darted to the clock frequently. "And here I thought you would have learned to stop being so paranoid," a man's voice echoed, signaling his entrance into the room. Kaneshiro's nervousness dissipated at the sound, replaced by a momentary relief. "But, I have reports that someone is looking into us. This Najima prosecutor is working with some detectives. She's looking over our records, and if she is as good as the rumors, they are going to find something wrong." Kaneshiro confessed, the worry evident in his voice. The man, dressed sharply in a suit that barely concealed his Yakuza affiliations, exuded an air of authority, as he casually took a seat. "Little piggy, when are you going to stop whining?" he chastised, his tone condescending as he uncorked a bottle of wine and took a swig directly from it. "I told you we have people to deal with it, so just do your job and keep making us money. You know what will happen if you don't," he said with some annoyance. The vibrant colors once again faded to a dull palette as Kaneshiro's hands trembled. You aren't going to send him after me, are you?" The fear in his voice was palpable. The man's chuckle was dismissive. "Do you know how much of a hassle it is to cause a mental shutdown? Stop being an idiot and just get back to work, okay?" His words, though meant to reassure, carried an undercurrent of threat. As the vivid hues of the memory dissipated, leaving the phantom thieves back in the somber reality of the vault, a moment of clarity washed over them. Makoto, deep in thought, connected the dots to her own personal experiences. "I remember my sister coming home angry after she was pulled off the case. It makes sense now, since they have the SUI director on their side," she reflected, her gaze fixed on the blue wool seed. After discussing for some time, the group pressed on. Their journey through the bank's labyrinthine depths eventually led them to a large set of stairs. At the bottom, Kaneshiro was engaged in conversation with one of his security guards, oblivious to the thieves' presence. If their intention were to cause a mental shutdown, this would be a great chance for an assassination. However, that would not accomplish anything. While Kaneshiro was simply a pawn in the game, he held the keys to bringing down the entire criminal organization he led. They just had to make sure Kaneshiro would be able to spill all of the information he had before whoever was completing the mental shutdowns had a chance to stop him. As Ren stared at Kaneshiro, a plan formed in his mind, and a smile crept onto his face. He told the rest of the thieves to hide, and after apologizing to Makoto in advance, he made his way down the stairs. Walking with confident steps and a big smile on his face, Ren shouted, "Boss?" His call redirected Kaneshiro's attention squarely onto him. "Akira. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be searching for the Najima girl and her friends?" Kaneshiro asked with some confusion. Shaking his head, Ren wove his tale. "I already caught her. I had a friend hack into her phone and found some interesting things. Needless to say, she's now under my control," Ren claimed. "And where is she now?" Kaneshiro inquired, intrigued by Ren's bold assertion. Ren responded with a confident smirk. "Boss, you underestimate me," he proclaimed theatrically. "The moment I learned of your interest in both Najima sisters, I took action. Trust me, by the end of the month, they'll be at your disposal." It's taking me a bit longer to get the older one. Kaneshiro's response was a chuckle, a sound mingled with amusement and a hint of respect. You know, I usually can't stand brats. But you, kid, you're different. You actually get things done, he praised, momentarily swayed by Ren's convincing performance. You know, boss. I was wondering whether you could show me the way to your treasure room. As I made my way down to inform you of my progress, I couldn't help but be amazed at how secure your bank is. I am honestly honored to work under someone who built something like this. Ren said, stroking the man's fragile ego. Having looked into the source of his distortion, he knew just how to play him. Kaneshiro looked slightly hesitant, and noticing this, Ren added. Boss, to tell you the truth, I don't come from much money, so you are an inspiration to me. Ren began to speak, with each sentence making Kaneshiro more and more comfortable with him. The phantom thieves, who hid near the top of the stairs, couldn't help but look down with curiosity. They were far enough that they couldn't really hear what they were saying, but they could at least somewhat differentiate by their facial expressions. This was mostly thanks to the pair of binoculars Ren had insisted they carry with them in their list of infiltration tools. He's making that face again, and remarked, a light laugh escaping her as she adjusted the binoculars for a better view of Ren. What face? He looks the same to me. If anything, he seems like he's enjoying this, Ruji countered, squinting in an attempt to discern the subtle nuances of Ren's expression. You can't tell. He's clearly pissed off. I bet he's trying to butter Kaneshiro up. And said as she turned to look at Ruji. Mona, barely containing his amusement, added his own observation. Guys, I think Kaneshiro is blushing. Chapter 46, The Final Seed of Gluttony. 1489 words. Ren followed Kaneshiro through the palace's almost labyrinthine lower levels. With a wide smile on his face, Ren continued to listen as Kaneshiro spoke about how he became successful. However, he changed the story so that he became the boss all by himself. Nodding with admiration, Ren continued to fuel the fire of pride in Kaneshiro's heart. The security on the last floor was extremely intricate. A maze-like room that resembled a lock, with gigantic walls that went from floor to ceiling, the only way through being a password-locked control panel that separated each of the layers. The walls were a solid, thick metal that would be almost impossible to break through. Even though Ren looked down on Kaneshiro for who he was actually glad he had been able to befriend him. As he looked around at the last layer, it would have taken them multiple days in order to get past all of the security, and that was with the chance of getting caught. If any alarms had been raised, they would have been instantly surrounded, and they would have had to run away. It was a shame that even the last floor of an almost impenetrable fortress would fall to one of the simplest weapons, flattery. It took some convincing, but after some time, Kaneshiro led him directly towards the treasure room. Hidden in the middle of the maze stood a single secure elevator that led them down to the vault that hid Kaneshiro's treasure. A white light floated in the middle of the room without a clear shape. From what Mona had told him, the treasure would only manifest once the owner became aware that it was in danger. The only reason Kamoshida's treasure was already manifested was because he almost had his world crumble around him. The threat of his status as a king being revoked was enough for him to see the treasure as if it were in danger. Boss, this is simply amazing. Ren exclaimed, his eyes gleaming, only to become dejected a few moments later. It's quite a shame that I won't be able to see it much, though. I truly wish I could work next to you, boss. Kaneshiro looked at Ren's sad expression before thinking for a moment. You know. If you bring me the Najima sisters. Kaneshiro proposed, a smug grin unfurling across his lips, I will make sure you become my new right-hand man. Kaneshiro offered with a prideful smile. Really? Boss, you're incredible. Ren responded, enthusiasm renewed. But that's going to take me some time. Is there any chance you could give me access to this room? Just looking at your treasure fills me with inspiration. Emerging from the vault's elevator with a stoic expression, Ren navigated through the ranks of guards, who parted ways with respectful salutes. Without so much as a glance, he made his way to one of the safe rooms previously claimed by the thieves. Shortly after, the rest of the phantom thieves slipped into the room, their steps muted. Well, that was something, Ren remarked, lifting a security access key into view. Kaneshiro could probably give up his day job for motivational speaking. Considering how much he enjoys speaking about his rise from rags to riches, all thanks to his own sheer determination, he said, the fatigue evident in his voice. After expressing how inspired he felt by the treasure, Kaneshiro saw it as an opportunity to inspire Ren further. Initially, Ren was merely annoyed at having to pretend to admire him, but Kaneshiro's relentless yapping nearly pushed him to his limit. Getting the access card was the only thing that made it worth it. Anne, catching on to Ren's evident frustration, let out a laugh and quickly joined his side, ruffling his hair playfully as she leaned on him. What would we do without our leader? She teased, aiming to brighten Ren's mood. He's so charming he almost made the shadow of a criminal boss fall head over heels for him, she added, prompting a round of laughter from the group. A smile broke through Ren's restrained demeanor, as he rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. But seriously, I doubt we could have done the same. And continued, her tone shifting to one of genuine admiration. Mona, on the other hand, was curious as he looked at the access card. After grabbing it and examining it closely, his eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, this is the key to the entire palace. He realized aloud, the significance of their gain dawning on him and the rest of the group. Gathered in the safe room, the phantom thieves attentively listened as Ren shared his insights into the bank's bottom floor. The last thing they needed before they could head home was the final seed. Ren had a feeling that the last seed was hidden somewhere in the maze that was the last floor, yet because Kaneshiro was next to him, he hadn't been able to explore it freely before. Thanks to his new security clearance, Ren was able to command even the guards this close to the treasure. After a few strategic repositionings, the thieves were able to pass onto the final floor, arriving at a room that resembled a lock mechanism. Makoto, with her keen mind, eventually was able to decipher the location of the seed. After a brief trial and error test, the group eventually stumbled upon the final door, which was covered in bills. Beyond it laid an emerald seed that glowed brightly. With it being so close to the treasure, this seed would be the strongest source of distortion. The moment the phantom thieves' collective touch graced the emerald seed, reality unraveled, whisking them into the ethereal plane of Kaneshiro's memories. There, in the solitude of his lavish club, Kaneshiro sat, an embodiment of wealth and dissatisfaction. Before him lay a briefcase, its contents spilled slightly open to reveal a fortune in yen, a sum most could only dream of. Yet, the expression that marred his face spoke of a deeper, unfulfilled longing. This isn't enough. The words fell from Kaneshiro's lips, a whisper in the wealth that surrounded him. His fingers toyed with a stack of bills, a physical manifestation of his endless greed and perpetual discontent. But this will do for now, he conceded, standing to leave. The money was clutched tightly in his grasp, as if fearing it might slip away. The visions that followed were a dizzying carousel of extravagance and recklessness, Kaneshiro, at the center of it all. Each scene bled into the next, painting a picture of a man for whom wealth was both an anchor and a chain. His life was a series of purchases, a desperate attempt to fill the void that luxury could not. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the whirlwind of memories came to a halt, depositing the group back in the club, the atmosphere heavy with the scent of luxury and regret. The well-dressed man that bossed Kaneshiro around reappeared, sitting casually as he drank from one of the wine bottles. Election season is coming up, he remarked, setting the bottle aside with a sense of finality. You know what that means. Kaneshiro, his expression hardened with determination, responded. I need to gather more money. Campaigning isn't cheap, the man replied, his laughter resonating with an underlying ruthlessness. He rose, his departure marked by a grandiose vision of the future. It's all been leading to this. Once he is in power, everything will fall into place. You'll get all of Shibuya to play with, and we will take over the rest of Japan. Enjoy it, piggy, he said, his chuckle lingering as he left an envelope on the table and exited. Left alone, Kaneshiro's facade crumbled. Seized by a surge of rage, he hurled the wine bottle against a wall, shattering into pieces, and marring the once pristine carpets with wine stains. I'm not a fucking pig. I'm the fucking boss, he bellowed, his outburst giving way to a spree of destruction within the opulent setting. After some time, Kaneshiro collected himself, looking at the mess he had made before beginning to walk away. Soon, just a bit more, and it will all be mine. Soon, they'll have to show me some respect. The fucking rats around me will have to look up to me for once, he muttered, a blend of ambition and desperation coloring his words as he exited the scene. The memory faded, leaving the phantom thieves back in the room with the seed. The wool seeds they had collected began to resonate with each other, their energies converging in a spectacle of light and motion. The seeds, each a fragment of Kaneshiro's distorted desires, fused together to form a single crystalline skull, now compact enough to rest comfortably in the palm of a hand. Chapter 47, The Hacker. 1660 words. This is the chap for today. I am posting earlier than usual since I got it done. I would usually do extra chaps during the weekend, but I am going to start trying to stockpile since I am having a 2-week vacation soon and won't be able to write with my PC during it. I'll update y'all when I'm about to head out with the upload schedule, depending on how many chaps I get done. With the last wool seed in their possession, the phantom thieves regrouped at LeBlanc, their minds set on the next phase of their plan under the cover of night. The cafe, with its warm ambience, served as the perfect backdrop for their strategy session. Mona, perched confidently on the edge of the table, initiated the conversation. The easiest way would be to deliver a calling card, would be a simple letter that tells the person, "Hey, we are going to steal your heart," he suggested, tail swaying gently. Makoto, weighing in with caution, responded. In theory, Ren could deliver the letter, but if the police get involved, he would be a prime suspect. I'm against Ren being the one to deliver the letter. It's too risky and suspicious. How about Mona? Couldn't he deliver the letter? I mean, who's going to suspect a cat? Ruji, looking for alternatives, pointed out. Mona, correcting Ruji with a touch of pride, replied. Not a cat, but yes, you're right. I could probably drop a few letters around the hideout. That should be enough to get at least one to Kaneshiro. As they deliberated, Ren, deep in thought, saw an opportunity for a more impactful approach. Raising his hand to catch their attention, he proposed. That's a little simple, isn't it? We know Mementos is all about public cognition, so why not use this chance to sway it? If we deliver the letters subtly, there's a chance the police will hide the evidence or downplay it. But if we make a public statement about Kaneshiro, and then his empire crumbles, it will cement the phantom thieves in public cognition. Makoto, considering the implications, was the first to voice her concerns. That has some risks. It's a good idea, but making it more public increases our chances of getting caught. Plus, we'd be tipping off the people behind the mental shutdowns. Ren nodded, acknowledging the validity of her points, when Shiho chimed in. They don't necessarily know it was us who caused Kamoshida to change. We didn't leave a calling card then. They might just think the phantom thieves are just seeking attention with this calling card and ignore it. I mean, even if they take the calling card seriously, I'm sure we can time it in a way that Kaneshiro has already admitted to everything, so by then, it will be too late to do anything. The group, absorbing Shiho's input, faced another hurdle as Ruji added. Yeah, but that still doesn't solve how we make a scene without getting caught. It's not like we can hack the billboards in Tokyo or something. Amid their brainstorming, the unexpected sound of Ren's phone buzzing cut through the silence. As he checked the message, his sudden laughter filled the room, shifting the atmosphere. Caught off guard by his reaction, the group couldn't help but smile, curiosity piqued. What happened? They asked with some curiosity. Futaba, I could hack the billboards. Futaba, I used to be Medjed, and I never got caught. Futaba. Ren, after rereading the messages on his phone, finally shared with the group. I have a solution to the billboard problem. But my solution has some explaining to do. His eyes briefly flicked down to his phone again, where a private conversation unfolded between him and Futaba. Futaba. Futaba, well. Futaba, sorry. Futaba, after starting to read the book, I got curious. Ren, how long have you been listening? Futaba, ever since you last came to my house. Futaba. Ren, we can talk about it later. Futaba. Futaba, are you mad? Ren, D. Turning back to the eagerly waiting group, Ren managed to chuckle despite the complexity of the situation. Let's call it a day for now. It's getting late, I'll fill you guys in about what's going on tomorrow, but I might have a way for us to deliver the calling card without leaving too much of a trace. For now, we can all try to think of ideas for what to put in the calling card. Is it something bad? Anne asked with some curiosity, earning another chuckle from Ren. Not quite. I need to figure out some stuff first, so let's meet up here tomorrow. Ren said, calming the group's nervousness before they left for the day. In the quiet aftermath of the group's departure, Ren turned his attention to his phone, initiating a private conversation with Futaba. Ren, so, how much do you know? Futaba, I know about Kaneshiro, and heard about what was going on with the metaverse and palaces. It doesn't really make too much sense, but I'm slowly figuring it out with context clues and some of what was written in my mom's journal. Ren, how were you listening? Futaba, I hacked into your phone, and the rest of everyone's phones. They have microphones and cameras, so I was able to listen to and see most of the discussions. But all traces disappear whenever you use that strange eye app. Ren's reaction was a mix of concern and resignation, as he digested Futaba's admission. Ren, stop doing that from now on. If you had any questions you could have asked me directly. Futaba, I know. I'm sorry. Then, a more vulnerable side of Futaba emerged. Futaba, I know it's stupid to ask but. Futaba, do I have a palace too? The question caught Ren off guard, prompting a moment of careful thought before he responded. Ren, yes. Ren, I wanted to help you fix the distortion without having to enter your palace, so that's why I didn't bring it up with the group. Futaba didn't reply for a few minutes, until finally Ren's phone buzzed. Futaba, could you explain everything to me? After a brief hesitation, Ren made his decision. Ren, I'll head over. Ren, is Sojiro there? Futaba, no, he's out running some errands. He said he should be back in about 2 hours. Putting his phone away, he walked over to Sojiro's house. Futaba had unlocked the door for him, and when he arrived at her room, he could see that the door was wide open. To Ren's surprise, when he looked at Futaba with his third eye, he could tell that the mask on her face had a few cracks in it already. The cracks stood out from the rest of the haggard-looking mask since a few chunks of the mask had fallen off from them, revealing more of Futaba's face beneath the pharaoh's mask. As Ren looked around the room, he saw the black journal open wide on her desk, covered with sticky notes, showcasing just how much effort she had put into researching the vague notes. In his hand, Ren lifted the book Makoto had given him about Maruki's lecture. He had been using the same notebook to write down notes and theories about the metaverse. Well, let's begin, Ren said as he looked at Futaba. Ren took his place in a quiet corner of the room, embarking on the delicate task of unraveling the mysteries of the metaverse and the dark undercurrents that had influenced both their lives. It wasn't complete information, but it was enough pieces for the puzzle in Futaba's mind to click together. So, my mom, the mental shutdown. Her death. It wasn't me. It wasn't because she was sick of raising me. Futaba's voice, laced with years of guilt and confusion, broke the silence that followed Ren's explanation. The tears that welled in her eyes were a testament to the weight of the misconceptions she had carried. Ren could see the mask on her face begin to glow slightly as more and more chunks began to fall off, until the once heavy pharaoh's mask became a fraction of its size, leaving only a quarter of her face covered. No. If I am being honest, I think your mom was researching the metaverse. And whoever is behind the mental shutdowns targeted her. Maybe she knew too much, or maybe she saw where things were headed. But whoever did it wanted her gone. Ren gently clarified. Futaba, now grappling with a new understanding of her mother's fate, sought refuge in solitude, curling into herself as she processed the magnitude of Ren's revelations. Though the majority of her mask, representing her distortion, had crumbled away, there was still a stubborn fragment ingrained on her face. Futaba's expression became lost in thought as she hid her face between her knees. The last fragment of her distortion was glowing brightly, with some cracks forming in it, but nevertheless, the final piece didn't fall off. I get it now. Her words were barely audible, a murmur of realization. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Ren, her request spoken with a newfound clarity. I want some time by myself. Respecting her need for privacy, Ren nodded, quietly placing his journal on her table. Without another word, he exited the room, leaving Futaba to navigate the new information. Ren. Thank you. Give me a few days, and I'll have all of the billboards at your disposal. Futaba's voice, soft yet determined, halted his departure. A promise to help in the way she knew best. Take your time, Ren responded, his voice gentle. I'm sure it will take us some days to prepare the calling card. We aren't in a rush either, and I'm sure the group will need a few days of rest after today before returning. Chapter 48, The Fiancé. 1695 words. Yull, it's hard to stockpile chapters when I enjoy posting, lol. Especially since I am looking forward to reaching chapter 50. Consider this tomorrow's chapter lol. The next day, Ren gave them a general explanation of Futaba, without diving into personal details. He mainly told them that she was the daughter of Sojiro, and was formerly known as Medjed, one of the biggest hackers to ever strike the digital world, but after some other people started using her name to steal her fame, she stepped out of the world of hacking. He explained that it would take some time for her to get access to the billboards so the phantom thieves could spend this 1 week as preparation and rest. With his free time now open, he decided to go up to the roof to help his fluffy-haired friend with her garden. Ah, Ren, it's nice to see you again, Haru greeted him, with a smile as warm as the sun. Her fingers were still covered in some traces of dirt, indicating that she had just spent some time tending to the garden. Haru, I wanted to thank you for the tea you gave me last time, Ren began, extracting a small bag of coffee beans from his bag. It was actually quite calming, and since I remembered that you liked coffee, I brought you some of our specialty beans for you to try out. Just don't tell Sojiro, he added with a wink, sparking a joyful laugh from Haru. Oh, Ren. Thank you. Haru exclaimed, her hands treasuring the bag of beans, as if it were a rare gem. Actually, I was just about to head over to the Rafflesia to pick up some seeds I needed. Would you like to come with me? Ren, charmed by her enthusiastic invitation, nodded in agreement. Anything for m'lady, he replied in a joking tone, eliciting a charming giggle from Haru. Following behind Haru, the two of them took the train into Shibuya, eventually arriving at the flower shop she had talked about. It was a small store named Rafflesia, packed to the brim with flowers. And though they mainly sold bundles of flowers, they also specialized in some seeds and fertilizers. As Haru began talking to the store owner, Ren's attention was caught by a bundle of crimson flowers on display near the front of the store. The crimson flowers were vibrant, with delicate, papery petals surrounding a dark center that created a contrast against the vivid red. Ren wasn't quite sure as to why, since he had never really been interested in flowers before, but they drew his attention unlike any other in the store. Haru noted Ren's interest and made a request to the shop owner. Could I also get that bundle of flowers, please? And some seeds for it too. A bundle of poppy flowers and seeds, coming right up, the owner responded cheerfully, pleased with the sale. As Haru took possession of the poppies, she inhaled the scent deeply, a smile playing on her lips. I never would have taken you for a flower kind of guy, but I do like your choice, she said, adorning her hair with one of the blossoms and sharing a light-hearted giggle. Holding onto the new bundle of flowers, Ren wasn't quite sure how to react, so he just gave Haru a thankful smile. Since Ren didn't have a flower pot in LeBlanc, the two of them walked around the small underground mall getting some more supplies for Ren to grow the poppy flowers back at home. It was a surprisingly calm and enjoyable time, and as time slipped by the two of them were interrupted by the sound of an angry man. Haru! The sharp call made Haru's movements halt, her body tensing visibly as she faced the source. A well-dressed man with an unmistakably irate expression, his gaze flickering between Ren and Haru in clear disapproval. What the hell are you doing? The man's voice, laden with anger, cut through the calm atmosphere. Haru, visibly unnerved but attempting to mediate the tension, stepped forward. Sujimura, it's not what it seems. He's just a friend from school, helping me with my garden, she explained, her voice a mixture of discomfort and defensiveness. Ren's eyes narrowed as he looked at the well-dressed man. The anger in his face and Haru's sudden nervousness made it clear that the two of them didn't have a good relationship. Oh, so you have time to spend with some boy from your school, but not your fiancé, he retorted, his annoyance palpable as he stepped closer. No, it's just... Haru attempted to clarify, but was cut off by Sujimura's escalating accusations. It's just nothing. I saw you walking together. You'll accept flowers from him, but reject mine. I suppose your innocent act is also just a facade, he snapped, reaching out to grab Haru. Ren quickly intercepted Sujimura's arm, his grip firm, eliciting a wince from the man. Who the hell are you? Do you even know who I am? Sujimura challenged, a mix of anger and fear flickering in his eyes. A slight smile crossed Ren's lips as he replied. No, I actually do not. What's your full name again? His tone was calm, but laced with annoyance, as he shielded Haru from Sujimura. Yoshihiro Sujimura. My father is Jin Sujimura, he stated, attempting to pull away from Ren's hold. I see. Ren remarked, releasing his grip and watching Sujimura stumble backward. Almost as if emboldened by his sudden release, a slight smile appeared on Sujimura as he took a step forward. Yet he froze under Ren's stare. Scram! Ren commanded, causing Sujimura to become hesitant. Haru, your father will hear about this, he threatened, though the quick retreat that followed undermined his attempt to maintain dignity. Once Sujimura had disappeared up the stairs, leaving behind a palpable tension, Ren turned to Haru. The vibrancy that usually illuminated her presence seemed dimmed by the confrontation. You shouldn't have. She started, her voice tinged with sadness, only to be interrupted by Ren's comforting gesture, as he ruffled her hair. Come on, let's get out of here. There are too many people staring, Ren suggested, guiding Haru away from the uncomfortable scrutiny, his attempt at lifting her spirits being met with a faint smile. After a short trip to LeBlanc, Ren prepared a cup of coffee for Haru and joined her in one of the booths. Their silence was filled with unspoken questions and concerns until Ren spoke. Fiancé, eh? I would congratulate you, but he didn't seem like the nicest of guys, he commented, opening the door to a deeper conversation. As Haru took a few sips of her coffee to calm her mind, she admitted. It was an arranged marriage. His dad is a rich politician, so my father arranged a marriage with his son to establish their friendship, she shared, the heaviness of the arrangement evident in her voice. As Ren glimpsed at her, looking at her cup as if lost in thought, he asked. And your dad is okay with him? Has he met him? Yeah. But don't worry about it. It's fine. We aren't even going to get married until after I have graduated, so I still have a year to get used to it. Haru explained, her focus on her coffee betraying her true feelings about the matter. Ren, observing Haru's wistful expression, offered a hopeful thought. Who knows, maybe a miracle will happen, and Sujimura and your dad will change their minds, he said, trying to inject a bit of optimism into the situation. Haru's response was a soft chuckle, appreciative of his effort to lighten the mood. Don't do that, Ren. It's not nice to give a young lady like me hope, she said, somewhat joking as she finished her coffee and stood up. It's about time I start heading home. I am probably going to get home to a lecture, so the sooner I get there, the less trouble I will have, Haru mentioned as she began her walk to the exit, turning back for a final smile that lingered with Ren as she departed. With some time left before it turned dark, Ren quickly used the metanav. The idea hadn't really crossed his mind since he had been focusing on people with palaces this whole time. And, the one time he encountered a shadow in mementos, he used the scalpel. But it should be easy to change the hearts of people in mementos. There would be no need to prepare an infiltration route. If someone didn't have a strong enough distortion, it should be simple enough to confront them and change their hearts. All they would need would be their location. With Jose, even if they were hidden behind walls, the young boy would be able to find them through his connection with mementos. Once he returned from observing Kaneshiro, he would need to ask Mona more about it. But for now, he looked up the names of Haru's fiancé and father. The short amount of time he had spent with the little ball of sunshine was enough to convince him to help her with this, especially after seeing her sad expression after the confrontation. Just as he had expected, Sujimura didn't have a palace, since he was just a spoiled brat. However, as he wrote in the name of Haru's father, he was greeted by the Metanav's voice. Match found. Fuck me, why does everything have to be so complicated? Ren cursed out loud as he looked down at the Metanav. Tilde confidence tilde. Haru Okumura, the Empress, rank 2. Also, as we approach chapter 50, with nearly 100k words written, I have to ask, how's the story so far? What do we need to improve? Is the pacing good? Is there a good split between metaverse and real life? As always, I am always looking to improve, and the last time I asked, I got some good feedback. So, I thought I might as well ask again so that I can make plans and adjustments during my vacation. Chapter 49, The Eon. 2090 words. After ensuring the poppy flowers had a new home in the attic of LeBlanc, Ren, accompanied by Morgana, ventured into mementos. They wanted to do some scouting to see where the shadow of Sujimura was located, and if it were located too far in the depths, they would turn back and gather the rest of the group. The familiar environment of the collective unconscious greeted them, along with the unmistakable sound of Jose's car horn heralding his approach. Parking beside them, Jose hopped out, his youthful energy palpable. Hey there, I was just passing by here when I sensed you guys had entered, so I thought I might as well check up, he said, his enthusiasm unmistakable as he drew near. Since Ren remembered Jose's quest for flowers, he brought a bundle of extra poppies down to mementos. They were different from the strange flowers that were scattered around the depths, but Ren hoped they might still be of interest to him. Jose's reaction to the poppies was instantaneous and filled with wonder. Whoa! I have never seen any flowers like this, he exclaimed, his curiosity piqued as he examined the unexpected gift. They give off an entirely different vibe than the ones from here. Is this from outside? He inquired. Yes, they are, Ren confirmed, amused by Jose's fascination with the poppies. Jose then performed a curious ritual with the flowers, throwing them into the air, and then transforming them into a glass of crimson juice, which he savored with visible delight. Wow! They taste amazing. I guess the flowers from the outside world have a different form of humanity in them. Do you think you could bring me a few more next time you go out? I can feel like I am learning a lot from them, Jose said, his request underscored by a genuine smile. Ren exchanged a glance with Morgana before agreeing, intrigued by Jose's abilities and his mysterious mission. Morgana, equally curious, couldn't help but ask. How do you do that? Jose, however, just shrugged. I just do. It's one of the powers my master gave me for my super-secret mission, he explained, his tone playful yet evasive. You know, you said you had to learn about humanity. But why is that? I know it's supposed to be a secret, but there must be something you can tell us, right? Morgana pressed, hoping to uncover more about the enigmatic boy. The question caused Jose to hesitate, yet after looking at Ren up and down, he nodded his head. I guess since you have some traces of him, it should be okay to tell you a bit. I'm on a super-secret mission to learn about humanity, to replace one of my siblings. He's ready to retire, especially after what happened, so I am next in line to take his position. I think that's about as much as I can say for now, at least until you gain my master's approval, Jose divulged, casting a look of recognition towards Ren that raised more questions than it answered. Morgana, ever curious, seized the opportunity to probe further. Who is your master? He asked, his ears perked up in anticipation. Jose's response was a playful giggle. I can't tell you that, Mr. Tanuki. It's a secret, he teased, drawing a frustrated correction from Morgana. Tanuki. I'm not a tanuki, I am a cat, I mean human. Mona said with some annoyance, causing Jose to laugh. Switching topics, Jose asked. Well, either way, I can't tell you guys anything more. That reminds me, what brings you guys here? Are you helping out your friend again? Actually, we are here to help another friend of ours. She's dealing with a bad man, so we are here to help the bad man see that he is being bad, Ren explained. He wasn't too used to speaking with kids, so he was trying his best to communicate as simply as possible. Oh, I see. I can help you find him. What's his name? Jose offered enthusiastically, his connection to Mementos evident as he reached down to touch its floor. Yoshihiro Sujimura. Ren said. After a moment of concentration, Jose's eyes snapped open with a bright smile. Oh, he's actually not too far. Do you want me to guide you there? I would like to see a human in action, he said excitedly. Ren, gauging the potential risk, asked Mona. Oh sure, since he is so close to the surface, that must mean he shouldn't be that strong, right? Morgana reassured him. He should be around the same strength level as the shadows on the top floor, which isn't too bad. Guided by Jose through the labyrinthine corridors of Mementos, Ren and Morgana, now transformed back into the Mona bus, weaved their way through the shadows with precision, finally reaching a secluded area identified by their young guide. Right through here. Jose called out enthusiastically, leading them directly to a shadow that unmistakably resembled Sujimura. Mona, resuming his feline form upon arrival, assessed the shadow with a critical eye. So this is the guy, huh? He remarked, a hint of determination in his voice. That's the guy all right, come on. Ren said as he began walking closer to the shadow of Sujimura. As the shadow noticed them, he shouted with some annoyance. The shadow's reaction was immediate and marked by annoyance. Who are you guys? You shouldn't walk any closer, he warned, turning to face them with evident irritation. Long time no see. Ren replied as he approached, his eyes glowing bright yellow, as he prepared to summon one of his personas at a moment's notice. That voice, those eyes. It's you, the bastard who was messing around with my fiancé. Sujimura recognized Ren, his anger flaring. Did you come here to beg for my forgiveness? You must have been scared off after looking up my father, he sneered, confident in his perceived upper hand. Ren's response was laced with irony. Scared shitless, which unexpectedly drew laughter from Sujimura, believing he had Ren cornered. I knew it. I couldn't get my father to send the black mask to you because it wasn't worth it, but this is even better. I can't believe I was scared off by you. Ren's steps halted as he heard the phrase black mask. The very next moment, he continued approaching Haru's fiancée until he stood right in front of him. Black mask, eh? He asked with some curiosity. Almost as if noticing his mistake, Sujimura's expression became stiff as he said. Shit, never mind. Now that you are here, I will deal with you myself. Sujimura said in a panic before exploding and turning into a small imp, with a large horn sticking out of his lower region. One of the many forms they had seen back in Kamoshida's castle, Incubus. Before Sujimura could mount any defense, he found himself on the receiving end of a powerful strike from Eligor's halberd, the force of the blow knocking him backward. Almost simultaneously, Mona summoned Zoro, joining the fray. The shadow found itself overwhelmed by their relentless assault, unable to counter or escape. This encounter confirmed their hypothesis. Shadows dwelling closer to Memento's surface exhibited less strength, making Sujimura's defeat inevitable under their coordinated attack. Eventually, he was left on the ground, gasping for air and collapsing back into his normal appearance. Pinning Sujimura down with one foot, Ren demanded. What do you know of the black mask? His tone was firm, the pressure on Sujimura's chest making his intent unmistakably clear. Fear took hold of Sujimura, as the realization of his vulnerability set in. I don't know. He is someone who my dad contacts from time to time. He says that he is an expert at getting rid of people, he confessed, his voice trembling with panic. But Ren's increasing pressure spurred him to reveal more. Okumura, the reason Okumura is making Haru my wife is because he needs the black mask. That's all I know. Okumura calls my dad, who calls the black mask. I don't know anything else, my dad won't tell me anything, Sujimura admitted, the fear palpable in his hurried explanation. With the crucial information extracted, Ren eased his stance. All right, Ren acknowledged, carefully removing the silver locket necklace from Sujimura. Through his third eye, Ren discerned that this piece of jewelry was, in fact, Sujimura's treasure. You know what to do now, don't you? He pressed, his gaze fixed on Sujimura. Frightened, Sujimura nodded. Yes. I'll cancel the marriage. You know. The main reason I became like this was because my mother. He started, attempting to explain his actions, but Ren interrupted just as he was starting to go off in his monologue. Don't care. Do the right thing, or I'll be back, Ren interjected firmly, watching as Sujimura dissolved into golden particles and disappeared, his threat made abundantly clear. Jose, witnessing the event, was filled with wonder. Whoa! I have never seen anyone steal someone's distortions before. I knew it was possible in theory, but to see it firsthand. He remarked with stars in his eyes. Amused by Jose's reaction, Ren offered the locket to the boy. Keep it. I'm sure you could find a better use for it than I can, he suggested, finding the boy's amusement endearing. Jose marveled at the locket, and accepted the gift with a sense of purpose. After thinking for a moment, he nodded his head with determination before asking. Ren, do you remember the wishing star I gave you? Could you show it to me? Handing over the star, Ren watched as Jose tenderly touched it, leaving a golden mark on its greenish-blue surface. I'm sure this will help me understand humanity better, so I wanted to give you something in return. If you are ever in big danger, just reach out to the star. Jose imparted his wish in a hushed tone, almost as if afraid someone else would hear him. Nodding his head, Ren asked him about Sugimura's father, only to learn from Jose that his shadow resided near Memento's deepest levels, even deeper than the principal. Judging by what they had just discovered, that meant that his shadow was probably too strong for them to battle right now. There was also the issue of the pressure Mementos had on them, but Ren hoped that if they left a mark in the public consciousness by stealing Kaneshira's treasure, then the pressure Mementos had on them would lower. His current theory was that if the public saw them as a strong organization, then either their strength would increase in Mementos, or Mementos itself would see them as worthy of being closer to the depths. Almost as if realizing something he had almost forgotten, Ren asked. Hey, Jose, I was wondering. What do you see when you look at Mona? Does he give off a feeling similar to that of a human? Mona was caught off guard by the question, but he smiled at Ren as he realized he was trying to help him. Jose pondered, his gaze intently focused on Mona. He does have a feeling similar to that of humans, but it's weird. I wouldn't call him a human, he doesn't feel like one, but he also does at the same time. Jose remarked, evidently puzzled by his own observation. Mona looked as if he was lost in thought after hearing Jose's words before shaking his head and turning back into a bus. Since their current mission was done, they returned to the entrance of Mementos before saying goodbye to Jose. With the almost fully illuminated moon lighting their path, they made their way to LeBlanc, with Morgana not speaking much as he followed Ren. But once they arrived at the bedroom, Mona said, You know, after hearing Jose, I was thinking. If I am not a human, what am I? Mona said in a heavy tone, as he questioned his own existence. Ren responded with a light-hearted chuckle, aiming to ease his worries. Well, I don't know the answer, but I do know one thing. You are Morgana. Huh? Mona's confusion was evident. Cat, boss, human, craftsman, spy, and phantom thief. That's Morgana. Ren reminded him. Hearing his answer, Mona let out a chuckle. Lifting his chest with pride. Well, I agree with all but one. I am not a cat. The gentle wag of his tail punctuated his response. Tilde confidence tilde. Morgana, the magician, rank 3. Jose, the Eon, rank 1. Chapter 50, The Commercial. 1904 words. The bustling atmosphere of school had barely settled when Anne approached Ren, with a flurry of excitement, her phone clutched tightly in her hand. Without a moment to catch her breath, she quickly handed the phone to read the messages on screen. Manager, Anne, the director from our last shoot specifically asked for you and your friend again for an upcoming project since the models that we're supposed to do aren't answering. Are you two up for it? And yes. But I don't know if Ren would be willing to go again. Modeling isn't his thing. Manager, that complicates things a bit. The director is directing a perfume commercial, and he liked the chemistry both of you had. Let me touch base with him and I'll update you shortly. Manager got word back. It's a package deal, both of you, or it's a no-go. This director's quite influential, since he is best friends with a renowned movie director. They are scouting for a film featuring big names like Reset, Yukari Takiba, Hiroyuki Sanada, among others. Manager, I remember you mentioned wanting to get into acting. This could be your big break. They are on the lookout for fresh talent for a significant supporting role. Manager, send me a message as soon as possible since he expects the commercial shoot to occur this evening. Manager, this is a golden opportunity, and other candidates they considered haven't responded, and there's talk of frustration over no-shows last time. If we pass up, they might default to the newest up-and-comer model, Mika. As Ren absorbed the information, Anne's anxious gaze met his, her eyes wide with hope and a hint of desperation. It wasn't just a photo shoot, but also an opportunity for her to explore a new career. The urgency in her face was palpable as she began to speak. I know you said you hated it, and the timing is a bit weird since we are supposed to be preparing and began, her voice trailing off, laden with anticipation. When do you need me there? Ren interrupted her by placing a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. The moment of silence that followed was brief, as comprehension dawned on Anne's face, transforming into an expression of unbridled joy. She leaped forward, embracing Ren in a tight hug, her gratitude pouring out in a stream of enthusiastic thank yous. Emerging from their embrace, Anne swiftly tapped a response into her phone, confirming their participation with palpable enthusiasm. Great. Follow me. Don't worry about getting dressed up since they will do hair, costumes, and makeup over there, she chirped, her excitement evident as she led the way to the location of their impending adventure. The bustling journey from school to the shoot location near the park was a blow of anticipation. Upon arrival at the grand building set up for the commercial, the duo found themselves whisked away into the whirlwind of pre-production preparations. Still, both of them couldn't help but burst laughing as they heard the plot of the commercial. The commercial's plot, revealed amidst the flurry of activity, is unexpectedly aligned with their lives as phantom thieves. The narrative revolved around a heart-shaped perfume bottle, the coveted grand prize within a museum's elaborate exhibit. Anne was to portray a cunning thief, her elegant dress allowing her to seamlessly mingle with the exhibit's guests, as she aimed to steal the perfume. Ren, on the other hand, would embody a sharp-witted detective on the thief's trail. The storyline unfolded as a playful chase, culminating in Ren's supposed capture of Anne. However, upon being enveloped by the perfume's enchanting aroma, his character succumbs to love rather than duty, leading to a romantic escape by boat under the almost full moon, which, with the magic of post-production editing, would become a perfect full moon. It would have been perfect if it was a full moon, but that was only set to occur a few days from the shoot. Thankfully, the magic of editing would allow the nearly full moon in the shot to be completed. The most amusing part was that the perfume's tagline was "It will steal your heart." Since that was one of the taglines the group had come up with for their calling card, the whole commercial played quite well with their phantom thief motif. Dressed in their respective costumes, Anne and Ren adapted effortlessly to their roles. Their real-life experiences of stealth and strategy lent authenticity to their on-screen personas, capturing the director's admiration with each take. Anne's portrayal of the mischievous cat burglar was spot-on, while Ren embodied the detective's analytical prowess with smug confidence. Since Ren was slightly uncomfortable being filmed, he focused his full attention on Anne, trying to forget about the cameras. As he did, he couldn't help but notice her playful smile and bright eyes. It took him back to the last camera shoot they had done, in which he had also gotten lost in her expression. His mind wandered slightly towards her phantom thief outfit before shaking his head and focusing on following the script once again. As the scene unfolded, with Ren's character tasked to arrest Anne's, reality seemed to blur with the roles they were playing. Engrossed in their performance, they momentarily forgot the presence of cameras, crew, and the artificiality of their surroundings. Ren, moving in closer, inhaled the perfume sent from Anne's neck. Anne's body shuddered slightly as she felt the breath on her neck, her reaction instinctive, as she encircled Ren with her arms, pulling him nearer. The two of them remained close to each other, as Ren's eyes lifted from her neck until their gaze met. Time seemed to stand still as Ren's face drew nearer to Anne's, their mutual anticipation tangible in the dwindling space between them. Their eyes fluttered shut, and just as their lips grazed each other, the moment was interrupted by the loud voice of the director shouting from a distance. "Cut!" Startled back to reality, Anne's reaction was immediate, her hands pushing Ren away as a blush of realization painted her cheeks a vivid crimson. The director's interruption had exposed the raw emotion of their performance, leaving Anne flustered and struggling to articulate her feelings, especially in light of her best friend Shiho's unspoken affection for Ren. "I'm sorry, I was just startled. I got a bit carried away, and well, it would be wrong for me to, especially since." Her voice trailed off, her words tangled in the complexity of her emotions. The director, oblivious to the turmoil beneath the surface, praised their performance with enthusiastic delight. "You two are literally perfect. It's truly a shame that Anne's contract states that there would be no kissing scenes allowed, but oh well, the show must go on. I would have let you two lovebirds continue, but I don't want to get sued by your manager," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as he hurried off to prepare the next scene. Anne, still visibly shaken and flushed, attempted to regain her composure. "Ah, that's right. I forgot about asking my manager to add that," she muttered, her embarrassment evident. After being pushed away and suddenly snapping back to reality, Ren felt a small wave of embarrassment pass through him as he tried to apologize, however, and interrupted him. No, it's not that, it's just, well, I'm sorry, I can't really talk about it," she admitted in a defeated tone. Ren found himself at a loss for words, but before he had a chance to think of something to say, the two of them were dragged away for the finishing shot in the boat as they ran away. The small break from the interaction gave the two of them some time to wash away the embarrassment and enter the role they were supposed to be playing. As Ren rowed the boat away, with the fake cop lights in the background of the shot, the two of them heard the director yell out, "Cut," for the last time, leaving the two of them in the middle of the lake. "Well, Ren ventured, the beginnings of a thought forming, only to be halted by Anne's interjection. "Can we pretend that didn't happen?" she asked, a flush of color betraying her embarrassment. "Oh," was all Ren managed, his disappointment barely concealed, prompting a rush of clarification from Anne. "No, it's not that I didn't," she stammered, keenly aware of Ren's disheartened look, hastily trying to rationalize. "I mean, it would be kind of weird if something happened while we were in the middle of working." Realizing how her words might be interpreted, she stumbled once more. Only to succumb to a resigned sigh, unable to fully articulate what was on her mind. Ren, perceiving her turmoil, let out a light chuckle, an attempt to ease the tension that hung between them. "All right. I'll pretend for now," he conceded, his words laced with an understanding that brought a smile of relief to Anne's face. To be honest, he wasn't quite sure what to say or do. Given that they were currently surrounded by many unfamiliar faces, he reckoned it was probably better to wait for a bit more privacy. Since they were currently surrounded by strangers who were observing them, he decided it would probably be best to wait until a better time. Usually, he was pretty good at reading people, but right now, his mind was running all over the place. As he rowed the boat back to the park, the two of them spent some time with the filming crew, getting back to their regular outfits and gathering their things to head back home. Though, the moment Anne finished getting changed, she ended up heading home immediately under the excuse that she had to prepare something for school tomorrow. Upon reaching home, Anne wasted no time in reaching out to Shiho, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Shiho, do you remember that thing you told me about?" Anne began with some nervousness, as she looked down at the picture she had taken with Ren on their first photo shoot. Meanwhile, Ren returned to the familiar confines of LeBlanc, where he found Sojiro tallying the cafe's dwindling supplies. "You're home late. Ended up having to clean up all by myself," Sojiro joked, noting Ren's entrance. A more observant glance quickly followed his light-hearted remark, as he noticed Ren lost in thought. "What's on your mind?" Sojiro inquired, setting aside his list to focus on Ren. Ren met Sojiro's gaze, a small laugh escaping him as he responded. Well, Mr. Casanova. Maybe I actually need some of your wisdom. The request, half joking, half serious, caused Sojiro to let out a knowing smile as he quickly began brewing a cup of decaf coffee for both of them. Confidence. And Takamaki. The lovers, rank 5. It's only fair that the lovers have the first kiss. I know, I am such a tease lol, but let me cook. Let me know what you think. I have never really written love scenes or things like that in the past, but I am really happy with how it turned out. Maybe a bit out of place considering the previous chapters, but when I get started writing I just go with the flow. Depending on the feedback, I am actually open to come back and revise the chap if needed. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK.